go through the mill. As the minister designate for the Ministry of Interior, what would you do differently to ensure that officers are promoted on time, and if there is the need for an officer to be transferred, that officer is transferred, so that we can have, that vibrancy in the system? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I can assure my colleague that these are some of the comments I've also heard about this same promotion, and it's worth looking into those concerns. I mean, like I said, this agency has experts in their own field, and we'll definitely have to look at. One of the things yesterday when I was taking briefing from some of the security heads were that, for example, when the regulation says you should stay in a place at least 4 years, people assume as if it is at most 4 years. So when the thing says at least 4 years, it means that it can go beyond 4 years. But others assume because the regulation says at least 4 years, the moment it is 4 years, you must mechanically be moved to the next level. And yesterday when I was looking at some of the agencies, their own organogram and the kind of vacancies that they have, you could see that, yes, there are some places where people need to fill. But one of the things that I also heard, which I will look into real details, is that almost everyone, especially the Ghana police, almost everyone that needed to be promoted had been promoted. I will look into it, because where I sit now, I'm a designate and I don't have all the full facts, but it is a lot of concern that I've also heard, and I think it is worth looking into. One thing that I can assure you, my colleague, is that I believe that we need to codify the processes, document them. I mean, I've worked largely in the private sector. You know that annually you'll be reviewed, you'll be assessed, and the assessment will be shown to you yourself. You agree with some, you have the opportunity to question some, and at the end of the day, it will be filed. So the way sometimes our security services, I don't know how we'll be able to do it, but like I said, because they are experts who can learn from other jurisdictions how they do it, the way it is mechanical, some go to sleep, others are breaking their back to help the system, and then everybody just wake up, oh, it is time for promotion, then we'll all get promoted. I don't think that itself encourages people to give in their best. So we'll look at how to do it in a way that it doesn't demotivate the men and women, but also make sure that it is based on merit and not just give away, because they say at least 4 years. Yes, because if it is on merit, someone could do 2 years and get promotion because of some specific thing, but you need to document those processes so everybody knows that we all know, if I'm able to do 4 terms in Parliament, this is how it can happen. If I'm able to do A, B, C, D, this is the benefit that I can get. I'm sure when we are able to put all those things on paper and it is known and people are educated very well on it, when those promotions are happening, I'm sure people will be largely satisfied. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I would like to
follow up on the last question.
Yes, just a little advice. Yes, yes, just a follow up.
A follow up.
Yes, yes. Very
on the promotion of the officers.
Very brief. Yes, sir. I would like to avert the mind of the nominee to the police service policy. A policy to the effect that officers, I stand for correction though, because I can see a lot of police officers here. Officers do not stay or remain at one post or unit for more than 5 years. I believe that the honorable nominee, when he assumes office, I believe he would. He said he's not a master, but I believe that he's a master in his own right. I believe that when he assumes office, he must have this policy to ensure that officers, if it is time for them to be transferred, they move so that others can also grow. Mr. Chairman, with this, I once again like to congratulate my friend for his nomination. I have confidence and trust that he will do that which is right for this country. He is a man, what you see is what you get. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please, your response to.
Well, Chair, what I would simply say is that, for example, because he's mentioned the police, there are 3 tiers of 3 groups within the police service. And as you may know from article 200, all the way to 205, where it talks about the Ghana Police Service, it is the president that has the sole prerogative to promote individuals from ACP upwards. That's Assistant Commissioner of Police upwards. Then you have from, I think, superintendent up to the ACP2 can be done only by the police council. Then you have from the recruits all the way to chief inspector, that one is done by the police administration. So because of these 3 tiers, some largely are not in the hands of the senior men. But like you rightly said, these are things that is worth looking into, and I can assure you, my honorable colleague, I will ensure that fairness and equity is done. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you so much. I'll proceed to give the floor to Honorable Dominic Nitiwul.
Welcome back to Parliament. Yes, but welcome back to Parliament. I'm not in Aba. The chiefs will charge me. My honorable friend, Honorable Mutaka, the nominee, I've known you in Parliament here over the last 16 years. I worked with you in opposition for 8 years, and I also worked with you in government for 8 years. Hopefully, once God gives us life, we'll work together for another 4 years. You in government, me in opposition. Then after that, we'll exchange roles again. But let me congratulate you, sincerely. And I'm very happy for you. There are reasons why I'm happy for you. You know them. So I'll congratulate you sincerely. I'm going to ask you public interest questions. Just simple public interest questions. Honorable, my first question is about professionalism of the 10 agencies under your ministry, all of them. I want to find out from you and to say that whilst asking this question, particularly the Ghana police, in ranking them over the period, I would say in West Africa, over the last 8 or even 10 years, if they are not the best, then they will be the second across West Africa. It's clear. People who come here, go to other countries, they would rank our police and others, immigration. If they are not the best, they'll be the second best. But there's still more room for improvement. We don't just want them to be the best in West Africa or Africa, but the world. So there are still concerns that citizens have that I believe I want to put to you and find out how you would address those citizens. The current Inspector General of Police and his team, the POMAC group, went and visited drivers, visited other people. In 2021, they took over to interact with them because of those same concerns. How are you going to ensure that motorists are not stopped on the way and harassed by agencies under your jurisdiction or your ministry, either on the road, in their houses, or any other place? Also, the few ones who will stop people and pick something from them, money in particular, how do you intend to ensure that we eradicate that in forever? It should not be part of it. That's the professionalism I'm talking about. Added to that, it's still part of professionalism, so it's one question. Added to that, how do you intend to ensure that agencies that work under your ministry, when it comes to land issues, only act lawfully, but not because somebody has the might or somebody has the stature in society? These two things, they are all around professionalism, and they are public interest things. People suffer a lot in this country because of these two things. Motorists, People get beaten on the roadside. I have serious examples that maybe later I will discuss with you. But I want you to tell the public how you will address these issues so that by the time you leave office, these issues are not there any longer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I mean, my honorable colleague has been a defense minister for 8 years, so he really knows what he's talking about. Yes, I agree with you. You and I have been in Pan-African Parliament, so we travel across the continent. And sometimes when you get to some other countries and you look at their police, you then begin to appreciate what you have, despite the challenges that continue to confront us. I agree with you. Fortunately, in the handing over the transition document, it shows that we've started using body cameras at the police. 800 is in their hand, and about 30,800 is being procured. And according to the fact that I saw, it says that the procurement process is complete. One of the things that I would do through the police council, remember, I'll just be a member of the police council, where truly with these experts will put and fashion how to safeguard all of us. We'll ensure that if you are a police officer that you have to step out, then you have to have your body camera on, so that it takes away all the ambiguity and the troubles. Because when you put the body camera on, everywhere you are being recorded, not only you and your environs. So that if you are on the road extorting money, it will show. If you are brutalizing others, it will show. Whatever other thing that you are doing, the body camera will record and it will show what you are doing. So I believe that the hierarchy of almost all the agencies are also concerned when they hear some of these complaints, and they've been making frantic efforts to make sure that it goes down to the barest minimum. And we must also admit, in the, what do you call, some time now, you don't see much of this harassment on the road, but you still see packets of it. We must do everything to make sure that they remain professional. And the only way to take this ambiguity, in my view, Honorable Minister, Honorable Chair, is to have the body camera on and then insist and make sure that everybody adheres to it. Secondly, with regards to the land issue, all of us have been victims. I've had an incident of where you legitimately acquire a land and then you are called that, some guys have come on, and then you call the police. The police that you call are on their way to the place. You get there, and another person have called the police, also called police. And both are coming from the same station. And I was wondering, how did this happen? That I will call from one station, police move. The same station, another person calls, they move, and they came and met there, two of them, two vehicles, and they were all from the same station. I said, okay, then let us all go to the station. And yet, me, who have legitimately acquired mine, I'm holding my document. The other person who called the others, he is not there, but he was able to call the police to come. And then you go to the police, now they realize it is you. Who is the other person who called you? Oh, no, that one, you see, I cannot divulge that to you. I said, what is that? And then, so what you are saying is a legitimate thing. And you've seen people lose their legitimate land. And I mean, with this land, I believe that, Mr. Chair, I know when the Minister for Lands, the nominee for lands comes here, we may have to fast track the lands in the country because they are digitalized. I can tell you, and I'm sure Chair is aware of this, where someone, in trying to beat the system, went and backdated the document and said that he bought the very land that I said I bought in 1995, but he paid the monies in Ghana cedis. When in 1995, we didn't have Ghana cedis. And that's how the person got caught. Because he said he paid it in Ghana cedis. And in 1999, there was no Ghana cedis. So you see these things are really happening. But like you rightly said, with professionalism, these are experts. I would demand that the professionalism, that the standard that they've set for themselves, they should hold themselves to it. And I can assure you, honorable colleague, that I know it's not going to be easy because that will require a change of attitude, change of behavior, a mindset, but we'll dare and make effort to get them to be professional. And I'm sure once they are professional, most of these things, even if they don't fizzle away, you will have very minimum of it. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Any further questions?
Yes, just one little question on the professionalism. Will you consider setting up, I know the police already have it, immigration, all your agencies have it, but will you consider setting up a complaints unit under your ministry itself and uplift you to the status of a director, where citizens can go and complain direct without being intimidated, or they have that feeling that they will be intimidated? If there's not one, will you consider doing that?
Mr. Chairman, I mean, this is a very legitimate thing. I have had that serious concern. You know, currently what the police, what they do is that when something happens, then the police themselves will say they have the police professional, what do you call it? They have the PIPs, where they will be investigating the issue. I believe that we need to have an independent body that composed with other persons, not necessarily police alone, investigating these complaints. The Standard Bureau, the Independent Police Standard Bureau, that we've seen in other jurisdictions, we need to be able to do that. And together with the hierarchy of the police administration, we'll take steps to do that. And Mr. Chair, my colleague was right. I remember when the 7 young men in my constituency were shot and killed. And then I remember the then Minister of Interior came to Parliament and said, Honorable Monica, we are going to investigate. I said, I've had many of that have been investigated by the police and I never heard anything. I insisted, and then that push for an independent committee to be set, which was chaired by a High Court judge. And the results was different, because it came out that they were not armed robbers, they were just killed. And we had to even pay compensation. So there are examples of when we insist that the police alone should not investigate, actions have been taken. I must also admit, there have been instances where the police themselves also investigated alone and have been able to find culprits and punish them. But I believe that if we are able to have an independent police standard bureau, or it's like we've seen in other jurisdictions, it will put the trust of the ordinary citizen more to be able to call and make the complaint than just to leave it with the police. And not only the police, it's the same with the prisons, the same with the National Fire Service, the same with immigration and other agencies that are under the Ministry of Interior. So I can assure my colleague that we'll do that. But whether to do it in the ministry is something that I will look at its possibility. Maybe a director to ensure that those agencies have, because remember, these are professional bodies that are well-trained and they are expert. All we need to do as a team is to ensure that they are acting right and they are doing what is right. Once we get them to do that, maybe I can designate a director who will be supervising to ensure that all of them set this thing. But I doubt whether it will be useful to have it at the ministry, where if something happens in the prison, you call the ministry. If something happens at the fire service, you call the ministry. At NADMO, you call the ministry. At all the other, call the ministry. I think it may be too difficult, unwieldy. But we can get these institutions to do that and make sure that those committees or bureaus that they may set will be working and working effectively. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Any further questions?
No. So the second question the second question is also a public interest question. Ghana has been consistently ranked by many organizations to be the second most peaceful country in West Africa over the last 5 years. It tells you that agencies under your watch and others who work with them are doing a very, very good job. The public will want to know from you, or I want to know from you, what steps, specific steps, are you going to take that will ensure that Ghana does not regress backwards to those olden days when people are afraid to sleep in their houses, people are scared because maybe armed robbers are coming to attack them, or highway robbery will be on the increase. And secondly, how will you ensure that the country, Ghana, is still the destination for many, many people because it's peaceful? Because that's what we sell. We don't have the population like other countries, but we sell ourselves because we are very peaceful people. And our country has been peaceful. People go out and cry in the night, they are okay. I want to find out how you, because your ministry, you have agencies that have the direct responsibility for law enforcement. If they work, we are okay. If they don't work, we are in trouble. So I want to know the specific steps you are going to take with your agencies to ensure that they get it, including steps to ensure that morale within your services are high. Including steps to ensure that morale within the services are high. Because if morale is high, they'll give you the best. So link the two. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I will start with the second one, which is easier to talk about. I mean, I'm happy that we all know that morale, once their morale is high, I mean, they'll give you the best. And obviously, having known the finance minister and we worked for all these years, I will do everything humanly possible to let him appreciate this, that he will be able to rook in more money. If the agencies under the ministry that I'm going to be a team are working very effectively and the country is so peaceful, people are willing to come in and invest, he will be able to rook in more money. So he must ensure that we're able to support them with their emolument allowances and what have you. But I know morale is not only about money. It's also about fairness and just. If you have a system where everybody believes that I'll be treated right, even when I go wrong, when I'm going to be punished, it will be measured. It will be based on the level of my mistake or my crime. It will raise the morale of people. So I'll be looking at that and I'll put a lot of premium in trying to get the team that I'll be working with to ensure that the morale is high. But when it comes to the specific things, Honorable colleague, you are the defense minister, I keep saying this, and you know we have the national security, strategic plan. And in that plan, ours is to have, ours, when I say ours, I'm talking about where, by the grace of God, if this committee approves of me, with my team, ours is to ensure our internal safety. And you know that we need to have the national policing strategy by the Ghana Police Service. We need to be able to have the land borders strategy for the Ghana Immigration Service. We need to have the narcotic control framework for the Narcotic Control Board. We need to have the small arms and live weapons strategy for managing small arms and guns. We need to be able to have a national strategy for, the prisons, the National Fire Service, fire preventive strategy. These are the specific things that I will task my team, that everyone who is heading his area should ensure that that strategy is in place and that strategy is being followed. If we can have that strategy, which is there, and I know you have been at the Defense Ministry and you've done a lot of work already, and the document is there. I, as a member of the team, will just be coordinating to ensure that all the team members are doing their work right, and we'll have a timetable that shows at every point in time where we should be with our strategy and what they are doing specifically within that strategy, and periodically review and monitor progress. Once we're able to do this, Chairman, I can assure you we'll remain safe. People will be willing to come and invest in our country. There will be better opportunities to be able to meet the vision and aspiration of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama as he sends me there to represent him. So this will be the specific things that we'll do to make sure that every one of them, NADMO, will have, that's the National Disaster Management Organization, their strategy on prevention. How do we, when disaster happens, when emergencies come, what do we do? All those things will make sure that it's in place and be monitoring to make sure that they are following through. Once we do this, Mr. Chair, I'm sure we will be safer and our country will remain safe. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, so I'll ask
Thank you.
my last question.
Very well.
The security, the reason why I asked about this is also because of the happenings of late where young men can invade places and stop people. That's why I asked this question as well. So put that at the back of your mind. Mr. Nominee, the last question I want to find out from you has to do with the recruitment. There are many people out there who think, wrongly do, that, oh, you don't need certificate to enter any of the security service. You can just go, just work for a political party, and you go, you can be recruited. I'll recruit our boys, do this. I want to ask you a specific question. Will you recruit unqualified people into the Ghana Police Service, into the Ghana Immigration Service, into the Fire Service, and other security services?
Unqualified persons, no, no, no.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honourable members, I will give the floor to Honourable Mahama Shaibu. You have the floor.
Mr. Chairman, I'm most grateful. Leader, Honourable Nominee, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
A very well-deserved appointment. One of the critical agencies under your ministry in the criminal justice delivery is the prison service. They have a huge responsibility of safekeeping, reforming, and transforming prisoners. In recent times, we've had very negative news about these three key responsibilities. What measures, what plans do you have to reform the prison service generally to meet the very basic responsibilities they are charged with? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, as a country and as part of our national security strategy, we have the prison reform strategy for the Ghana Prison Service. And I must admit, even from the briefing, the few briefings when I was preparing for this today's hearing, honestly, they've been left to be deep orphans. And sometimes all of us tend to forget about them. And that could be the weakest link in our strategy to keep this country safe. I can assure you that I am going to pay a lot of attention to the Ghana Prison Service as part of the team member. One of the things, if you look at the manifesto of the NDC's, Excellency John Dramani Mahama vision was to even change the name from prisons to corrections, so that even the mindset may begin to change. But I can tell you that there are so many examples that we can see around in the UK, in the Singapore, even in our own neighboring East Africa, Kenya, where they are using private partnership. They are in the prisons. I'm reliably informed that when you go to Kenya, every number plate that you see on a car is coming from the inmates, because they give opportunity for industry to build these factories within the prison. It serves multiple purposes. Skills, it gives them income. And obviously, because they are prisoners, the income that, or the payment that are made are not as if the factory was set up outside. This is an area that we need to look at. Because then someone prison, for example, has vast land. You go to Ankafu, there's vast land. If we are able to do that, with government support and the rest of us in the multi-sectorial nature of what we are doing, it is going to help them, because currently, even feeding, sometimes it's, when I heard it yesterday, I was shocked that we can treat each other that badly. Today, the rationing for a prisoner in Ghana is 1 cedi, 80 pesos. For the whole day. 1 cedi, 80 pesos. And I doubt, with the greatest respect to these members of the committee and those listening to us, even the cats and dogs in our houses, how much food do we give them? That will put our own compatriots, because of one mistake or the other, in trying to correct them, we feed them with 1 cedi, 80 pesos, and expect that they will not have communicable diseases, they will not have skin diseases, they will look healthy, they will come out reformed. No, no, no. We are rather putting them in an area where we are expecting them to come out more criminal than they went in. And that is why I was giving Mr. Chairman, this committee, the assurance that I will pay attention. And let me also take the opportunity, Mr. Chairman, to thank the Pentecost Church for the wonderful thing that they've done in supporting the Ghana Prison Service. They are helping them to build almost 4 or 5 prison camps to enable them embark on agriculture, what do you call it, farming and other activities. Had it not been the prison agriculture project, I doubt even if we will not have the huge crisis in our hand, because the prisoners will wake up and there will be no food. And I can imagine how many prison officers we have that can prevent them from crashing the gate. So I think it's a very serious thing, and I assure my colleague I'll pay attention to. The other thing is that you remember His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, the last time he had the opportunity between 2013 and 16 or 17, this remand prison project that he embarked on in Ansah, to separate remand prisoners from the main prisons. Unfortunately, that project is still not completed. It is something that I will pay attention to get, so that through that we can separate, not only in Ansah but in other prisons, separate remand prisoners from the other prisoners, so that it makes it easier. If every day you wake up and you see them as remand, they are under remand. They are not normal prisoners. You cannot forget about them, because then you know that you have a number of people in the remand prison. The other thing that I think we can do to really help the Ghana Prison Service is that, like, we have the High Court at Ansah, where the court is so close to the prison. It takes away the burdensome of trying to move them from one point to another. Already we are not allocating so much money to them. The little they have to sometimes beg the Ghana police for vehicle to collect inmates to court. And because of those challenges, remand prisoners get locked up and got forgotten. So that court, the High Court, just by the Ansah prison, is so helpful. We'll see how, together with my colleague from the Attorney General, how we can work together with the Chief Justice to see how we can replicate this in some of the other prisons, like Ankafo and the others that have larger inmates. And the last one is about the Justice for All. You know, the Justice for All project was one that was so helpful, where judges move into the prisons and deal with especially remand cases and get it expedited. I think that is another thing that, together with my colleague, the Attorney General, and the Chief Justice, will look at how we can use that Justice for All to decongest our prison. I'm sure when we take these strategies, partnership with the PPP, ensuring that we feed them well, help them to get skills and what have you, I'm sure it will lessen the burden that we are putting on the men and women who are keeping them, and also our compatriots, in a very dehumanizing manner that they find themselves. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any further question? Before you come in, I will plead with the honorable nominee. Just be brief in your answers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, the honorable nominee has information overload. Thank you, Chairman. All said and done, except and unless you are incarcerated life in prison, you will eventually come out. Reintegration has been a big challenge for most prisoners who are out of prison. Because of societal norms, they find it difficult to even live within the same community they were picked up. What plans would you have to promote a process of rehab, reintegrating prisoners into society when they are out of prison? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, we work multi-sectorial, especially with the national media, what do you call it, there's the National Media Commission, the NCCE, National Commission for Civic Education, because sometimes what we are saying, you will never know how real it is until it's getting to someone closer to you. I remember when we were young, one of our relatives was sent to the Kumasi prisons. I think he did about 3 years or 4 years. When he finished his sentence, and then my late father went and brought him home. It's like as if our father has brought some kind of demon in the house. It's like everybody keeps looking at him in a way. Before we realized, he left. And unfortunately, some months later, he was killed by by the rail line in the Dogomba line, and we have to go and pick his body. But when he as a member of the family, I don't think he will have sneaked out to go and continue his ways. But the other thing also is that, we have young people also in the prison. Some of them write their BEC there, some write their WASI. I'll be talking to my colleague and leader, Honorable Haruna Edisu, the Minister for Education, the possibility of setting up the TVET institution within the prison. Because you see, when you come out and you have a skill, even if those whom, I think together with this and the team that I'll be working with who are experts in this area, I'm sure if we get to implement some of the things that I'm talking about, we'll see huge improvement in the kind of stigma that goes with just being a prisoner. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Your very last question.
Very much so, Mr. Chairman. Leader, I know you already mentioned feeding. 1.8 Ghana cedis, woefully inadequate. Indeed, you cannot even buy an egg. That is really serious. Now, tied to that one is overcrowding, and you also touched on it a little bit. But tell us, apart from the churches that you have applauded for coming in to help as part of their corporate social responsibility, what plans would you have in tackling these two issues? And on that note, let me wish you Allah's blessings.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, I take this opportunity to call on other organizations, Muslim organizations, other Christian organizations, other non-governmental organizations, to see the inmates as human beings just like you and I. Because one thing that is real is that if we continue to rely on GOG, we will only be talking about the problem. We will never be able to deal with it because of how tight the kitty is. But if we all see that, yes, these are our own brethren, but for one reason or the other, they find themselves there, and we are willing to assist, I'm sure this will improve. But secondly, we need to also be exploring public-private partnership. I know that most prisons in America are private. People build a prison and the government rents as a way of decongesting, having in mind all the security concerns, making sure that it is good to keep and safe and to not tamper with the national security strategy. They build it to meet the standard, and then government rents. That is a possibility. Some of the agencies I've seen in the briefing are sitting on very good prime land, and they are now using it in exchange for some facilities. This is also an area that we can also exploit, because then we will then be able to get these things built either through our own benevolence or through this public-private partnership and decongest. And then also, you know, the prisons are in categories. We have maximum, medium, and whatever. We need to be able to do the separations very well, or for lack of better word, for the stratification, where you classify them properly. Because you may go to a place like maybe Ejura, and it's not congested. But you come to Nsawam, it's so packed, or Kumasi. Meanwhile, the kind of prisoners that you can keep in Ejura, some are in Kumasi prison, and you are keeping them in Kumasi prison, where the place is congested. When Ejura is not congested, we need to look at that. And together with the team that I'm going to be working with, we'll be looking at how to get all these things so that we'll decongest our prison. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. I will now give the floor to Rita Naudole-Sowa.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I wish to congratulate my leader for his nomination by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama to the Ministry of Interior. Congratulations, leader.
Thank you.
Leader, as we are still on the prison service, they are in my constituency. And there is one issue that I have seen ongoing there. That is we're talking about inmates, but I want to talk about the prison officers. Their barracks is being pulled down. Officers have been made to go and rent outside. What plans do you have? And in the name of public-private partnership, what plans do you have? Is it that after the construction, the officers are going to be brought back to the barracks, or they are going to still remain in town? Because sometimes they have to work late in the night, and I believe being in the barracks will be a good thing for them. So what plans do you have to ensure that we'll have a barracks for the prison officers? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. What you are talking about hasn't come to my notice, but definitely it's something that I have to go and look at. Because what I know with the public-private partnership is that before they even pull down that building, they will have built a standard facility where the officers will move in before they will even come and demolish this one. So if you have a situation where that has not been done and yet they are pulling down, then I think that may be wrong. But I will not be able to say tentatively what you are saying, it's whether it's accurate or it's not accurate, but it is worth looking into, and I can assure you that I will definitely look into that, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. My second one is, what measures will you implement to ensure fire service responds promptly and effectively to fire emergencies? My reason for asking this one, recently in Saboba Senior High School, there was a fire outbreak in the girls' dormitory. I watched on TV and I was very sad because the fire service went in there and their equipments were not working. And so they had to rely on buckets of water to quench the fire. And I think that is not the best for us as a nation. What measures will you put in place to ensure that the fire tenders, either they'll have more or whatever equipments they are using will be maintained properly to serve us well? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. This is another orphan within the team. In the team that I'm going to be part, this is one of the serious orphans. And I can assure you that when I was taking the brief, I felt very sad too. And it's an area that, Mr. Chair, I'll pay a lot of attention to. Because as all of us know, just as fire is good to cook, fire is also good to destroy. And the bottom line is that, I'm sorry to say this, Chair, all of us just think that God will take care of emergencies. God will take care of the negative things. Once every morning we wake up and we pray, everything will be okay. We don't want to follow through with our strategy of what if there's fire, what do we do? And Mr. Chairman, with a greater respect, I've been in this house for over 2 decades, And even this room, I've started to do this, the assignment that you are doing severally. May God forbid, if now we hear a bomb, you just only hear Ajay and we'll all be scattered. Nobody will know where to pass. Nobody is telling us even where we are. In case there's an emergency, where to pass. There are no signs, there are nothing. Most of the extinguishers that you may see around, are they really working? Nobody knows. Until there's fire, then you go and lift it and realize that it is empty. Because we are not following through with the national strategy on fire prevention, which is part of our national security strategy. One of the things that you notice is that in the briefing, I realized that since 2015, thereabout, 2015, 2016, thereabout, government has not been able to procure any major equipment, apart from just about 3 hydraulic, what do you call it, ladders. No fire tender has been procured in the last 9 or 10, almost 10 years. So what it means is that you and I are using vehicles. Even our vehicles that do not carry the kind of load that their work entails. After 10 years, how easy is it to use that vehicle? You wake up and come, try to start it, it will not. But that's the kind of virtually, for lack of a better word, obsolete equipment that we've left them with. And we expect them to be able to use it. And sometimes, unfortunately, with the citizen, out of emotions, we try to even beat the fire hoses. Because they've run to the place, then they are trying to start their gadget, it's not working. And then we say, you see, the fire is going on, look at what the fire service guys are doing. I can bet you, they are also not happy with the kind of equipment, but that is what they have. And because they are obsolete, the time that you need it, that's when it fails. But one of the things that, by the grace of God, as part of the team, I will be doing, together with His Excellency, to be able to meet His Excellency's John Dramani Mahama's vision for the Ghana National Fire Service, is to ensure that we retool them, just as we stated it in our manifesto on page 186, thereabout. We retool them, we'll make sure that they have the necessary equipment so that they'll be able to protect us when the need comes. Look at the kind of market fires that we are having. It's so sad that the markets are built because they are with the local authority. They just don't care about fire certificates. Many of us here, people come to my house and when they see the fire tender, they say, hey, now this one too, what is that? Is it not spoiling the beauty of the house? You are talking about your safety, and you are talking about beauty. So I think that all of us need to be very conscious and mindful. But I can assure you that, honorable colleague, this is an area that has been left as an orphan, and will definitely. And the sad thing is that with them, there's very little IGF they can raise. So it makes it more difficult for them. But by the grace of God, when this committee approves my nomination and I get to the ministry to join the team, we'll give it our very best to retool them so that they'll be able to protect all of us. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I recognize a follow-up question from Jerry Shai.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Honorable Muntaka, congratulations.
Thank you.
Just a follow-up. In my constituency, Wejagbawe, the fire tender has not worked for umpteen years. I've heard you give assurances. But I'm also thinking, do they get risk allowance? And how much are we thinking of upgrading that, if at all? Because I witnessed the fire got a property in Bawe. We had to call the next constituency, Anyasutrum, to furnish us with their tender. At the time the tender came, the fire had already gutted the property. First of all, how do you intend to ensure that this is properly and comprehensively taken care of? Bear in mind the fire officers who take the risk to go, like you rightly stated, some of them are actually ostracized. And who tell that? And in fact, when I was there, they threw stones at us. So just want to know how you intend to deal with that comprehensively. And if you are giving assurances, whether you have intentions of giving us some deadlines.
Mr. Chairman, I really wish I could give a deadline. And Mr. Chairman, because of
members, let there be order so that we can take the answer.
thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I really wish I could give assurance and even give timelines. And believe me, the timeline will have been yesterday, because these are institutions that are really suffocating. And I'm very happy that you brought a very important aspect of their challenge: the risk. Officers are dying because of inhalation of substance, what do you call it, smoke and what have you. Sometimes they get bent. Sometimes they fall and get injured. And when they do this to protect us, we don't even forget that we need to even take care of them. If you care to know, the Ghana National Fire Service do not even have a clinic of their own. They fall on the Ghana Police and the Ghana Health Service. And sometimes the bills, because of the refund bill, the delay in releases, these hospitals do not even want to receive them. So imagine a fire officer wakes up from his house, just like you and I have done, come to work, go to risk his or her life to try to protect us. Then he or she gets injured. We don't have a facility to take care of him or her. They try to go and borrow money to get other help in other places. It takes months for us to refund. So one of the things that I can assure you is that because we have part of the national security strategy, we have a strategy for prevention of fire at the fire service that encapsulates almost all these things that are in there. Like the answer that I gave earlier, I will ensure that we follow through. The team members, everybody should follow through with what is in the strategy. Because if we follow the strategy, we will not be sitting here talking about some of the things that, because those answers will come by themselves. So that's the assurance that I can give you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Your last question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Honorable nominee, my leader, having worked with you for 4 years in Parliament, I believe you in your interpersonal skills, and I know it's going to come to bear when you go to the ministry. I want you to assure us as members of Parliament that we will not come and queue too long at your door when we come to visit you, because some of us have experiences where you go to visit a colleague minister, you have to wait for about 3 hours, 2 hours, and I don't think that is the best. And so on that note, I want to wish you congratulations and the very best on your new appointment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm sure everyone around this table who have been in this house for the past 4 or 8 or 12, or when I was government whip and whip, no MP knocks on my door. The instruction from my secretary is that when MP comes, that is not your business. Whatever I'm doing in there, you let him or her come in. It is for me to say, oh, Honorable, can you give me 5 minutes or 10 minutes, so that at least I know the MP is there. It is not the business of my secretary to tell the MP to wait. I can tell you and assure you, my sister and colleague, I will take this same attitude to the ministry. When you come to my office, you will not have to wait. If you have to wait, maybe it's because you yourself will see that I'm doing something, and I'll be able to give you time that if you have to go and come, but not to just come and the secretary will just tell you, wait, because instructions I always give. Just as when I was the chief whip, the instruction is that no MP comes and you, secretary, tell the MP what to do. Yours is to just tell the MP, go. When the person comes in and the person sees that whatever I'm doing, if I tell the MP, oh, I may be done in an hour, I may be done in 30 minutes, I'll be done in 2 hours, then the MP decide, oh, then, Honorable, I'll go and come, or I'll wait, but not for you to let the MP be waiting when I don't even know. That assurance I can give you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I will now give the floor to Honorable Patrick Yaobuama.
Thank you very much, Chair, and congratulations. And
Thank
you.
Leader. And the Patrick.
Leader, let's do some business with the Narcotics Control Commission. It is estimated that about $21 billion will be generated from this business of medicinal cannabis. Last Parliament, we approved of the NACOP Act. And you are supposed to, God willing, inshallah, you'll be approved. Supposed to be, the minister is supposed to give effect to an airline towards the operationalization of that very important law. Ghanaians and the world will want to know, since it's a very big trade and you require a lot of investment in there, we want to understand your strategies on licensing, regulation, and the implementation of this very important law towards the realization of the objectives of this act for the good of this country, to drive lots of forex to show up our economy and our currency. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm very aware of this, the bill. I remember the controversy that took us to even the Supreme Court, and then we came back to fix it. And it was level of the regulation that was supposed to be laid and then get the 21 sitting days. This has not been done. My take on this will be, when I joined the team, obviously the NACO board is there, it will be there. The experts there will be there. Obviously, the new president, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, will be made aware of the law. And I believe that once it's in tandem with his vision for that sector, you can be rest assured I will lay it without delay. But obviously, I will have to listen to the expert there. As a team, we'll make a definitive decision. And once it is in tandem with already the existing, it's about laying, you know, I know very well my way around this house and how to get things done. So we'll surely do that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'm satisfied with your answers. Yeah. Chairman, I don't have a follow-up on that, but I'll go to my second question, which is on small arms. I have a lot of friends up north. One recently came from the States, drove to his father's village, Mr. Ndebugri's son, my mate at the law school. He said, yeah, when I get to Walwali, I have to speed and cross over to Bolga before I get to Zebila or Timonde, that's the village. There are a lot of unapproved routes, a lot of small arms in the hands of a lot of people. You talk to people, you say, when you go to Bawku, the kind of arms you find there, in Kwanta, a lot of ethnic tensions, people have all sorts of arms. I'm sure you are aware. You are going to be in charge of internal security, basically. And the Small Arms Commission will be under your care or watch. There are a lot of unapproved routes. God willing, immigration will be under your care. Please, what can you tell Ghana or Ghanaians about some of the things you'll be doing to control the proliferation of small arms into our country? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The concern of my colleague is real. It's a big threat. And if we don't watch it, it can really escalate. And you see in the areas where there are conflict, sometimes you wonder where they get the guns from. But the interesting thing is that it's been noticed that most of these guns are coming through our borders and the port. And the Commission for Small Scale and Light Weapons, their challenge is they search manually. Just recently, let me take this opportunity to thank the German government for giving us an equipment that is able to detect guns by just bringing it closer to a vehicle. But it is only one. It is only one. But look at how large our borders are. Because we have a whole long stretch with Côte d'Ivoire, Burkina Faso, and Togo. And people use this. So they place it at the port. That machine is at the port. One of my first thing that I would do as a member of the team, when I joined the team by the grace of God and with your approval, is to see what steps we can take to acquire more of such gadgets. so that when you stop a vehicle, immediately you go around it. You can tell that there's a gun in there, and to show you specifically within the vehicle where it is. If we do that, it will help even the movement around with it. Because sometimes they use motorbikes and they hide them, conceal them around the motorbike. And then when you stop them, before you realize the person is rather sitting on it. So you don't even know where it is hidden. But if there are gadgets that can help you to do that will be so useful. We need to also empower the Peace Council, Mr. Chair. You see, all of us are taking the peace we have for granted. Our country is peaceful, so because of that, investors are happy to come. We are able to wake up and go around everywhere. I mean, I have Senate friends, Nigerian senators as friends, and each time they come to Ghana, one of the things that they tell me is that, Muntaka, you guys, do everything humanly possible to keep this peace that people have. Because they wonder that the way we move around, you don't look back, but if we don't build the peace using Peace Council, and we leave Peace Council to be suffocating the way it is, the day that, may God forbid, challenges, major one comes, it will be difficult. Why are people keep wanting to keep those guns? They want to keep those guns because they think they can use that to protect themselves. We need to, and you know, my good friend and colleague, Article 270 of the 1992 Constitution bar us, even Parliament, from attempting to do anything about chieftaincy. It has to be done by the National House of Chiefs. Maybe we need to encourage the National House of Chiefs to call a national dialogue on chieftaincy and its future in our country. If we don't build peace around that, because it is those things that make people want to have guns. And lastly, Mr. Chair, pump action. It is very easy. If you have, 10,000, you can buy the pump action and license it. So there's so much of pump action. It's one of the things that when I joined the team, we may have to review. Because we all think that, it is a sad arms that it has to take only the Minister for Interior to authorize. After pump action, you can easily acquire it. But they are equally arms that are dangerous. So these are some of the things that when I joined the team by the grace of God, together with the aspect there, in mind with our national security strategy, we'll be putting in place to ensure that we at least minimize to the barest minimum the use of live arms. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Chair, I also don't have a follow-up on that.
Thank you.
The last question.
Very well.
On NADMO. They want to hear from you their promotions. Some of them are saying they've been sitting in one office for many years and they are not well equipped, and they want to hear your voice and believe in you that you do something different from them as Minister of Interior. On that note, let me wish the leader success at the Interior Ministry. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. God bless you too. Mr. Chair, when I took the briefing and I just realized why we are having most of the challenges that we have. One, we have a national security strategy on disaster management and we are not following through. We have this huge organization, NADMO, that we are not paying attention to. The steps, the law that we have is comprehensive enough. And if my memory serves me, it is Act 927. The Act 927. If you go there, Mr. Chair, you will see how nationally we need to have this emergency committee, regional and district. And it is, in the case of the national, it is multi-sectorial. Yet when there's something, when something happens, in our rush, then we're going to say, we are forming interministerial. And I always say, what? When COVID came, we went and set up interministerial. Now that was the function of NADMO. The same thing when the spillage, Akosombo spillage happened, we went and set up interministerial. The more we do that, the more we weaken NADMO. Because it's like you are saying that you have an organization, like you have a vehicle. It has fuel, it is serviceable, then you call Uber that they should come and lift you. Anytime you want to go out, there's someone come and say, but what about this vehicle? Why is this for? Oh, the vehicle is good. Let me start it for you to see. You start it, it's working. You move it, but you park it. And then every day you are calling for Uber. That's what we are doing. So, yes, it's an area that we need to pay attention, because if we do it right, and one of the things that I will do specifically is that when I join the team in NADMO must let us as a group see quarterly, are the district complying, are the regions complying, and what are we ourselves doing nationally? Because if we can even meet just 4 times in a year to ask ourselves, in case of emergency, what do we do? I'm sure it will be the beginning of trying to deal with it. With the staffing, it is generally a problem within the security services, where people, you heard the first questions that came about promotion, about transfers, about their condition of service. It is an area that I will engage there. If by the grace of God, this committee approves of my nomination and Parliament does so, engage the finance minister for us to appreciate that those who protect us also matter. Because if they protect us well, like I said earlier, people will be willing to invest, and then that finance ministry will make more money. So it is important that we take care of them so that their morale is high, so that they'll be able to protect us and then protect the whole country. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. I proceed to recognize Honorable Brian Achampong, Doctor.
Thank you, Honorable, and congratulations.
Thank you.
My position on your qualification is consistent with Article 78 of the Constitution, except when the President, after this vetting, withdraws your nomination. I don't believe anything can stop you from being confirmed. You've been in this House for 20 plus years, your 6th term in Parliament.
Yes.
And therefore you are overqualified for the position. My questions are to get your views of some of the issues on small arms, promotions, and depoliticization of the services. These are the 3 categories that I want us to talk about. But before that, you mentioned that you worked with JICA briefly. It's not listed in your CV, if you can correct that, because it's a House of Records. And then also, you listed Minister for Youth and Sports as a leadership position instead of employment. But that is a job, so you have to correct that on the CV. On the issue of small arms, in 2004, there were about 240,000 small arms usage in this country. That number surged in 10 years, in 2014, to 2.3 million small arms use. It is projected that in 2024, that number will be about 5 million. That projects to about 1 in 6 Ghanaians carrying a weapon. 1 in 6 Ghanaians carrying a weapon. Honorable Patrick Boama did hint on that question, and you gave a very general answer. But I want Ghanaians to have confidence in what you can do to stem this. We don't, as you have said repeatedly, when something happens, what will happen? We don't even have enough security people to stand such a mob action with weapons. And in this election, what I saw, the people that are carrying arms before, during, and after the elections, is not something that we should joke with. Honorable Minister, kindly give us an idea, if you can. If you can't, if you can, give us an idea what you can do. If 1 in 5 Ghanaians is carrying, or 6 Ghanaians is carrying a weapon, it's a dangerous territory. Give us an idea what you may want to do about this.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I mean, the concern of my colleagues is genuine. And like I said, you are working, I'm going to join a team that is full of experts that have long years of experience and have experience of other jurisdictions. But as a member of the team, if I join, one of the major things that I want to do immediate is the introduction of IT to track who has been given gun and for what purpose was the gun given or approved for. Because if you can have database that is computerized, with the touch of a button, I can know, maybe those of us around this table, who has been licensed to carry whether small arm or even larger arms. It will be the beginning to help in the national security strategy in terms of surveillance and knowing and tracking what people are using it for. As we speak, I want to believe that if, like you rightly said, you are projecting about 5 million, maybe if you go to the ministry, and I know you've worked at the National Security Ministry before, if you go there and you want to really put your fingers to who have really registered DS, even those who may have permit, it may shock you to know that you don't have the data that you can at a go look at. And I think that the starting point is that let us measure, because it is only when you measure that you can achieve. If we know who are truly holding it, then we'll be able to make our surveillance very effectively. Then, like I rightly said earlier, we need to make sure that we are really very serious with deproliferation. The entry points, where they are, when people are moving around with it. If we have these gadgets, I'm sure it is going to help us. And as a team, you know, the police are most of the time on the road or in the main community. They are more closer to the communities than probably maybe the small arm. Because if you look at the number of officers, about the commission has, they are fewer as compared to the police, Ghana Police Service. Collaboration as a team, I'm sure we should be able to minimize the proliferation and also be able to track even the usage. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
A follow-up on that.
Yeah, before the follow-up, Honorable Nominee, we all know Kwabena. You are very intelligent. Lot of information. But let's keep the answers very brief.
Chairman, I will make conscious effort to keep the answers very, very brief.
Thank you very much. Dr. Brana Champon, your next question.
A follow-up on that. Since we are in an operation recover mode, are you able to, when you take office, launch an operation recover small arms by the Ghana Small Arms, because it's frightening. And the figure that I mentioned, the Ghana Small Arms reports that about only 50% of that is the 2004 data, only 50% of that is registered arms. The rest are unregistered, illicit weapons. So can you launch a program? I mean, in advanced countries, they launch a program, tender in your weapon and get some cash, do this and get this thing, so that at least we can reduce the number of weapons in circulation. It's quite frightening.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chair, I can assure my colleague that with the team, we'll look at that, because we can get maybe non-governmental organizations that may be able to support us. We can grant amnesty, because some people may be having it. They are even afraid that it will be seen on them. Maybe when they wanted it, there was some reason why they wanted it. Now they have it, they can't register it, but they want to tender it, but they are afraid. We can give some amnesty window period for that, and probably look at the exchange for cash or exchange for some kind. But like I said, when I joined the team, we have more experts there, and we'll put our heads together to see what we can do in the retrieving. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Nominee. I'm encouraged by this last statements of yours. Honorable nominee, on the issue of promotions and transfers, promotions are usually based on time in grade and time in service. When the time comes, I'm supposed to serve 4 years, I move to the next rank. 4 years, I don't need the prompting of any person. I don't need it to look as though it's a favor from a superior. I've done my time and promotion is due me. Except for when there's a vacancy issue at the top, which in that case, you are paid by the rank that you have achieved. But because there's no vacancy, okay, you will have to wait to then fill the rank. I'm not sure if you understand the question. So I'm supposed to be 4 years at Lieutenant Colonel, 4 years, I get to Lieutenant Colonel, I'm Colonel. If there's no vacancy at the Colonel rank, I'm still being paid as a Colonel-elect, but I don't have the position to occupy. But I've bid my time. Is it possible that you can ensure that promotions and in the police services or all the agencies under you is by time in grade and time in service? Because I've read reports of police people for political expediency. When they are due promotions, they don't get their promotions, and then their juniors are passing them by. That we can institute a policy of time in grade, time in service, such that when you hit that time mark, you get your promotion. And then on transfers. Transfers in this country, Mr. Chairman, are seen as, in some cases, punishment. Is one question, promotions and transfers. Transfers are seen as a punishment. We will transfer you to somewhere the sun doesn't shine, is what you hear from your superiors. Honorable, can we find a mechanism where when you enlist into a service, you know that this is going to be my operational area, that you elect? And once you are confirmed into that operational area, that I elect to be in the Volta region, that I will operate within the Volta region, so that it doesn't be that you are from Accra or you are from Wale Wale and you are transferred to Accra, and that is all where you want to live your life. Yes, I'm a policeman. Yes, I'm a prisons officer. But I want to really live my life in a certain geographical area. So can we find a policy? Can we do something about these transfers such that if you are transferring me within the eastern region, I'm okay with it. But I'm from the eastern region. I'm a human being. I want to live all my life in the eastern region. And then you transfer me to Nzulezu, where, yes, I'm in the force, but I don't want to live. So all my time in Nzulezu, I am unhappy. I can't give my best to the nation, and so on and so forth. So this issue of promotions and transfer, Honorable Minister, God will see you through, but when you are there, what will you want to do about these two issues that I've talked about? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Earlier, I tried to answer this question, but the assurance I will give my colleague is that working with the team that I'm joining, we'll put in mechanism to make this very transparent, and then some of the concern that you are carrying on, we'll look at it as a team and see the best way we'll be able to deal with it. Because you see, I've said it and I'm repeating, the law says at least. So if it says at least 4 years, it means that you can be there for 8 years. We should be careful, this mechanical promotion. I agree. But then what will be the motivating factor? If I get up every morning, I brace it, I work so hard, and in working hard, most of the time, as you and I may know, I even get the wrath of the institution because I make mistakes and I can get punished. Oh, you decide to sleep and just wait for the 4 years. And then the time comes, we'll all get promoted. Why wouldn't I also go and sleep? So I will all be sleeping, and then we'll just be counting the months and the years. It gets there, they will get promoted. So we need to strike a need balance. And because of that need balance, definitely there are experts, there are other ways of doing it in other jurisdictions. Together with the team, we'll put our heads together to overcome this challenge. But I'll take the concern that you have raised seriously, and I assure you we'll do the best that we can. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you
Chair,
very much.
A follow-up on this. I agree with him, but when you are recruited into the service, you are expected to work hard. But if you work harder, you can be promoted above your colleagues. And in the same vein, if you are lazy and you decide that you sleep, there are administrative queries that can be put in place such that you also don't progress. But what we are talking about is all things being equal, that you have bid your time and you have been in the service for the time and you are due for promotion. I'll move to my third question, which is on the depoliticization of the services. Honorable Minister, in the last election, 2024, there was a security task force on elections. They did quite well, quite commendable, led by the CDS and then the IGP and other heads of services. We're grateful for their service. But Minister, you realize that in almost all the polling stations across the country, the security personnel that were deployed there did nothing to stop anything that was happening, because they were not too sure who was going to win and what will happen will befall them if they take an action against the other person. That is what happened at almost every polling station. In fact, what we saw on TV at the collation centers, what we saw on TV is where people were being jacked up at collation centers, and police people, military officers were just looking on because people were just not too sure. Indeed, the Electoral Commission had to, on 3 occasions, issue letters requesting for security for them to collate results. What can you do? And I'm sure when you take such an action, you'll get the support of Ghanaians, that the police service or the services, the 10 agencies under you, including NADMO, when there's a disaster, they check where you belong before you get support. What can you do? And all Ghanaians will support you if you embark on such an action to ensure that the services that serve Ghanaians is depoliticized. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Chair, I always say this, and I've said this 1,001 times, even on the floor of the House. If we play around with everything that we do with excessive partisanship, then everything we do become politics. And we will all pay the price for it. I agree, we need to depoliticize, and this, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, as part of his vision, himself has stated that in paragraph 183 of our manifesto, that we will take steps to depoliticize our security services. If you take, for example, the example you gave about the elections, I just like, frankly speaking, how the police operated. Why? People thought that they were going to do this thing and get away with it, destroy material and those things, and they were taking the videos, the CCTVs there, and as we speak, about 150 people have been arraigned before court. I can assure you, by the grace of God, if this committee approves of my nomination, I will ensure that they are prosecuted. I will support the team to make sure that justice is done, so that if you know someone who had gone violently to do something, and now he's been arrested and he's been prosecuted, and he truly gets prosecuted, next time when it is going to happen, you know. Because you see, one of the things that the police did that was good was that they refused to use firearms. Because if they had, now we'll have been counting a number of deaths. And you realize that in this election, there was not a single gun shot from the police. Some came from the military, some came from private citizens, but not the police. But all the perpetrators, as many as possible, and my check says 150 of them, I will support the team to make sure that each of them is brought to justice, no matter who is involved. Because you see, if we don't do that, and then now I look and I say that, oh, this is a Muntaka, oh, can you do something about it, and he get away? Why would a Brian Chompon also not get away with it? But if you see that a Muntaka is being dealt with, then the Brian Chompon will know that when it gets to his turn, I mean, he can't get away with it. And for me, I keep saying, I mean, Mr. Chair, my faith tells me in the Holy Quran that God himself says he hates injustice. He is just and he hates injustice. And it will be unfair for people to just do the wrong thing and use political covering and hide away from it. I will not encourage that. And His Excellency John Dramani Mahama has stated that in our manifesto as part of his vision. And I will support that and will make sure that the right thing is that. It's not going to be easy. It will come with backlash, but we will be determined to stand by the vision of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama to ensure that the right thing is done. So that at least, even if we don't succeed in eliminating this excessive partisanship in our security services, we'll bring it to the barest minimum. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Leader. I am generally encouraged by your posture on the promotions on the matter of small arms and the depoliticization of the services. I can assure you that the process that you start in depoliticizing the services, inshallah, when the next MPP government will continue from there. Now,
In 4 years.
on the issue of, on a lighter note, Honorable Muntaka, when you are receiving a gun salute, you have to be at attention. You were too relaxed in receiving that gun salute, and it wasn't impressive. You have to be at attention. Congratulations, nominee, and I wish you very well.
Well, Mr. Chair, I was vehemently against that shootings in my house because I told them that, no, that was why I came out, and I've since made the officer to apologize. And it's also gone viral because I don't think that that was right. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. I will proceed to give the floor to Honorable Hajia Ladi Ayamba. You have the floor, Hajia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity. Assalamu alaikum, Alaj. Let me start by congratulating you and saying that may the Almighty Allah continue to bless and protect you, and that His will be done.
Inshallah, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to ask something which is very, very relevant because I come from the Bawku enclave. I am a Moshi, you are a Dagumba. So many Dagumbas behind there. So many Kusasis around. So many Mamprishis around. And we all know the route that we are coming from. That is the Moli Dagbani area or route. And Nagwewa himself has his grave in my constituency. That is Pusga. So Pusga is the almighty place. Will you, as the Minister for Interior, and who will have to take up the issue of these crises in Bawku, come in and let us understand that we are one and the same people, and so we should stop all these hullabaloo that is dividing us. Will you do that? And that apart, I will just say a very big congratulations to you. I wish you the best, and you take care of yourself. You know it better than I do. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I can give my sister the assurance that I will be very interested in assisting the team and His Excellency John Dramani Mahama to achieve that vision that he promised the Bawku people, that will do everything humanly possible to ensure that peace return, not only in Bawku, but all the other areas across our country that are having this packet of challenges. And that's why earlier I said the time has come for us to dispassionate about this and call for a national conference on the future of our chieftaincy. so that we'll be able to know that aside all these things that we are here, if anybody, if a UK citizen walks into this room, it will be very difficult for that person to look at us and say this person is that. Maybe apart from maybe our height and complexion, the person will not be able to differentiate us. And yet we consistently try to show that we are different. But I believe that with the commitment that His Excellency John Dramani Mahama has given and his vision, me being his rep at the Ministry of Interior, together with the team that I'm going to join, will support that vision to ensure that peace, permanent peace, returns not only in Bawku, but all the other areas that are having these challenges. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. The floor is now given to Honorable Peter Lanchini Tobu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Minister Designate, congratulations.
Thank you, my brother.
I think I'll take this opportunity to thank His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama for nominating you to this position. As one of my colleagues said, barring any last-minute change, nothing will stop you from becoming the next Minister of Interior.
Inshallah.
When you were taking your oath, I was observing you. You appear serious as a man of faith. When you find a political mentee asking his political mentor a question publicly, it might not necessarily be about me, but it's just all about the people who are watching us. You've mentored him in this house for 4 years. Mr. Minister Designate, please, you had a relationship with the Minister for Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs for many years in this house before I came. God has designed it. He is not the Minister for Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs. You are going as Minister for Interior. That relationship is necessary to ensure that John Dramani Mahama, His Excellency, can reset Ghana in the area of chieftaincy dispute. How will this relationship, as I've defined it, be able to assist you? Bring peace to Bawku, one. Bring peace to many of the places that we have curfews. All the curfews we have in this country, about 10, they are all chieftaincy related. So the two of you, you've been friends for years. It is for divine purpose. Take advantage of it, but tell the public, how will you leverage upon that relationship to build peace back? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, the local government minister designate, because it's not yet been sworn in, Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim, had been my deputy for almost 9 years of the 10 years that I was in the chief whip office. We work very closely, and you've seen he and I campaign together, and you join us in Wenchi. So the jail is there. My prayer and hope is that the cordial relationship that existed between us, we are almost like a family, will translate it into better output for the benefit of the Ghanaian population by working very hard, collaborating with even other colleagues to ensure that not only in Bawku do we have peace, but all over where there are these challenges. And like I said, because in the Constitution, Article 270, debar Parliament from even passing laws that has to do with chieftaincy, our hands seem to be tied. But what probably my colleague and I, if by the grace of God, we are able to sail through Parliament, will do is to collaborate effectively with the National House of Chiefs and Regional House of Chiefs so that they can fast-track the codification of the line of succession. Because if the line of succession is documented and all of us know that, oh, after Peter comes Aji Azuera, and after Aji Azuera, it can only be Aji Aladi, it makes it easy. It takes away the doubt where Muntaka will just come and run in between, probably because Muntaka has money, or he's coming from a bigger family, or he's coming from, for lack of a better word, a more vigorous family. So he and I work very closely to assist the National House of Chiefs fast-track this codification. And I'm sure when they're able to do that, it will go a long way to help us. And let me take this opportunity to thank Dasantihene for the role that he's also playing. And we'll try to work very closely with him. Having been, Dasantihene, that has helped in the Dogbon He's been helping in so many other places. It is our hope he will continue to provide his wise counsel and make his services available in assisting the government to be able to fast track, to get peace in all these areas across our country. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. I will give the floor to Honorable Ntim Fojo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Congratulations, Honorable Muntaka Mohammed Mubarak,
Thank you,
on your
Reverend.
nomination to the well-deserved position. Given that you are a very respected member of this House, a sixth-term member of Parliament, and an experienced leader of the House, and appointed to the position of the Ministry of Interior, you will be expected, among other things, to provide advice to the President on very serious matters of security sector governance, including advice to the President on the appointment or revocation of appointment of heads of various security agencies. Now, there are two schools of thought. One that posits that in deepening security sector governance and promoting professionalism, it is important that even when presidential turnover occurs, at a time when heads of security agencies may have served their term midway or at the beginning of serving their term, it is important to maintain them to serve the full term in order to ensure that professionalism is strengthened and integrity of the security services are strengthened. On the other side, there is another school of thought which also posits that in order to court political loyalty, when presidential turnover occurs, leadership will have to change heads of various security agencies and to revoke appointment of heads of agencies and appoint new ones deemed to be loyal to the succeeding government. Which of these school of thoughts do you belong to, and what do you promote in advising the President, considering the fact that countries or jurisdictions who have practiced the latter have eroded gains in their security sector governance, integrity, and have been on the path of declining security? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I mean, my colleague and I have been in this house for some time, and I'm sure if he takes the hands that he will see my line of thought. I strongly believe that if we all put national interest first, and I mean well just as you mean well, why should I doubt your action? So why not allow continuity? But you also know, sometimes you come and meet a situation where, with a greater respect, I know I've met my team and the team that I'm hopefully going to join as a member, the heads of security, and I can see the competence. But in some instances, you come and meet people that are just round holes, what do you call it, squares in round holes. Allowing that affect the national interest. Because they were not put based on national interest. They were put based on parochial interest. If you allow that to continue, then you are also not being fair to the national interest. So it will be very difficult to choose one side of your coin, because the exigencies and the time and the circumstances will determine which one you go for. Because, frankly speaking, if all of us were very professional in the way everything gets done, why should you even be bothered about who you are coming to meet as your secretary in the office, or who you are coming to meet as the driver of the minister, if the person and the actions and inactions of that person over the period, there are so many gaps. Allowing that to continue will be injurious to the national interest. So it has to be dealt with case by case. But you cannot have this kind of one size fits all. If you have that one size fits all, I don't think it will be in the national interest. But just take each case and look at the merit and demerit of staying or leaving, and then act appropriately, and making sure that when you are also going to do that, be mindful that you are also doing that in the best national interest. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Just a short follow-up. Considering the experience, the extensive experience of the nominee being a leader of this House for a very long time, and his extensive interaction with the heads of the various security agencies incumbent, and during his interactions at briefing so far, out of the 10 heads of the various agencies that you'll be heading, do you find any incumbent to be possessing traits of being around a square peg put in a round hole?
Well, that would be, Chairman, that would be extremely difficult to tell, because frankly speaking, from a distance, the way you may see an individual may be completely different from when you get closer. And then when you get all the facts. So it is when I get in, then you now have to get all the facts. When you are privy to all the facts, that's when you can be able to answer whether this person is best. Because also remember, the government has its vision and aspiration. And sometimes, if, for example, I am the type that will not be able to help His Excellency to achieve his vision and objective for this country, when the Ghanaians have trusted him, why should I stay? Because my attitude, my belief, my professionalism is contrary to the kind of vision and aspiration that he has. And he's the one who is being elected. Why should I be the one to say, not because I'm not good, but the match is just not there. So it is better to give way for somebody who can come and help him to achieve his objective. So once the facts are bare, I'm sure His Excellency John Dramani Mahama will not, he has stated it in our manifesto, and I want to believe that he means what he stated in our manifesto. He will mean well. He wants to leave legacy. Mine is to assist him in achieving this legacy. So we will not be acting based on favoritism, based on hearsay, based on what we want, but I want to believe that the advice, if it becomes necessary, that I will give His Excellency will be based on the best national interest, and I want to believe that he will also act in the best national interest. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. My last question.
Very much. Very well.
Ghana's democracy is one that is very enviable. We've gone through 5 turnovers very successfully. Even one others think that once you pass 2 turnover tests, your democracy has consolidated. However, one factor that is still inimical to the sterling democratic credentials we have is the rather unfortunate phenomenon, perennial across various transitions, of post-election violence. You have provided responses to certain specific aspects of this, but specifically, in an earlier response to a question that you gave, brilliantly and eloquently so provided, you indicated your preference for Commission of Inquiry in specific cases where you think that that would be appropriate, and even cited an incident of killings which you are aware, and one Commission of Inquiry was constituted, it fast-tracked investigations and prosecutions and served justice promptly. Considering the magnitude of the post-election violence that we have seen this year, would you support those calling for Commission of Inquiry into specific acts, the attack on the Anglo-Good Ashanti or Boase mine, for instance, and certain specific killings that took place in some constituencies, to augment on the already investigations and prosecutions you had identified? Thank you. I wish you the very best. I have every confidence in your ability to support the president to succeed, and I know you yourself will succeed. Godspeed.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Reverend.
Chair, I can assure my colleague that I have very good experts as a team that I'm going to join by the grace of God. All these things will be reviewed. But let me take this opportunity, Mr. Chair, to say, I've been around for some time. I remember very well, I was a member of the cabinet of the late President Morse, when, after winning power, he insisted that we cannot continue doing this tit for tat forever. And all of us tagged him, Father for all. I remember MMDCs even had to stay for about 6 months and all that. He sacrificed, I mean, he stood the ground. We pushed. That time, many of us were much younger with a lot of youthful exuberance. I remember in cabinet, I would say, when you do this, you yourself, in your house, they came and took cars when you were not around and harassed the second lady, President Rawlings. They did this, all that. I mean, emotionally, spoke around the cabinet table. Then he said that, look, you are young. If you don't learn to forgive, God will not forgive you. So let us push all these things behind us. He did all that. Unfortunately for us, When power changed in 2017, we went back to the 2001 behavior. And it nullified the sacrifice President Mills made. I must admit, ask the police, the security experts, the post-election violence, all that we have seen. I condemn them. His Excellency General Muhammad condemned it. You remember he even called the then president to act. But believe me, they were nowhere near some of the things that happened in 2017. That is the way we need to be truthful to ourselves. That look, what is good for you is equally good for me. We should all be acting knowing that you mean well, I also mean well. It's just that this time you have been chosen over me and I'll be patient. The next time I may be chosen over you. But when we make it look as if that once I have been chosen, I have to show you where power lies. I have to stample on you and step on your neck so that you can feel the pain of loss. Then this thing will perpetuate. And my fear is that one day, it may get out of hand and all of us will regret. I don't think we need to wait to get there. That is why, again, I remember very well, the late chairman of the NDC, Dr. Kwabena, I remember I was part of FEC then, when he said, look, we are in power. Let us show the good gesture first. Let us go to the NPP headquarters to visit them so that we, the political actors, will start talking so that we can de-escalate the tension. I remember, that time too, I remember very young. Chairman, you want us to go NPP when we are in power? Why? You want us to look like we are weak? When we have power, why can we be seen as if we are afraid of them? He refused as elderly statesman. We went. Visited the NPP at their party headquarters. Had time, chat, and interacted. And they promised they were going to return that visit. I don't know whether it is going to happen tomorrow. So when that didn't happen, then everybody was telling, Prof, Dr. Kwabena, we told you. So let we, the political actors, I mean, I've been in this house long enough, and I don't say it with apology. Napo is my brother. We are like twins. We grew up together in the city, Kumasi. His father was like a father to me. My mother is like a mother to him. But he belongs to MPP, I'm in NDC. Since he became the MP for Menchia, before him, I came to Parliament before him. Before him, there was always conflict between Aswanse and Menchia. The constituents were always fighting violently. When he became an MP, and we kept that relationship, they will see him visit me. His constituents will see me visit him. Why would they fight? The fight stopped. And for almost 16 years, there had never been any conflict between Aswanse and Menchia South. So let us, we all sitting around this table, mean well, extend courtesies to each other, and think about each other in the good sense. When we do that, I'm sure most of these things will not be happening. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. It's now the turn of Alhaji Alhassan Omar.
Thank you. Thank you for the reminder. Thank you, Chairman. Assalamu alaikum. Leader Juma Mubarak. Ordinarily, I wouldn't have asked a question because when I entered this parliament 8 years ago, you were my mentor. I asked questions. I learned a lot from you. And I'm still proud of you. And I know you're going to do an excellent job. I know who you are. I know your principles. I want to ask you a question which disturbs almost every minority in this country. And it is an issue concerning police brutalities. Recently, the recent issue is even happened in the Ashanti region, Ejura. A suspect under police custody died without any explanation and causes, and several. Leader, I want you to tell us how you will address the issue of police brutality and ensure accountability. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Earlier, I believe, if you could remember, someone asked a question. I was talking about the body cameras. I also believe that the time has come for us to put CCTVs in all our police stations and cells. I have my phone, and I have more than 15 different CCTVs on almost all my property. And I can sit here and view and review. When something happens, I can go back and check. They are not that expensive. But what they do to help us in dealing with all this will be tremendous. I'm going to join a team, and I believe that the team, they are experts in their own right, will go to look at the possibility of emulating other good examples by making sure that in all our police stations, we have CCTV in the child office, in the cells, in all its environs. I know I've visited some police stations, especially at the divisional level and regional, and I see that they have CCTVs around. We need to be able to get this in every police station as much as possible. Because, I mean, there are places where mine is solar. They are just solar. So they don't rely on the lights to go on and go off. But they are not expensive. So these are ideas that when I join the team, I will share with the expert, and let's see the possibility of doing this. Because when we do this, then if someone dies, we all know, you are a Muslim like me. If my time is not up, I'm sure you can hurt me, I can get wounded, but I won't die. But even when I get hurt, we can be able to review. Did you beat me? Or maybe I slipped. Did I die naturally? Or you killed me? All those things can be reviewed. And it takes away the suspicion. Because you see, the reason you see this and the violence that you see is mistrust. And sometimes because of the past credibility gap that we've had, where the police say, oh, we are investigating, nothing comes out of it, nobody hears anything. Even if they finish the investigation and maybe they even probably punish the perpetrators, the public don't know. So when something happens, they become so suspicious and decide to take the laws into their hands. But if we have all these measures like these cameras that I'm saying, that can be reviewed and be shown to the world, oh, this is truly what happened. One, the policemen themselves will be careful about the abuses, and then we'll be able to also know the truth anytime something happens. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Leader. I wish you well and congratulations.
Thank you very much, my brother.
Thank you. May I give the floor to Honorable Jerry Shaib.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I'm more interested in the welfare issues of the security agencies. Because, I mean, the guns would normally say that onyochu, onyoye, to wit, who much is expected of, much is given. They do a lot of work, especially when they want to remain professional. The issues including insurance for security agencies or personnel. The issues including salaries. And where they even sleep, their attire, allowances, delayed payments in these allowances. Even petty loans for them to even acquire basic cars, 1.2, 1.3 engine vehicles, for them to do some movement around. Honorable, from all your answers, you've indicated that you are the man of the people. How do you intend to bridge this gap, the gap of poverty within even the security agencies? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I mean, you're speaking to the Pope when it comes to this. I mean, when I first became Member of Parliament in Swansea, there was only one police station at the airport police station. I think Commander One is here. He was then, he became regional commander later, and together with him we built some more. And the shocking thing was that the barracks that they had in Swansea, that's the airport police station, they were using pan latrine. pan latrine. That was around 2015, thereabout. And I said, how can you dehumanize the police this way? They are using pan latrine where they ease themselves. So I built a 20-seater WC for them through the initiative of Common for other things. But I know currently, especially the Ghana Police Service, they've been able to create a welfare fund that other citizens are helping and contributing, to the extent that I'm told, even though I'm yet to get there to get the full facts, in the last 3-4 years, no police officer, no matter your ailment, the police themselves are able to deal with it without necessarily falling on GOG. It is something that I will encourage the other team, because I'm joining the team. So can we look at how we can emulate this with the other team? Can we get, yes, government to do more, but can we get also private individuals to support? Can people who God has endowed be able to support our security people so that they can support us? I mean, I always read widely, and I remember Carnegie, one of the richest guys in America, who says, I spent half of my life looking for money, and I spent the other half giving it out to charity. In this part of our world, we are not very good as charitable or giving. Like I mentioned, what Pentecost did in assisting the prison service. Let us all learn. Yes, we'll push GOG, government, to do this, but because of the enormous nature of the challenges, if I can get all the teams that I'm joining, the prison service, the narcotics, the small arms, gaming commission, all of them, to be able to have this kind of endowment, where maybe annually we launch a program and citizens, non-governmental organizations, non-profit organizations can willingly donate because of supporting us security services. I'm sure it will go a long way to deal with most of the challenges that you're talking about. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Any further questions?
Mr. Chair, yes. Just a follow-up. Honorable Muntaka, so what happens to those who are also looking for retirement benefits? What have we put in place to streamline and expedite pension processing for retiring security personnel?
Well, Chair, thank you very much. I mean, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama in the NDC manifesto, if you check, has said that he's going to ensure that the captivity is there and then review it and improve it. That, I can assure you, that will work very closely as his representative at the Ministry of Interior to ensure that this is done. Because, like I said much earlier, without morale in the services, you can bring all the tankers, you can bring all the guns, you can bring all the accoutrement. The men to man it, if their morale is low, we will have a challenge. So, like I repeatedly said, we have a national security strategy. My bid is that the part that we have to do with internal security of our country will adhere to them very strongly. And a part of it is about their condition of service. So you can be rest assured that this is something that we'll take up very seriously. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
His Excellency President Mahama is currently driving a very beautiful V8. The procurement of that V8, whether or not it meets security standards, and whether or not, as Minister of Interior, you would agree that it is a presidential vehicle, that properly so called. I'm asking the nominee.
Yeah, Chair, until I don't have this fact. In fact, he's talking about four-wheel drive. I've seen so many four-wheel drive. All of us here drive four-wheel drives. If I sit here and I tell you that I know what type of four-wheel drive essentially the president is driving, I will be untruthful for you. But as his representative at the Ministry of Interior, part of our responsibility, the team at Ministry of Interior, is to make sure that the president is secured. I can assure you that when the opportunity comes, when this House, by the grace of God, approves of our nomination, when I join the team, these are things that we'll review, and definitely, if it doesn't meet the purpose, obviously we'll ensure that we'll humbly and respectfully advise the president. But remember, the president is not just a first-time president. He's been president before, and I want to believe he's very much aware of most of these things. But obviously, when we get there, we'll look at that, and if there's some advice that we can give His Excellency, why not? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Honorable Chair. Still on the welfare of the security agencies, and vis-a-vis how they are seen to be dealing with the public and public trust, what mechanisms are you going to put in place to ensure that the security agencies would have a lot of stakeholder engagement with the people so that trust is reposed in them?
Well, thank you very much. I must admit that I've seen videos and pictures of the top hierarchy of the police, led by the IGP, in our secondary schools, in some primary schools, in some junior high schools, interacting with community. It is something that we need to encourage, not only the Ghana Police Service. Because, for example, the Ghana National Fire Service even needs to even do more of that. But all of them sometimes hinges on resources. And this is something that I keep calling, that the non-governmental organization, non-profit organization, that can assist us as a team to be able to do more of this kind of engagement. Why not? We'll be happy, because that will help the citizen to get closer, to tell us what their perception is about us, and then we'll also know, then be able to have basis for correction and improving what the team will be doing. So I can assure you that we'll be encouraging more of that to be done, the interaction with the general community. I mean, and it's also in line with the vision of His Excellency General Mahama. When you look at our manifesto, when he says that our security architecture, we are going to review to make sure that it is more community-based. Involvement of the community should be more. So we'll be looking at that, and like I keep repeating, these are experts in their own right. I mean, they've been in the services for long. They've seen it all. They've traveled across the world. We'll put our heads together to see how we can improve and get the communities to trust us more, so that we'll be able to improve what we are doing. Thank you, sir.
And that will be all for the witness. I wish you very well.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll proceed to give the floor to Honorable Minority Leader and the ranking member of the committee, Alexander Afenyu Maki.
Good afternoon, Senior.
Good afternoon, Minority Leader.
How old are you now?
Well, the extrapolation that was done to be able to get me my date of birth, it says I should be about 54 now.
Based on your date of birth on page 1 TV, which you were born October 17th, 1971, you are 54 now.
I should be heading towards 54.
Very. So you are 53 now?
Yes, Minority Leader.
Senior, in 2009, how old were you? 2009 February, how old were you?
probably around 37.
So you would mean that you had not reached that prime age of 40, as they say, life begins at 40, correct?
Yeah, obviously.
Now, a lot of Ghanaian youth are watching you now. First, share with us useful public life lessons you learned between that age of 37 when you came into public life and now that you are 53 back again into mainstream public life. And for the avoidance of doubt, the public life is, as I've used now, means getting into the executive arm of government. So I'm defining my public life to mean the executive arm of government.
Well, thank you very much, Minority Leader. You are perfectly right. I want to believe that even when you yourself came to this house some 12, 13 years ago, you admit that I think I was then the majority whip. I was more aggressive than today over the period. Well, as you age, you learn from your mistakes, you learn from the mistakes of others, you more widely, you experience so many other things. So you learn so much. And the tendency for you to think and review and probably share with others before you act is much better when you are older than when you are younger. Also, let me also say that in 2009, I had just finished first term, I started my second term, and frankly speaking, I had never worked with even any government sector. I mean, I was the type, when I completed school, never wanted to anybody. I wanted to work for myself. So the closest I did was to work in the private sector. In the private sector, the attitude, the way of doing things are completely different from the public sector, where in the public sector, age is matter, seniority matter, all those things matter, what have you and what have you. And the buck sometimes does not necessarily end with you. You could be the minister, but the buck may not necessarily end with you. Today, I've been even in Pan-African Parliament alone. I've been there for over a decade, all across the world, at the continent. You see so much. That makes you act differently from when you were much younger, that you have the kind of experience that you have when you are in your 50s. So definitely there's a huge difference between my good self. I can tell myself that sometimes I wonder and say that, why are you tolerating this from this constituency? I said, don't worry, the person is young. When he grows, he will understand. So yes, I've learned so much.
You were 37 when you entered into the executive arm of government.
Yes, Honorable Minority Leader.
You had some issues with the civil service structure, and you are on record to have said that the directors cannot be trusted.
Obviously, that was then. It's part of what I'm saying.
No, I gave you the opportunity to do a general overview.
Yes.
To advise the youth. So pick something from this. Now I'm delving into the specifics.
That's okay, sir.
Right. Some of the public utterances against the conduct of the chief directors. And you know, you have done a perfect expansion of your background, that you were coming from the private sector and you saw things differently. So it made you say certain things. Today, going back in there, confronted with similar attitude by the civil service, and bear in mind, no doubt, you are going to meet a bureaucracy of permanent government workers who can give you tough time. What would be your posture?
Well, Mr. Chair, I think since I say I've consistently said that I'm joining a team. I want to believe that probably in 2009, I went thinking that I was the king. Today, I believe that I'm only joining a team. And I've drummed it again since morning that if I have to succeed, it is because this crop of expertise will have to come on board and let us work as a team. If we have to fail, we'll fail together as a team. My attitude is completely, by the grace of God and with all humility, as you know. Now I even teach leadership in UPSA. I teach master class in leadership. Obviously, you cannot be an effective leader if you think you know it, or you see people as this, it is you and me. If you see leadership as playing parts of the relay to get us finish a race and making everybody feel belonging and everybody's view matter and everybody feels important, even the tortoise will want to speed up to get us finish the race. So that will be the attitude that I'll be going in there, that look, we do this together and I respect your expertise. What do you say? I have to be more listening than doing all the talking. I don't have to act until I'm very sure that all of us, or at least majority of us in the team, believe that that is the best way to act. So it's no longer about me as an individual, it should be about us. I think that will be the attitude I'll be going in there with. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Honorable Leader, you have used a word that you have used a king, and you juxtapose against your yesterday. Muntaka at 36 thought that leadership meant he being a king. Muntaka at 53 believes that leadership to him is being part of a team. In a recent interview with a Joy FM journalist, you had cause to critique the leadership of the Speaker of the 8th Parliament of Ghana. Do you still hold firm those views as contained in those criticisms? The 8th Parliament Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me clear this. I did not criticize the Speaker. I criticized his style. And I believe that for a style, people have their varying views. I respect him. He's mentored me. We agree more on so many other things, but we have areas where we agree. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Honorable nominee, so I'll give you a bit of a background, by way of laying foundation. Then I will mount my question on it. Okay? You recall Donald Rumsfeld, a former Defense Secretary of the United States of America.
During George Bush.
Very well. Some journalists were pestering him on some very important matters of state. They pushed him over and over again. I'll try to paraphrase what he said. That there are known unknowns and the known unknowns, and there are unknown knowns. Keep that in mind. Foundation 2. Some of your colleagues who I interacted with on your nomination expressed joy upon the announcement because they say you are very hardworking. But we're quick to also say that when your back against the wall, you can spill. Let me ask you, are you ready to enter your casket with some debts on you, even when you are innocent, to save the name?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I will say that you are asking the Pope. I'll just give one example to reiterate this. I believe, Minority Leader, you knew how we elected Mr. Speaker into office. Everybody in this country had done everything possible. I believe even including the security agencies to know which of us supported us, and they don't know. Because
but we know.
You don't know.
We know.
You
we
don't.
Know.
You don't.
We know.
You
don't
I'm
go
sorry.
there.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm answering question. You ask a question. I hope you let me answer.
Well, but because you've introduced that,
because I'm saying that
we know.
You don't. You don't. You can only guess. You cannot say you.
But do you know?
I worked with people, and I told them that not even my wife will know this. I will die with it. I meant it, and I will die with it. I'm telling you that I'm going to this ministry that is security, an area where you talk less, you act more. I can assure you that even, I'm sure, I'm not telling that, you and I, in the last few years that I've been in this house, not even few, for over a decade.
You are inadvertently spilling.
No, I'm not spilling. I'm saying that over the period.
You are inadvertently spilling.
Oh, Mr. Minority Leader, I'm saying that over the period that you and I have been in this house, you can attest to the fact that there have been so many things between us that no person has ever known. And I can assure you that no third person will ever know. Because you can trust me that when I say I am doing this with my honor, I meant I'm doing it on my honor. Obviously, like you rightly said, when you push someone to the wall, I mean, it is said in the account, when you chase a coward to the wall, you see his braveness. Yes, all of us have our values, we have our principles. It gets to a point where if your core values are going to be compromised, you rather prefer to walk away. That is a natural thing. But I can assure you that when it comes to, as people say, spilling the beans, I'll be the last anyone can doubt whether I keep confidentiality. I can be angry and be talking about it, but the details and specifics of things, you can never hear from me. Yes, I'm human. I'm not an angel. I can have my weakness and strength. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Honorable nominee. Let's go back to your seat. Your residential address is provided thus: B60 Simpson Road, Boteman.
Yes, Manoj Tilda, Chairman.
But in that area where you live, you acquired your lease from government.
Yes.
So it was a state land that you bought.
Yes.
And you have a lease covering between you and government of Ghana acting through the land mission.
Yes.
As your leaseor and you being a leasee.
Yes.
You also agree with me that you bought that land because that area was demarcated as a residential area.
Yes.
And that you bought it with equal right as any other person, be it a Ghanaian or a foreigner, the ability to pay.
Rightly so.
How would you feel if any Ghanaian suggests to you that by mere fact that that is a government land, you have taken advantage to acquire that, therefore you are corrupt?
Well, Mr. Chair, what I would say is that the whole of East Legon was for the state. There are private people living there, people who had worked in government before, and others. But residential was all state land. People acquired them legitimately and living there. I don't see anything wrong if it is done legitimately and rightly. And I've heard my colleague, the Attorney General, in answering question. If the land question says they advertise, they say they are giving out fees based on this procedure that is legitimate and you acquire, how can anybody say because of that you are corrupt? But obviously, as you may know, Chair, people have their perceptions about things. I remember in 2010, in 2009-10, when Obutu bought the residence that he was in, and people said morally it was wrong because if you were a minister and you were given a home, do you end up buying it? And it went up to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court said that it was legally done. So far as I'm concerned, if you buy it legitimately, and others are saying that, because of this, let them lend it in a lawful manner and let it be tested. Give me a check.
Honorable nominee. What do you say to some of our patriots who hold view that property acquisition is a crime?
Well, everybody has his view about things. I mean, with the greater respect, you may like to take alcohol. I don't. Maybe because my religion forbids. You may like to take pork. My religion forbids me, and I accept and I don't take. You have chosen to have only one wife because your religion will not allow you to go more than one wife. My religion allows me to go up and I have two. I mean, so everybody has his view about things, and once someone holds his view about things, and as you know, it's not challenged in a legal court to test that you are doing something illegal. I don't bother about that, and you know me in this house that many of you say that I have a tick because I don't really bother much about what you are thinking. I rather focus what I believe is the right thing, and I try to do the best that I can and improve the Muntaka yesterday, the Muntaka of today to be better than the Muntaka of yesterday. That's my focus, but not what people go about saying. Thank you, Chair.
Back to your CV, page 1. Languages spoken and written. Hausa, Tree, Dagbani, and English. I know that some of your Dagomba friends taught you how to speak Dagbani. I don't know whether they taught you how to write Dani as well. Oh, I know.
No, Chair is right. I mean, we've had a lot of conversations, so he knows a lot more about me. Yes, I can say, Mr. Chair, permit me to amend the decision to cancel the unwritten. Obviously, even in the Hausa, I cannot write very well in Hausa. The only way I can write very well is English. Even Tree, I can't write well, so it's a mistake. So, if permit me, I will amend it by just the languages spoken. Thank you.
Please permission that.
Honorable Mini, in Ghana, when a person says, my hometown, in the ordinary meaning of it, what would a person be referring to? To what would lead a person to say Winneba is his or her hometown?
Well, my understanding of hometown is where you are born or where your parents are born or where your parents hail from or your grand hail from. So it's just funny that in our country, our belief is that reference to only where your grandfather comes. But I think it's absolutely wrong. Because if we are going to do that, then all of us will leave this country. We will all not be Ghanaians. Because everybody came from somewhere down to somewhere and somewhere and somewhere. So me, my hometown is Kumasi, where I was born and bred. That is where I have lived. I have siblings who do not know Techima, not alone to get to Tamale. Yes, I'm a side with a northern background, and I'm proud of it. I attended Tamale Secondary School. I get to know the families. I visited Kumbongo, where my grandfather hails from. I'm happy to be at the Gomba, but I was born and bred in Kumasi, and I use Kumasi as my hometown, and I'm very proud of it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
That's a bit of your northern background.
Well, my grandfather, I'm told, my great-grandfather, I'm told, hailed from Kumbung. My grandfather was born around Kumbung, up in Kumbung, moved in trading through Salaga and led in Kumasi through the challenges that you know that's between the north and the south. So my grandfather died in Kumasi. He was buried in Kumasi. My father grew up in Kumasi, also died in Kumasi. My mother, born in Tamale and moved to Kumasi, I'm told, when she was just about 2 years, and has since been in Kumasi to today. I born and bred Kumasi. My father has 41 of us. I'm number 14, and all of us born, I think with the exception of 2, that my father said they were born in Salaga. All the others, 39 of us, born in Kumasi. And it is Kumasi that all of us have ever known. Our assets, our larger family. Yes, we have the extended family. We visit, we are proud of them. Some are in Salaga. Some of my sisters married, have taken them to some of my sisters are in Tamale. Ras Mubarak is my direct nephew. He's my direct sister. She's my father's fifth born. But she married, took her back to Tamale. Some of my siblings are in Germany. Some are in London who are now British. Some are in America who are now Americans. So I am born and bred in Kumasi, and I'm proud of it, and I see Kumasi as my hometown, and I will remain of being a Kumarican. Yes, and then my cousin is Ansah. Until the funeral came, when his mommy died, I went. Then that's what the family said. What are you doing? I came to my friends. They said, no, he's not your friend. And they started telling the relation. Looked at him, and I see one of my uncles. I see they have some resemblance. I said, oh, we have an imam in Asante, the late regional imam. It's late. He has a slogan that he uses very frequently every time he preaches, just to remind us about the peace. He said, look, everybody is in everybody's home. So be careful about what you do to each other, because by the time you realize you are related in one way or the other. So it's a very common slogan in communities Zongo in Kumasi, Kuwa Nigerian Kuwa, to which means everybody is in everybody's home. So be careful what you do to people, because least you come up and realize that, oh, not knowing that the one that you are hating is your red brother or cousin or nephew or niece. Thank you, Chair.
So, in other words, you are telling me that should I take a secret ballot on you, my respected colleague, Dr. Amin Adam, is like to defy my orders and vote for you because you are indeed his blood brother.
Mr. Chairman, I don't think my...
It's not for you to answer.
Okay, thank you.
Honourable members, Honourable Amin Adam is not even a member of this committee, so he didn't even have a vote to cast.
Honourable nominee, you have indicated to us fully and in all sincerity that you've acquired the government land, you acquired it rightfully, and to the extent that you acquired it rightfully and you have your lease, there's nothing with it. May I know from you, still being honest with us, do you know some of your party members in leadership of your party who have acquired government lands in Cantonment, Roman Ridge, Airport Residential Area? Do you know, perchance?
Mr. Chairman, speaking, I don't go about asking people about their assets and listen, frankly speaking. So, if I visit, say, the chair of the committee who, will be in this house and work together on so many things, and I say, oh, you have a nice house. How am I going to be asking, oh, how did you acquire it?
That's when okay. I think, no.
So, I just don't know. I don't know. Frankly speaking, I don't know.
That's okay. Fair answer. Somebody may not like you, but your sincerity would always precede you. And I put that out for public consumption with the little interaction I've had with you. Now, do you have some of your party members who live in the Roman Ridge area, Ridge, Cantonment, Airport residential area, since you visit them, some of your party leaders, colleagues in Parliament, colleague NDC members out of Parliament, do you have some of them living in these areas? I don't want you to mention names, but do you have some of them living in these areas?
Frankly speaking, Mr. Chair, I've been scanning my mind to see who did I know. The only person that I used to visit and play tennis with, he was then the minister, Honorable Mama Ega, when he was around the Roman Ridge. And since lost power, he left there. I don't know, but I knew that probably he was there because he was a government official or minister, because I could see then Bawku was next to him. So we'll go and play tennis together and do a lot of things together. In Roman Ridge, in Cantonment...
Okay, let's deal Cantonment specifically, currently.
Frankly speaking, I'm scanning my mind to see whether I've visited any of my colleagues' two areas. On my honor, no. I can't recollect now whether I said anybody in that area. Unless if you see me around any of this area with somebody, you can ask whether, when I visit, ask him whether he owns the house or the land. Maybe
I've moved out away from the ownership. Honorable, I intend to be very brief.
Thank you.
But your question, you know, we are ordinarily entitled to follow-ups. So I'll be brief.
Okay. I think that's a good, what do you call it, sign with me. I'll try to be very
And
good.
as you may be aware, your event today comes under a special dispensation.
I have no doubt about that. And
For
I'm grateful.
very security reasons, and it's in the public interest that we take you to for the sake of our country. And as my respected colleague Kennedy Japan and Napo normally say, this is about systems and policies, not NDC MPP. So we are doing this for the country and nothing MPP NDC.
And
I'm
we are-
just
and we are
limiting
grateful.
it
And we are grateful.
to critical
We are
issues.
Sincerely grateful.
How close are you with Honorable Drisu?
I'll say very close.
Do you visit him in his house? Sometimes?
Yes. Around Bank Hospital. Yes,
That's what
yes. I've visited him before. Sorry. Yes. That's what I said. I was scanning my mind to see.
You know he lives at Canton?
Yes, I know.
Very well. That's okay. Now let's deal with the time you left majority front bench. You recall that Mr. Speaker said this to you. I want to quote Mr. Speaker on the floor. He told you that when one door closes, many more are open. Do you recall this?
Yes, I do.
How good do you feel being an interior minister today, having this statement of Speaker on the floor of the House in mind, especially when those were your very low moments?
Well, let me admit, even apart from what he said on the floor, I'm grateful to Mr. Chair because we met in his chamber and he repeated same and advised me, you are a member of the Pan-African Parliament. Look well.
You know you are going to the mosque.
Yes. So when he said that in Pan-African Parliament, not long before I became the chair of the Committee on Monetary and Finance, and that has opened so many other opportunities. The extent that if you admit, most of the time, I'm not seen on the floor because I was busy with that. So yes, once that door closed, so many others open, and I'm grateful for that.
Including
advice.
this one?
Yes.
Including this one?
Yes.
Okay. Were you expecting this? Yes, no.
Well, I am the one who I'm type who live by the day and
Are you
trust in my
expecting
maker.
this?
So I don't wake up and say things. I just say the will of Allah be.
In 2020, you made your 6-year-old daughter vote, correct?
Yes.
Do you regret doing that?
No. I mean, my belief, Mr. Chair, was that this was, I mean, I'm very fan of Khadija. She insisted she wanted to be here today. I said no, you go to school. Very fan of her. I mean, you have so many children, but sometimes you'll be very fan of one. She said, Daddy, can I see how voting is done? So I said, oh, don't worry, we'll get there, I will. So I pulled her by my side to vote. Yes, I must admit, the votes are supposed to be secret.
So in other words, you didn't consider the legality or otherwise your action.
That's the thing.
You did it out of love and passion for
yes, daughter. Knowing that, seeing it, and even using a hand to do it doesn't mean anything to you apart from just having the feel that, oh, I now know what to do.
I am letting you know that it was wrong.
Yes. Later, when it came up, I said, oh, yeah, it's true, because one is supposed to secret.
You get the opportunity to apologize to Ghanaians?
I did.
Very well. Honorable Munta, in 2009, when you were a young person in government, you encountered some controversies. Which controversies and assured, and you were cleared. This committee will be happy to have the report right. That is, if you procure the copy for yourself. I say because as public servants of the political class, our being there is driven perception. It is therefore important that when litigation has come to an end, we let the same public know the state of it. If you don't mind, and if you have it, would you want to share that report that cleared you of any wrongdoing?
Mr. Chair, I relocated from our laboratory to my new place. I moved, you know how we receive documents in Parliament. I moved most of the documents to the library in my community. In fact, they are still in stacks. I'll make effort to see if I can get it. I'll let you have it.
Fair enough. My very last question, so you can go to the mosque. You've assured the country today that you are a moderate politician, correct?
Yes.
You also assured the nation today that your honor will not tolerate partisan violence, correct?
Yes.
You are also telling Ghanaians that you don't subscribe to all the post-election violence we are having in the country, correct?
I condemn it, yes.
You also assure the nation, particularly the investor community, that you do all you can to protect their investment in Ghana.
Yes.
You also verily assure all Ghanaians, especially your political adversaries, to be specific, the MPP members who are in position, that your office will not tolerate political vendetta.
Yes.
On oath, you have said that you will lead your ministry to introduce reforms at our various security agencies. You still committed to that?
Yes.
Which you on oath?
Yes.
Now, it all. You have praised the security agencies, particularly the police. Let me say that the Inspector General of Police, Dr. Akufu Dampare, many may have their own views about him, but I am one person who respect him, admire, and believe that if we have his type consistently manning our police service, Ghana will be a better place. There may be some disagreement about his style, but I personally believe that what he has done for the nation in terms of security is one that we must all celebrate. What would be your own advice to anybody who would suggest that because he was an appointee of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and he's not 60 yet, an energetic, competent GP should be removed by virtue of changing power? What would be your advice?
Well, I can assure you that when, by the grace of God, this House approves of my decision and I join the team, definitely there will be assessment of all the team members. You know, His Excellency President Mahama has a vision and objective for which Ghanaians have voted for him. All that will be reviewed in, and those that, in the views of His Excellency President Mahama, will be helpful in assisting him to achieve their objective, especially in the national interest, I will support it. But I will not be able to deal with specific individuals to give assurance that, oh, after this person, he will go. After this person, he will stay. In fact, me, myself, I do not have that power. Even as Minister for Interior, I do not have that power. I can only make a recommendation about one individual or the other to His Excellency the President. And that decision is that of the President, which all of us are serving at his message. So I will not be able to give any definite answer, but I can assure you, I believe, meeting since I was nominated, and with them, I can see that they are breaking their back to keep us safe. They need to be afraid. We need to support the system so that the system will continue to improve and protect all of us. That's assurance you can get from me. But as to who will go, who stay, I do not have that power. The best or the worst I can is to recommend to His Excellency, and that is for him. Thank you.
Honorable nominee, indulge me. I've sought the leave of my respected chairman to do this one more exercise. And me, you know how this our enterprise is. I take you back to 2016. In 2016, November, December, thereabout, President Mohammed's government granted some approvals for what they call clearance. We hear clearance for some public institutions to recruit. I was zoning on the security services, particularly police, immigration, fire, and prisons. This recruitment began around November and into December, after even the elections. These young men and women entered the training schools even while they were celebrating. And in March of 2017, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo went to Fosu, the immigration training school there, and officiated the passing out ceremony of those recruitments took place in December. I want to ask you, there is general apprehension in town. There were Ghanaians who were recruited and are training. If you go to police training school at Tesano, there are Ghanaians male, female, training. If you go to Fosu, if you Tafo, immigration, there are Ghanaian youth training, fire, training schools, all over. They are training. In fact, since I became a member of parliament in 2013, I have benefited from ministers of interior coming to support MP that bring your constituent to allow balance. When I was in opposition, when you were in opposition, they gave you some. All MPs, they pass it through leaders. So, on authority, I know that those Ghanaian youths who are training are not PP so-called, but they are Ghanaian who they are MPs. I'll go there, please. Honorable, can I finish my question respectfully? No, can I finish my question respectfully? The chairman controls this meeting.
Order.
All right? I speak facts.
Please, order. Honorable, proceed.
Very well.
Ask your question.
Be tolerant. You are a friend of this committee. I'm not going to mention names, but if you want me to mention names, I can. Because we are dealing with national issues here. Please. From 2017 all the way to 2024, when elections were being held, NDC MPs got protocols for recruitment. PP MPs got protocols for recruitment. Some, that's correct. That's a good qualifier. Some, that's correct. Ghanaian youth who bought forms had the opportunity. Would you ensure that Ghanaians who are currently in training will conduct their training peacefully, and upon completing their training, you as minister or anybody authorized by you will officiate their passing ceremony? Honorable nominee, please, I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I think facts are always available to check. What I've said, and I'm repeating, is that I, Muntaka Mohamed Mubarak, I worked in the best national interest. That's I will say on this. I'll act in the best national interest. That's all I will say.
Honorable nominee, thank you very much. I wish you all the best. You will from us, and that's a very mature response, and I think I'm satisfied. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Mess. May I humbly,
Chairman.
May I humbly, Honorable Roxon Dapamoko. Honorable Roxon Dapamoko, you don't have the floor. You do not have the floor. I do not intend to engage in this with you. Honorable Roxon Dapamoko, I least expected you to this. You do not have the floor. Wait for me to give you the floor. Honorable members, I recognize,
Chairman, with all due respect,
the presence.
The ranking member has just said that between 2017 and 2024, every NC member got protocol. I never got. Please.
Honorable members.
He said every NDC member of parliament. So please.
Honorable members, please. Honorable Roxon, please take it easy.
I never
Honorable Roxon,
anybody.
Honorable Roxon, take it easy. He qualified it by saying, I've been a member of parliament for a long time, and I know as a member of parliament,
our constituents will come to us with enlistment form and beg on behalf of our constituents to be elected. When you go to beg and you happen to get it, fine. If you don't happen to get it, fine. But I don't have a situation where they will say that automatically as a member of parliament, you are entitled to bring this number of people to be enlisted into the police service. So with all respect, let's handle this with some utmost. So honorable members, I recognize the presence of Honorable Matthew Opoku Prempre, former member of parliament for Menchia and vice presidential candidate for the New Patriotic Party in the just ended presidential election. Honorable members, with this, I proceed to recognize the guests seated behind the nominee who are here to give moral support. First on my list is Hajia Zinab Ahmed, a spouse of the nominee. I recognize you with your children. Alhaji Muntala Shuabu, father of the nominee. I also recognize Augustus Andrews Nana Akwesi, Asha Regional Chairman, NDC. I recognize Alhaji Muhammad Abdul Wahab, Kotokoli Imam, Ati Region. COP retired, Kofi Buachi, Director of Operation at the President. Chief Alhaji Ahmed Ibrahim, Angara Chief, Ashanti Region. Sheikh Abdul Razak Abdullah, Deputy Regional Imam of Alusuna Ashi. Alusuna. Very well. I also recognize Nana Kofinti, representative of Asokore Mampong, Hini. I recognize Chairman Mustafa Ayariga, Vice Chairman Sawasi Constituency. Chief Alhaji Abdul Salam Akate, Kuro Balugambani, Sapara II. Alhaji Yaya Muhammad Mahmoud, Imam of Bolga. Alhaji Fuseni Abu Dagomba Chief Ashanti. Nana Ya Gentua, Office of the Presidency. And Lawyer Chum Barima, Secretary to the Transitional Team on Interior. You are all welcome. Honorable members, I have the pleasure to congratulate the nominee and to say that you've been here on time. Questions were posed to you, very composed, intelligent. You've provided the answers to the questions. Once again, congratulations. You will surely hear from the committee and you are hereby discharged.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm grateful.
office ni fie ya so ya yakoda ho anase mati enkase me nanama Dr. Louisa Hanabisu me friend say dog buame anase mati say list story sorry I wonam say open appointment open position mona mo bro mona mo bre na obi ya yanka se akwaje appointment bi ye no ye som wo man Ghana me se ye tena ha so ho aya ne ye tena na se uye minister uye deputy minister uye chief executive officer udi emuazia ye ne wa chichirafo aso wo Ghana ha Nyankopon domboa na kiu tintinti se eson so na se wukokodi emuaze a uteki Ghana for granted sa ahantansu no sa afa na usu bamboni e shade kamu ba be ye pie wo ba be kire se woni minister no woni deputy minister no woni chief executive officer na ya kire wo se power no eye Ghana for dia ya kira wo say ye ne ebie konso tuma pempem te yenka enti amon forget wo mukra mon forget wo mukra wo mo no a o mo ti radio ni TV ni so anopa na o mo to ayampia mo ko opposition ani wa man te kwa na sports presenters ni adwani jamo opposition less than 2 weeks and almost sports presenters in Adrian Jawa. More Ghana handman who father your appointment. What is say 1 minute do me for you or my will be appointment da. Kwabena nka so akopa appointments. Na mama nka se me kopa appointment. Nana pokuli story nka se wo lobby. Charles McCarthy mo mba hobi nka se wo lobby why. Ya juma magana akoyie. Ama Ghana gina yie. Mr. Premier Johnny Mewie. Daniel Du Osido Hakata. So al Kalafi Kelafi Diana Bakanie Godfred Dak Lomotenie Ni ayi Emosunie Achu Gashonie Godfred Dak Lomotenie Kwashi Noble Agope Enie Andy Molas nie Ibrahim Musa nie Awuni Joseph Sewe jina mu awie Kwashi Nobo Agopa Ibrahim Musa de bi woti lobby de unso ani abre pa wo lobby na akwa nie kwesi ataso wo jina mu obi bright so wo jina mu Sean Moss woniye Mensa Jones woniye Right Mredo Tibusu woniye Nana Wiafia Kenten su wajinam Mami Amamil su woniye Jacob K Takite Hamless majority caucus no one more leadership no just said yeah one more take over one more take you one seat our parliament and no just say we have the men and I'm remember him na they were na me why friend wow hey nama mensa how change of government no just say e dware me too abanse saba na mama na ama me kala nyina bright system ni mu nyina bright ama me kala bright papa fake ina mo de ban release na mo de ban sa fake release na mo sorry mo de ba no ene Ghana Revenue Authority acting ho ade a chen ya nkrofo abodompem e wo Ghana Revenue Authority wo hwa no mo de list aba fake na aba bebom wo hwa na nkrofo de fake release bi statement bi aba no mo de aba bebom ene adeachi ye Ghana Revenue Authority GRA ena adwumayefo ne o manfa akobodom wo hei wa mo twen de wo ba de oye acting wa mo twen de oye acting wei awia me ba mi hu ya ne se o ye se Ghana airport port and dey obobi adako obobi akasa se sia so obo mo bo wa mo boa munya rough na mo de nkrofo ma me no nkrofo kununum akoma edi agro dia chenya yenhwa Ghana Revenue Authority GRA na ehwo no maye menye nkrofo akobodom pimo hei wa mo hwe acting GRA boss a o take over Juliana ma me no wo no so no ukọ enti o mo hwe de wo ba because names too and aba betodwa names too nso be betodwa ba ko na che said Secretary to the President, Dr. Callistus, assign ye. Bawku akana, enye Dr. Callistus na assign ye. But to announce an appointment. Oh, ayasana sa mudi nkrofo akoma edi agro. Nkrofo wo family, nkrofo wo busuafo. So nkrofo wo ma. E wo yire no mu wo kunu no. Enti munya sa rough na mudie no. Me see na dia na ekwaso agiare e dia na esi adai yensi e boss yi omo omo kwa appointing na hu abasemi ada agiare nsu bi esi ana na kese agiare kra de ndie tisa ensi akwansu no hu akire ne pa o edini dia be bo na kwa be fa so abekwa akoye adwuma ne asem no list ne dia udi be pie mu na emom no ekwan ya be fa so a Ubekwa National Communication Authority akwa take you over akwa ye adwuma say NCA boss no ehwo no mo ne asem no Elias say asa ugu no no na wutwa na obeye bia da wanim Ghana Revenue Authority enye bibia na asi ho enye NDC fo na akwoso me wo so mu obi nya adwuma wo ho enye adwuma ye fo no me say appointment bi aba no wo mo mpe na ye wo mu nyina ne say Professor Sharif Muhammad Caleb ana ye se che say fresh release bi bai eno kwa na che say nye Secretary to the President ene sign ye se ne obe President Mahama pa so wono ne acting Ghana Revenue Authority Oni na chesi ya boni din se acting Ghana Revenue Authority ye boni din wo hono mo afedi ya hono mo na fo Francois aba se ora Anthony Sapon wono ne acting ya akwa replace Juliana ewo Ghana Revenue Authority but Dr. Anthony Sapon wono ne statement na eba and it was signed by the Secretary to the President Dr. Callistus so ho enti na kira say on say on de we amkeka nkofo ti bom Ghana ha enti na de achi ye no adwuma fo twen prof ana anazo mo twen Anthony Sapon ana enso nkrofo na hye kire ye amudi sansem hunu nkrofo mi sei mi hu wo Bobie ade mi sei Obobia position ni appointment fia obobia da kwan aye nie afa na news me free asre kwa debate wa ya ade wa bo adwuma osefata an ne ye ka ene ono abeka sase enye nokre eti mu a mo share kire no a mo yes appointment sa fake appointment no you people are warned o be careful wherever you are hiding ya mo sorry a sa mo so mo ya mo appointment begumu no mo hwe yie pa na mo hwe yie yani bidi abedi no mo mfa komate bia metoto nkrofo so Shishia no security agencies no mfa mo nancy form eya doso wo Ghana ha sei eja shishia no eya doso enra saboba EP okay ntine de si ye ewo okay de si ye o GR no ani ho de si ye o Ghana Revenue Authority anie aho ena chese enkrofo akoba dompem ho no no na omu ebisa se Professor Sharif Muhammad Caleb ena eba anase eye Ora Anthony Sapon ena eba na so ho show mu ankasa unnecessary tension bi ena mo hye baabi na mu kreti ede ma Ghana fo enti regiara ni mu ho no enkrofo abodompem edwumayefo ni nyina pie boss de ahe na eba boss hwan na eba eye Anthony Sapon anase eye Professor Sheriff ena eba na ena Jerry office go show hey she we a caddy we a caddy esi say my yesa wo ho no man release we say pine na ba no mo chiche ministerial positions ni the man crofo na ba ese eye fake enya papa wo ho no man release we ya ba no mo che CEO positions no na a free release free fellas kwatwo for so aba eye fake enya no kore e dia na moje adia na mo ye no mo a mo hye baabi no a mo so mo yam appointment no 7 December 2024 ya kwa election ya kwa akoto aba no mo a mo ye sa fake appointment no ballot papers no na ballot no na mo din wo so na mo mfo nyine wo so unnecessary tension just stress and pressure and a mu create wa Ghana ha say emfa so bia ni so we na de chi ye police fo na mu soldier fo na mu enti senya say one man penifo ni mienu na Professor Sharif no ebeti ase hu say ono ne de na e ba ye no it was not signed by the secretary to the president na ono so ne dom aye ho party and na de chi ye na ka to aso wo kwa adwuma obekwa na Mr. Anthony Sapon so say mesumi kuta me de na eno no anim guase ne sa ne ma na mo ye ne ka de e ka say e ka say sana ama metia se na de ache ne abomidi na na ma ekomaslock na enye fellas kwacho for sunshine ne shaase na enye Dr. Kalisto sunshine ne shaase me so de se pia e fake or your authentic or original enye pie no kwade me take you over me de se bomode pie dia say ye fake say you authentic say you enye original o me take you over by force mu by force pa me fanya akwadro kra siwa but in penifo no mo to mo ho ase ekwaye wa mo nti wa mo ho ase a enka be ha adwen kwa me pacho majority caucus leadership no ma me na me mboboso na komanim because me ba eja hyehye no eso ade ekoso wo Ghana ha se no Ghana Police, Ghana Armed Forces, Ghana National Fire Service for all the security agencies no minim ne mo yade afa ho because as a ya agensamu ye too much enra Saboba EP Senior High School. Saboba EP Senior High School. Eja to dormitory honomo ama obiba girls dormitory. Obiba abajua wawu washi wawu. Edi na ekoso wo Ghana ha say after election biano especially as and when na NDC wapa wa biano e wo say ja to Ghana. Wo say ja to Ghana. Ye de ekoso no ye nte ase. Every 4 years, a election biana NDC and a berry ni biano. First 3 months, we bet in a jato ha, we bet in a jato ha, we bet in a jato ha, we bet in a jato ha. It is becoming too much. And Nurankwano, me yes, Shoni at Medina, ho baby jadem. And you mre, Achimota petroleum one, ne jadamu bru 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 bru, ya nasam ketwa, a jadamu bru 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 bru. And one year, Sansuanya videos, and also a Kwaba, Sasa Boba, EP Senior High School, a jadamu, one man will be bashi. Ama will be by your assay. Every week. Fire incident, yanti 1, 2, and one say yati free, and yeti the free ha, yeti the free northern region, yeti the free upper east, yeti the free western region, yeti the free buno, ade, ediana kwasu Ghana's. So for how long enti, ade, eti Ghana security no, just a muda hono mosa, emu ye loose such as say, ye intimate nase, and detect it, and yama would be who said, a ye asin, and yet say, ben we say, be and Kwabena a tire chest will be on Bedi Boniana. Young hunu enya car accident you eja na to talk to baby eja e na ehye nkrofo adwapade ensan so kura kum nkrofo ma enti system ni ye loose sa e ye weak sa enti na dru baby na so mo betan no mo de dampare am say am person meka bi because first pa na Ghana Police Service e ye active pa no ade a chia on if I say daily basis we bet Ashanti Regional Police Command now we move brief here nema wo do bia incident no ne nema bia sisi ho no we de ho report eba we bet Western Region Police Command Regional Police Command and nema si no we de report eba Northern Region na nema si no we de even Kwa District kura no division kura no omo my update incidents ahodo a ekoso but under dampare yentehwe one just on to she. Enti Ghana ni ti wanu ma de wani tiri man say eh enya dampare boy adwuma bibia nkoso robbery incident akofom attacks akofom wenu mu akofom na be Inspector General of Police na wo de wo set rules wo interest rules and our set here ade be favor because when say predecessors in any challenges face difficulties we bra Ashanti Regional Police Command e report eba Northern Regional Police Command e report eba Western Regional Police Command e report eba Central Regional Police Command e report eba on daily basis na we mu brief Ghana for say the security situation city and all the regions no so mu nya challenge because mona those reports in eba no na wo IGP ni ye bo wachi enti wo be collapse system no wo be good that system no ya eye adwuma no sa system no wo be gu no enti se wo gu no dia na ye report bibia se bia we yes Western we yes Central we yes Northern we yes Hasei na ya ka dampare bo adwuma dampare bo meanwhile ye kum nipa robbery ekoso eniema ekoso but yente because you reported the man national. Na national was sanction say munka carry. James Opon be brey. James Opon predecessor Asante Piatu be brey. Esan the 16 regions no commanders ni division for no mo ye active. Fidi Ghana for information was a yensaka no. But wo de wo hu say wo pese wo di IGP ni che. It that system no operating a year adwuma no wo be collapse no it is a wo collapse ne dia on daily basis yente Western Region dia kwaso yente dia kwaso Northern Region sana was running police administration no I don't care do aba be IGP no me na memfa me ho but I was say police administration ye active say the nim Ghana Police Service police administration na ye active no sana ye pese ye hu no because the last time me no be di kuma na me say enti Ghana police ni ona me say na ya Ghana na adwo ana na o me Ghana na adwo monkwa na monkwa hwe ne me ekokoso e wo other regions but dampare ma yen report who interest first you the mami EP school no Saboba fire incident me the video na ma na MP kura wo ho no mo no I don't know say first time ni dia Bomodian ye bibi fafa ho because enra after fire incident no video ami hu ye edi free sa school mu ho no no eye ma reho eye me ahomete after fire incident no me share sa over EP senior high school no me share school no environment ya eye ma homete eye ma reho na question na me bisa mo say wo be wie junior high ne ya post no ed ne ko senior high school EP saboba EP senior high school environment kura na nkura no kura kwatena okura kosuadi school na environment kura airtime she school ni nie eno school we saboba na chese northern region ho no mo baabi ene gya toye mo de mo hwe video yi na da so yi mo hwe school ni environment she senior high school mo hwe Citizen show here TV because video show ya na show wa hase ya na here TV Citizen TV ya dem ho okay Citizen TV ya dem Citizen TV enti no hwe school ni nie na school ni compound school ni environment school ni compound honom as a school no baby a school ni one any member of parliament any MP any DC and as a MCE mi sister na ehwe o se wa hwe o honom a na BEC resource aba computer placement yes ya place wo ba e de ne ko saboba EP your friend is a senior high school share school ni environment na akora ne be kwa sa school we ye wasi examination no questions na ya set ye no mathematics integrated science English any elective subject na ya set sa questions na ya set ye no dia wote Prempeh College Opoku Ware Presec Achimota School Every gas nom St. Augustine no mo atire no sa examination paper question na bi and I will be a what say school me onu nso atire bi question na ya seti wasi no a e wasi will be atire no watwa no hwe school senior high school ya e wo sa krom ho no saboba ho no no EP senior high school e ya government yuji ma video ni naso enti me hwedi na mbisa say enti MPs na mo no Northern region no common fund MPs common fund ya na mo de ya den ebinum o enye mu nyina MMDC is am no Northern region mo common fund e ya mo de ya den because over southern sector na sa wo hwe de wa as a development infrastructure na wo ko Northern region wo bisa say the same common fund na ye twa ya de ma MPs ni nyina no ebi eno ebi na some of the MPs no one monso nsaka na district assembly common fund na ye che no a ye spread it across no eno ebi na some of the MPs no nsaka na because there are some MPs a ukom constituency a one kasa kwa no du ho no a na wani achi me first time me call Tamale NDC campaign lunch chesa me nam kwa so a me ko no me fa fam ene koye you be en trap plane ticket am me ya ko ne me say you spend the best 15 hours 20 hours e di kokodrie wo hwe northern sector na omo lack development be ani ho omo so wana musi for parliament they have reps they are MPs in parliament common fund na MPs na eje na omo de CSC omo constituency no omo so gibi MMDC district assembly fund amoso mo dia mo gibi MPs in Kaya wa mo lobby for development infrastructure ekwo constituency no mo dia mo parliament am kokoye den because look at this senior high school wo ba mi kro ma fidasa score constituency a ye wa fiscal we re fiscal fidasa secondary school e ho kama ho fefefe ye oti aya mass na ye both e man ni mema say ye na a girl school we reti aya mass kokohwe infrastructure dormitory kokohwe bibia ho no mo ye sie school ho na nasu bibi kwa bia Asante am friend Dr. SKB Asante wanu asi kwa bia Asante technical vocational school kokohwe ne adan ya wasuade egu ho enwura mu kumo no kokoye esa school but you go there and see Saboba EP senior high school member of parliament e dey na do common fund eye Ghana Education Service get fund for tuano munyi bi fan ko sie school mu ho MP bakwa wo lusu ya eye me ya eye yandi Farouk Alu Mahama bano ono de na ye me ya madam fu bi wo yandi o se de we guy na ye adwuma no me I don't care so we MP we are independent we are this now we are we lusu ya me ya but Maslock mammy in a dinner bro Emma ni lusuye was in an armor transform and kwa or diabano e kwa bese de ho was a street light ya Farouk I chan wo kromo no nyasem ketwa bo ho Farouk etutu e won constituency nyasem ketwa was kwa clinics ya wasi e wo yendi was kwa hwe kwan ye wa gusuo e wo yendi so was what you madam for yendi o me yendi o minim ho ono na ma this feedback ono na ma me stand we say so ono so a member of parliament and your MPs common fund no one no so dey na dey no lobby and one no true one kasa initiative what year development so more MPs na margin northern region contents no most of them e dey na mo ye o constituency e dey na mo so mo ye o constituency Farouk so obesa akọ because any panic kan or say Farouk adwuma wa ye wo yendi no eye ne yase wa lusu na yendi fon so lusu niema ba Maslock ma me ebo na bro na Maslock mo wa president kura mo ho president na mu kura di na MPC abro se be ko godi enkokọ na Maslock ma me de oba obi abro ase ne enye hwe eniema bi se na wase sorry wase kasa de fa ho obi ko achimota obi ko presec obi ko St Andrews obi ko Prempeh College obi ko Opokuware obi ko Jas obi ko Kumasi Anglican obi ko Accra aka no mo ni ade edu 3 years se akwa exams question paper no aya set no ebia na ekọ se suku ye mu tantantan ya ye de nkrofo ma akwa akogui MPs amu wa Ghana ha no mo a mo constituency ye underdeveloped no munye bibi fa ho me first time me kwa your Dr. Kese ato force in constituency I was shocked say MPP fo wo kromo no mutimi kasa atode ye okọ 1000 times ono an ye beto de ama no chese kuro no makura bia be fa bia no ye twa so be bia fa bia na to forcing kromo be bia ye kwan ya nam so di ko ne constituency kuro be bia ye twa so entu bi sasa MPs ni bi ho no mo a omko parliament ya omko koda na ase ya omko koye dey omko parliament ya e de be pa ne ya no omko koye okay enti list ne de abanie National Democratic Congress announces leadership for majority in parliament. Majority leader Honorable Mahama Ayarga, MP for Bawku Central. Majority leader Honorable Mahama Ayarga also wachewa parliament pa. Deputy majority leader Honorable George Kweku Ricket Hagan, okay, MP for Cape Coast South. I will say Buka Parliament ho. First deputy Majority Chief Whip Honorable Roxanne Nelson Kwame Eche Dafia Mapo. Hey, okay. Honorable Roxanne Nelson Kwame Eche Dafia Mapo, South Day Member of Parliament. Second deputy okay. So majority chief whip Roxanne Nelson Dafia Mapo. First deputy majority whip Honorable Comfort Doye Kujo. Okay. And also MP Ada. First deputy majority whip Honorable Comfort Doye Kujo. Ya ono ye MP Ada. Second deputy majority whip Honorable Richard Echampon Bia East. Eti me san so boso biem. Majority leader Mahama Ayarga. Deputy majority leader George Kweku Ricket Hagan. Majority chief whip Roxanne Nelson Dafia Mapo. First deputy majority whip Madam Comfort Doyi Kujo. And second deputy majority whip Richard Echampon. And to say and oma sheshe no where ya krata e fifi fiavi kwete okay fifi fiavi kwete General Secretary Nensa Eshasia wode akwa party no a leadership se free party leadership at the aqua parliament speaker ho so on fa enye adwuma nti say majority leader Mahama Ayariga ni deputy Roxy Nelson da fia mapo ye hwe ese omubetimi aye adwuma na no obi ka say de we afenyo no obetwi afa wo mo so ena me ka che nipa cross say your friend say honorable say Ansah bonsu etra parliament to say no obo boxing ho when I tell you say honorable say Ansah bonsu no obo boxing e wo parliament honorable Haruna Idrusu enso ekwaye minority leader when I tell you say no obo boxing e wo parliament e wo ho common sense leadership enye gudu and I na did and some of them parliament does it even make sense? It doesn't make sense. So obi usa Mahama Ayariga enye buga da be na parliament e ho no leadership no majority caucus leadership minority caucus leadership no eye buga eye boxing bo e wo parliament enye sa na parliament tie I'm respecting one argument, ye debate, ni ye kwayenim, na yesin. But under the leadership of Afenyo Markins, no, or no, say any baby, I want no. So I need buga. I hardly say, Ghana for Ebehun ni soon fast over parliament. So I'm quite that tangent, no, I need buga anti-etiamu and challenge anya. Obi anti nenka say onunsu wom because I say no MPs omu ayam enyema omu frima entosini enti so obi tena no akasa Mahama Ayariga tena parliament nye no okoyi abey honorable Mahama Ayariga me bank ran ena me tie nenka so we MP e wo parliament we MP member of parliament Mahama Ayariga okọ parliament na emenha enti no parliament no bibia proceedings ni bibia no otiase bibia onim bibia enti enye buga se yenkwa tiatiamu yenkwa ne yenkwa pre ne yenkwa yese ya sif se kesa wasa wotiatiamu mankrofo hunu se wonso wo parliament e wasa nkrofo ate wonka se wonso wo parliament and no submissions and ekoso wo hono mu anodom prewen some anodom prejina hono ma wo ka say president Akufo-Addo there is no where wo be fa ni nua private jet so di tu kwan da doesn't even make sense. I was say free wanu mu kuraba anodom pre say Argentina president Mahama di wonua private jet etu kwan. Now there is no way me man in Sasso, yeah, President Akufo-Addo, na Akufo-Addo, yeah, president, no, in any case, and Akufo-Addo, yeah, Tina Ghana, and you wish you need a private jet. Eh, Biomubelu 2 years, no matter to be a CDA. Tina Ghana has say, yeah, and Akufo-Addo, yeah, and Akufo-Addo, yes, so papa Nico for Riata, papa Bekambomu, a bow, a mine Ghana chrono, a from woman, the party, I'm about to see. And here, funny, a tea, and an Akufo-Addo family, or be a private jet. Enti se wo kan le sasa na Akufo-Addo enfru ni nua private jet ya ni nua be ne wo bi ni nua no enye presidential jet na no odi tukwan akoye ni business e ko ra no won ankasa business ni ti wu age agina mu o ene ba ni domestic traveling na Akufo-Addo ankwan rent ene private jet bi anfa ntukwan ena ade ne ade no sa argument we ye no no mo ye wo parliament e waste Ghana for time ene mo constituency mo beba power so mo be cho MP before mo MPs kakra yo mo parliament say no mo be kwane pade a ene mo beba power so e be che pa because argument ni submissions so mo go no na wo mo ye it doesn't make sense. Wosa what ye chire na wutie wa mu a wo hunu se chire se nyansa bia nim wutie wa mu hunu se nyansa bia anim kwa me beba na mame sa video na ansa mame sa video na akwa na NCA boss na wo mayi nu no a onu na lead police fo de o manfo ekọ radio gold hono mo no a and say the power to the people. Awa.
We have all the transmitter. We have all the transmitter. Hello? Yes. After you. We did. We are off. That's why we've been told.
Please check. You don't feel.
I'll call you back. I'll call you.
You have become unnecessary.
What's meaning?
Just check your radio.
The capacity, NCA boss, take it easy. That's all I can tell you. Whoever you are, take it easy. That's it. What's the end that today we are? Madam, wondering what I think. Today is what you've got. Tomorrow is not ours. Do what you want to do. If you want to go into the room, go and finish. Okay, and you allow you. But you will see me later. You, I'm going to use the person. No be power myself. Forget about that. We'll deal with it. Today is what you've got. Tomorrow we don't have it.
Hello? Yes.
Don't forget.
I sat here. The radio good is off. Of course, it's
police. With armed police.
Yeah.
I will take a picture straight.
Papa. Hey, Mr. Paria, you were the animal you done. You're not working. You're no more working. Yeah. What am I writing for? Wait.
What's it and now you dear, but we need you watching a bessie. Or big dinner, huh? I'm a choir no, or the police in a choir, slow. And I instructed no, one shut Radio Gold, and your 2 radio stations, na never Radio Gold, Moontie, and Mona never ho. And Coco close to these 2 radio stations down. But Honorable Julius Debra, may do when you are Chief. Chief we station can ho. Radio XYZ. Net Chief we station can ho. And I want go no target. Main target no na your NDC stations. Won't turn a video no mesa crab video ni bi. And me kasa na ba okay. You just say me nya abocho besa abo bi. Enti the lead team no oni ani din nie. Edmond Direnchi Fianco. Edmond Direnchi Fianco. New Director General National Communications Authority NCA.
We have all the transmitter.
Hello? Yes. After you. We did. We are off. That's why we've been told.
The link. Please check. You don't feel.
I'll call you back. I'll call you.
Thank you. You have become unnecessary.
What's meaning? Take it easy. Just check your phone side. I can take it easy. The capacity, NCA boss, take it easy. That's all I can tell you. Whoever you are, take it easy. That's it. What's the end that today we are? Madam, today is what you've got. Tomorrow is not ours. Do what you want to do. If you want to go into the room, go and finish. Okay, and you allow you. But you will see the later. You, I know you the person. No be power self. Forget about that. We'll deal with it. Today is what you've got. Tomorrow we don't have it.
Hello? Yes.
Don't forget.
I sat here. The radio good is off. Of course, it's
NCA. MPP ba power no ana wudu position no wudi wo power wudu powers wo kwa hono mo nkrofogu hono mo ye adwuma transmitter ye dumu no ye dumu radio station like Radio Gold ye dumu Radio Gold because ye be MPP ba power say omo be collapse NDC there Nyame na aje NDC o because the rationale behind MPP taking over Ghana no 2017 is say omo be collapse NDC party no omo di frequency kura ma omo be James say nim boaten bra no ho Radio Gold a oguso ye kakra Radio Gold call off ama fe the Radio Gold no omo ye no social media Facebook a station like Radio Gold they felt threatened. Say Radio Gold will honor me by how the last time no be can say 2020 say na Radio Gold honor kan yan say ankwase awie mu ekọ so Ghana say omu wie mu no ele ye fia dabo jaye ya bro we are citizen show now the 6 news I say peace oh Richard Benji a Johnny Yawie MD Evangelist Mauto Set Antoba Munie Curfew Bright Nie Atika Wasmanu Ibrahim Musanie O join me I know share me Facebook page ni dia mame and then some wapa and some papa Richard Aquanie Kinelli sewa jinemu ewa kaswa high tension Rafkanie Latenie Moses Azila nie Anna Abdul Jilal my God and so I join me and a Mumra na mun join say because hey and time no day me chia ya udini dia so you know winada Kofi Doga Nesi Enyam Yeko Set Anthony Bonsu Kwesi Yabu nie Phyllis Bruce Smith nie Babs Zozi Joe Topman Andrew Ni Odate Thompson nie Odino hu wa hini Dennis nie Jibodi Prince se wonie Kwame Mensa se wonie Kafi Bright nie Achi Gershon nie Ibrahim Abdul Karim Jabbar nie Benji Adonu Benenza Obu Samuel Yabu nie Alima to Sadia Osman Nuridi udi yemede. Haruna Muhammad isuwanie. Paul ad diniko nkamibo dimbi abate eko. Paul Adombo Sergio Shamaba Edina Benya Yel Kaneto nie Maxwell Kwabena Acoustico Bimpe Beneza Abu Alaji Abu Richie Don Coolio Edidia Mo Fabi Vincent Odro President John Dramani Mahama thank you to Akopiemo Ewo Volta region Frankana Ninie Alex Nivo Oba no mo church mo fire Oba say message ni ba more fire. That is a more fire no mo hwe kwaye mo person fire. President John Dramani Mahama ewie wakwakoju Volta region. All the 16 regions no will no the Ghana force da kwakoma wo mo. Ghana force hye ne munyama mo no ankasa bunkama dia fa no so. Ghana Fwasha His Excellency John Dramani Mahama ni munyam ama wanu ankasa kwa ni munyam hye no ebunkam e de afa no so wadwen na agene nsem se hey John Mahama ya kajira me se me ya one time president John Mahama asofo no binum atrodifo binum Victor Kusibu atenom atrodifo nom ehye nkom kase nkom hyefum edit to ho gina so dem edit to ho say by 8 no krombe menya kakra by 9 no electoral commission ba be declare that Dr. Bawumia na awinie John Mahama nkrofo tina radio ni TV says John Mahama wini biemu a yentwe janto mu ne yenhye won akwayo akwatira wuntumi so ye lawyer yi a wa cancer hunu pi na ono so kura ka bi se John Mahama wini a Ghana ha wono wontina Ghana bio okwa akwatena Togo Togo no wokọ akwaje o citizenship wo Togo ana wokọ Togo no wanya ko Togo no ana oda so wo kura yi mu because ye hia moye mambofo Enti President John Mahama say isi ni kaje ni aseda ene voter ho ehonum ehuru so but President Mahama second term yi ne second ya wodi abai e se voter region de odomu di agora ye yankasa kora no ye be sori agina ye na aso ne yenim se ensi so so the voter region edi agoropa because 2016 voter for dwai wo mo bufu papa sa hantimi nya wo stronghold na ebabi a enya wo stronghold no wo fa market center kese a bam na de ko wo fa military hospital bam na de ko wo fa hospitals in Kaya regional hospitals district hospitals bam na de ko infrastructure development na wo sum de gu ho na ye to abade ma wo no ye yipamu and yenyina yenim say His Excellency John Dramani Mahama ene yehunu no makawa radio yusu da say President Mahama a different man, different president altogether. President Mahama yehunu 2012 to 2016 no he's not the same man yehunu no an administration 2012 to 2016 watena opposition 8 years was steady niema and monitor niema on say we as yankasa no wo bobra na wunya bibia fofofu a eya na niema ni bi wono mu a wunya steady so enti eti se sikani ba se want to wo ba pay ye na investment se want to wo be ye pa ama na mfa niema bi na wo investment hye ne nsa wo hu hia da when even I was no investment no ahye no hwe obi a why MP member of parliament no why deputy minister no abeye minister na na nisuti no why vice president name no 6 months to general election no ababeye president na wakwa election no na win no ababeye president so no yes ah no yeko no abetwa 4 years said wakaye no wase wasua niema pii enti yen nyina yenim say going forward no eniema bebre na eba besesa ewo president Mahama abaimu eniema bebre besesa enti ena ni ministers swearing in or kachire wo mo sasa hantan ahu Egypt fo na ye hu wo mo dada no Ghana fo sasa Egypt fo no ye mpe wo mo biemo ahu sa Misrim nko asoma memuo no ye se ye mpe Ghana fo se ye mpe Yoje mami video no voter region de no e ba emu so de atoso Misrim nko asumu amamuo 8 years no a Ghana for witness ne yese ye mpe na ahwe president Mahama ni posture ni dimina ne nkasa ye na namonto ni bibia e kire se oba be siesie Ghana enti voter region de e was said that president Mahama koma so itina ministerial appointment mwenya bi pa na mugusu amunya ko yenim se deputies ni so no mubenya bi pa bro so enti MPs ni so mo voter reg mo so mo mamani na ho on Edem Agbana fortunately for you wo de wo call parliament wo first time wo call parliament wo party aba ban mu na no me ni Joyce Lentete edi nkoma wa so tumi say 8 years ni wa bre wo call parliament 2016 and the party co-opposition but eno na anya excuse say me party a co-opposition enu ntino ne me manfo hia na me nya mfama wo mo enti MPs na mu free voter region no this is the time e was a voter one no mutimi siesie ho no ma ho no ye kama ema development co voter region enti said the president Mahama kura free ase ne de yenum sasa na wo ba be ko no wan siesie ho kura no otwekwa Ashanti region kura me nti ase me kura me nti ase de enya wa Ashanti region ye de sisi wuram no wonye no amfama ye ene de won do am sa so ho no won complete maye ba voter de e was a short cutting no mo ne ye enu mo ne ye commission project after 4 years no and not before 4 years ne be end no e was see a massive infrastructure development e wo voter region. Hey, President Mahama removes COPTY Adodankwa as Yoko boss. Eba no yo. Ene eba ne se eba. Na eba ne se eba. President Mahama removes COPTY Adodankwa as Yoko boss. Ghana for no to kwanta ya pai tinton time. No abaya Ghana no aya Ghana no. Enti COPTY Adodankwa. He say no henceforth no when ye Yoko boss biem. Ene daso no. Ene daso no. Daso ne se daso. Ene we ba ya IGP so yam ensunu gujam because they said that they kwa na mbeko. President Mahama kwa na mbeko. Mo kwa so se mo ko. Na mo kwa so se mo ko. Ene kwa so se mo ko. Because the amode Ghana kodruye no. Mu nyina wo se mo ko na foforo ba. Ena President Mahama so de said the wadi kaka na enim say said the wa appoint youth no no so de enche no mato amena mu o enche no mato nso hwem fidie no wasunsun wo se mo nkwana nkwankwa ye adwuma enti youth no de yenim say bebre be to amena mu enche bebre reshafo be ka bebre me hu videos bi 1 or 2 videos bi a enura ni 3 days Bawku ye chief executive officer or call no office then send it fashion ni bonkum le ehye ni pocket ena empanifo papa fo mpani office wo papa fo mpanifo a omutiri dwuno or the left hand toto kwosoro ba say ya na anu ye chief executive officer Bawku o video appear on social media so a enkrofo afira ase ye ka ho asem enti na ye se ye no ye kwabena kwaji appointment and ye di nachi ti ne ye kwaji appointment bi a ye te an ye kwaji appointment ye card bearing NDC members and as ye ni godfather ni ni godmother ye rescue Ghana Bawku video appear ni office papa fo mpanimfo a wo mutimi fitaa Lensa ni for right hand dish in the pocket and an inside left and what they kasa say yeah. And I was like, seriously? Because President John Dramani Mahama Kwame who is sad never. Said President Mahama Ninkrofo kasa or you soon the left hand. What kwa abrofunu kura mu de any omo de omo left hand di de teacher ni chira de akwa o man nsa bonkum so omo left hand di omo de chia ye yenem but oba ye yan kase system na ye operate no a ye Ghana no sani man at the moment ya ebia because what you said onu mu di nkomo sere oh enie papa fo no kura sere eno nko ade enye se bia wo de nsa bonkum dare instruct na papa fo no kura no mu gina ho no oka bibi omu nyina esre obi esre utimi say that cordia you know person build that relationship no because he has been there before. Enti we meeting empenifo honomo a ohu wo mo say empenifo mo honomo but said videos ne free say epia ebe how some of these videos no too early on say social media we obi share dan o twa yo obi share dan wo nsu twa ye no de ba ye se mo hwe no kwame be 100 kwa ma akwa no why obi share da e na o twa ye e na chese wo de ba ye na ade achen ye no social media flood baby ya nkrofo ka hwe young guy on ne papa fo gina ho e na wa pocket in the right hand e na ode ne sabonkum e na ekire so e kasa kire wo mo minister designate Bawku so ko office wonu nso e de ne nsa so e piapia nkrofo attitude e man nkrofo attitude e no so video na ba wo attitude a president Mahama memu mu de usa wa attitude ni gana wadamu o enfam pie sa na pom attitude no a obey education minister computer placement wani computer onu wo mu hia na yaso otutu fun de ma wo mo no sa attitude ni de wo bi wa president wo bi a president Mahama memu mu de don't bring it out o anya sa we chief executive officer we minister we deputy a 6 months to 1 year now prepare so because ye be bomu akopim si ye be yi ye be bomu akopim si ye be yi esen se nipa na wo di na chi no unhunu ne da se wo pam wo bi ode ne sabonkum ne nkofo kasa da ahantan su no unhunu ne bi saa wo mu president ya wo president ya na president a woda fom ema asofo no mu nkuma anom e de na owusu bempa kan fa president Mahama so owusu bempa enkrofo sofo de nsa no wanka nso obu nkotodwe e wo manim enti se wo suban bia eba public ya ebe hawo a anopa wo pia aboso mpa ye ka kire nyankopon se suban no o ma ne nka dem wo pon asa ko fa suban na anu yire no ma wo de aye de o de beye wo ho because said videos ni efri ase say we minister we CEO e flood wo social media so ebe hawo e bia enya ni boni mu because ye mimi hu ye no enkrofo no mu di nkomo no omo sere but enkrofo wa chire position na wanya no obi nya awope so ahu yoje mami voter regional menko GR nsu ehuru so Ghana Revenue Authority ehuru so Anthony Sapon ya appointing ne de na kono GR efrase
Standards for foreign affairs. President of the Republic of Ghana. Shall we all rise? Shall we all rise, please? His Excellency. foreign affairs. His Excellency, President of the Republic of Ghana. Shall we all rise? Shall we all rise, please?
President Mahama said I was starting a woman here in you. Appoint to a bush and for one appointed woman. Mama Lord Debusian my woman be on yet. What ex girlfriends, more appointments I won't yet. Ah? And Kawukwe, and VAT, and Katocha Sabe 15, and 1 yet. Now, President Bear Crania Kofasa, Sabra Bedi Sui. Ah? We were quite social media. Or say, maybe I'm too about the ma President Mahama, but I didn't know what Frasian away, and yet I may support to. What's our baby ma, mean to about farmer will be. I didn't appoint to animal mayor ministers. What's a 1 yet? Or as girlfriends for appoint to one ambassador, Chamawom, chief executive officer, also one Chamawom. And Kawuko Volta Rigi, and VAT, about 35, natural to Aswa, also 1 year. MPP for MPC say, would you acquire Lazarus private jet, Fetu Kwanya, also 1 year. Wouldn't you add the Anana bet him? Hey, President Mahama, Nade. Ah? Nade. President Mahama, Nade. Yeah, say yeah. You best support one why I was a 1 year. It's a leadership. This is leadership. So when leadership no. Or quiet and what's your platform now on my mountain now? Or no child or what na so no. And yet different from the rest too. And yet different say President Mahama ebe to 16 regions no. Eti ya shed that all the regions no. Ya be shed that ato chair different be e dia man no akwakotenem. Dia ya hye na esi wono na o. So say omo ko han yo. Say so regional office wo chair se gu hono no. De obi a tena so no. Enu abi e na wo kwakotena so bi. When your friend say leadership, when your friend say, or Ghana for and what dwendwe eda na koma so, and yet you no buy, you say, President Mahama Mpacho would run him for no so I am woman so you know why. Mahama is a God sent Nanama, where you Muhammad, Bashir Suleiman, and a Debaye. Where you Nyamiama. And your president ya, war back way na ahimfo. Volta region ahemfo akese ni nkumate wono mo a ne ye boy national anthem a ogina platform so a na ototo ne nsa ewo wiem edi gu ahemfo so instruct regional minister say kan kwa ka kira wahene no oto so sorry enye bia enye sa president ni bi ene yenya no 2025 Ebusia for the Bekoso afen waduru honom ti de Bekoso obi de bebro na me ncha ho me kwa Ghana Revenue Authority enura na mi frase say appointment enura no say de na me ka no appointment no is first word the kind by Professor Sharif Muhammad Caleb and I almost said no it was not signed by Secretary to the President Dr. Callistus media paid information na me gada ye no and the sign ye Anthony Sapon na manugu so ameka say no enu ndisi fo no kogu ho no no enenso makwa kogu ho enenso wa makwa kogu ho no mo a Ghana Revenue Authority ho no mo a enu so wo mugu ho ene wa masa akọ ya omu ewo ho no mo but ade a me pese me kan say eya adwobreo.
You want to you speak to you. I can speak to You speak Tree? I can speak Tree.
no kra wo ba adwuma no wo hu dom abodom pem ho no no kra wansi enti mu amajo na Facebook no mu be hu de course e na no pay e wo Ghana Revenue Authority premises wo chese wo ba adwuma o wo kwadru ho no na kire se NDC for storm ho se o ye be ma calm down o ye be ma so wo se wo kuta appointment letter calm down the police for ne gu hono no and na NDC supporters and so a storm me ho say wo mama ni nsi from enko office ho wow papa mpanimfo di mu o mpanimfo wom enu a wo mkọ board ompem wo ho enen so wo masa akọ ho wow ye rase ye be ko ne ne reporter be kasa enti kire se man no kra no wansi fom wo hwe videos na ne kan ni wura mu nu ano a ohu dom no ana kire se wo sansa na chi a okay abusu afọ me kwana me ne Accra FM ye news editor wo ho sesi a ye nkohwe ne koso ho no mu sesi a na ye hu hello boss you there good afternoon yo sesi a ifa protein na wujinade na ekoso
oh dia de na ka say my free GR and Elizabeth enche bia na police for any omo a demonstration no ebe kasa aye na de ayi for ne kan na say okay omo atiase na so nyame adoma Monday ahomache say omo peni mahama before Monday say one draw upon appointment dey a nyame adoma Monday ahomache they come and storm there and they be so the enye kwa country almost I shoot a question that my police for say almost coffee because I found out to the car na nyame adoma Monday say by Monday na my peni mahama and draw appointment there and the omba ho dia don be there and the ebe saying bibia ogana ha
na almost omo how ne say enu aya bru bi so ha but uni bi di nkomo no almost omo how ankasa ne say
you ama omo how ni na ne say almost NDC party a abre asana oba power na almost omo campaign no so no omo hu NDC fo a ejina ho campaign de bo a party no na mo ho PC Mr. Sapon obeye Commissioner General of GRA no omo ti ne kanda na omo san papa no na owo KPMG na oya adwuma MPP aban omo so omo ni pass oya MPP ni enti omo ha na say no say omo de adwuma na kuma MPP ni dia say omo NDC fon e be adwuma GRA ma na be fa wom ma na ni mu wom ana ho akura na nim dwuma omo di arabo party no enti omo de omo say mama appoint obi a we party ni say be ya omo so so omo pe adwuma ama momba ena mo nua no mo a omo so betimi adan na omo ja because omo ni madwuma a omo ya bo party no na say papa we ne e wo ho de a omo timi enko ya adwuma ana mo timi enko so adwuma because onimom ana mo so onimu no enti omo pa mama chew order appointment no because papa no nya ndisi ni omo ha nyina no say wonya ndisi ni no mama enyi ne fi wo
okay enti sesi ane ya nuguso aye kase no omo firi ho ana so omo da so wo ho
esi am no kase ri omo nyina amache ko back to baby omo fi ba na asema omo ka ja won say na me adba Monday ahamache sende Friday ya kase yi so omo ante hwende ochina Sunday si papa no yare draw na Monday ahamache omo ba sika so ho ai na be bio e dia ro so enti omo so omo ko na Monday no so omo ante hwede Monday omo san ba asan ba ye kire ho
okay ene my emfa wonsi na said bibi fufuro bi ene ho de ana bibi wo ho biem
ama say them say bibia no bi.
Okay. Na kyerɛ sɛ ɔma firi hɔ. Mr. Sapon went to me and see form. Ebeyiri Robert Azu was Monday. NCA go sweet rough. Power Stone was it to my president JM. Citizens didn't vote for father for all, please. But asamno ne kaya kanao. Asamno ne kano ede pa ne kano eye kana. Oh dear. To say NCA DSA fiankoi de ya wonu na lead police for custom radio gold ko to me ya say enra NDC for any abre say ne de besi president pa appointment o manimra out ya da sorry ya appointment no aba out no NDC for mu leadership mu jiwo mu di me to question we di amamo especially mu ama join me on Facebook. Muankasa no mu leader President John Mahama mu tisi ya mu ye adwuma man no mu wogidie ewo ni mu. And I keep on saying say this time around you know appointment na wo mo eye no before appointment no kwa be start no o mo ma yeti ase say enye say bia President Mahama ni chief of staff and a share them and enkwa no mu twetwe list de ba say na Akufo Addo ye binu a kan oforiata me cousin minua o ma ye finance minister Asante bedi eto omra me secretary to me office of the president hwan abusuafo che ya ma na yire ma wono ma wo wada da nyina wo mema wo mu bie no appointment ya President Mahama eye no was in consultation with the party leadership party leadership oh party leadership enye wonu ankasa ni to me die say 1992 constitution e ma me powers bia bi entino I can hire and fire time me pay bia entino bia me pay bia na me hu ni say some of these things no I was say mo ma adwobre eba so yesre mo media de me kan say mo ma adwobre emra obia kuni ho de wose mu ye bia ma ye but didi amu ankasa mu nyae wo President Mahama mu 8 years in opposition ya mo de na ba power no sa obuo ni ani die ye safata ne sa gidie na mo nya e wo mo party leadership mu no mesrem mu nya yesrem sa obuo ni die any gidia munya ye ewo mo party leadership mu a e dia bedu sa bre no yenim se abufuo wom because wo hwe video bi and then any appointment ni bi ho no mu a ba bi o ma ye adwuma under president former president Akufo Addo dia obubefu. Okay, Jude Oseibonsu Nanama, nobody voted for any party leader. Yes, but President Mahama na munya gidie wonimu na mon hwa no because eyesa na asset on asset tension bia no kwa se ba adwuma wo ho adwuma ne so adwuma wo ho se kwabasa na asset tension bia enu kwa se ba na frase e ba ebia enye enipa nyina na campaign wo behu wo mu but ebia wonnim obi so adwuma so kase nku bia enipa na eye ede boa ya e ma party ni ba power party ni power na e ba ye no eye niema bebre na akom eniema bebre ne komuo enenye wo bia na tisi abonte a wo hu ne say all the 16 region or koto or your campaign enye obi ana abehu ni saa but ebinum so hyeda mu a ehye officer e bia information eni adwuma na wo mo ye no wode na adwuma kora to ho adwuma wo I can't remember Dr. Mary you see eba ha yi ana ne yedi wani adana me se bobie na net ya na me so me wo ha bi about electoral commission yomu koye bibia na epie omukoye bibia na epie ono ana nu to no ka me NDC fake o se neck o me say me nkan obi ono ana tia no ka ye o say they have some people within electoral commission ya omo nso no de akoso bi anya bia no omo ma wo mo emu feed wo mo with information aya na ma me ka ye aya if ya no ka ye say electoral commission na si wo no mo no adwumayefo na ewom no Ansah na nkasa nkrof because Ansah na nkasa ni go to a point a de na esi ni kwa no kwa na bunkam na wonte ase se na ye betena hanom na ye plan bibia ye free akọ ya na de na pie who is giving out those information to the public and also to our opponents. There are some people in there omo electoral commission hanom a omo sukuta positions a wodi wadwuma to hanom a na rescue mission no omo ka ho bio. But you will never know. You will never know. Obi so adwuma na wo ye wankwa campaign. Nipa no ankwa campaign. But unnim adwuma na nipa no wo ye e de boa. Enti media gidi amanya wo mo party leadership mu no. Ye besre mu nyina se mon calm me down. Ye sre mu. And then and go for your production. And now, please, can you interview Chairman? Let's see, do get here for us. Most somebody will production, but yate. So, now, munya didi, acting. Yan shed ye beko. Because you set tension, mubu fu pa tension, krum. Because of 1 or 2 appointments ni gusu no neba no ye hu sem na mani age mo hwe the real president Mahama enkwankwa ye say obi ye president o the late president Mr. Abreso president Wallace Wojibi president Mills Wojibi ono na Abreso Wojibi no osase de ma wo this time around never be brasesa. But these 2 appointments no NCA Ghana Revenue Authority dem who say just no shoot no adwa mubuofu but the me can say adwuma ne so ye nim se mubuofu but adwuma ne so enti de monte ase no enyu obia na e grounds kwa ye campaign but ebinim wachira omo so ye adwuma edeboa 2024 kwa ya mo fa so amu wi ni ye mu bi kura ye te ye adwuma ye no obi kura to 16 regency kura enu ye. Because yes obi to 16 regency kura nu ye meboa mon kan che me se meboa Kwabena dwuma 8 years in opposition wotena ha se ya wo ye no se ye bo Kwabena din se Kwabena ye hwan ya ensene no but Kwabena se won pa appointment wakaso won pa appointment enti bebre nso na ne hyehyehye MPP fo ni mu a dia wo se moti ase no bebre na na hyehyehye MPP fo ni mu a omu kutakuta appointment ya omu ye adwuma de boa NDC but unim ena adwuma no so anu omu ye no na enye adwuma e wo se ba public domain eme ye ka se hwan e hye ha the information power de maye ena hwan hye ha ena information power de maye electoral commission wo mu omugu ho ne abodi obese ni pakro ne yekoku no secretly no more information NCA boss yi boni a woni jemen said die na nya boni ketwa boni pa woni jemen said die dia wa reason ya wokoi so you think say enu obi na wo ho no mo a no ma NDC information a ka be ko ne sei ene wa wie ne sei enti no munya jidide na mwanya mo party mpanimfo mu no yesre mo munya na menko we say so free senior high school honorable Johnson say educate akoka asem we say e ma mo de MPP for the propaganda etia no okoto ene okoka ye say free senior high school no a eda ho no mo no a yakoto aduane wo no order region ne de ababa fast stock yakoto aduane e wo bunu mantamu a ne de ababa fast stock western region ne de ababa fast stock no omo ba betwam headmasters nanka said they will make sure so be decentralize that process no that policy no because that nyina e secondary school nyina sa na net ye school bia won beza headmaster matron for no amaka bomu omo ka bomu a na enkora no ennuane no amato no mu di fidi wo mo won tese mugu ho a spy tentumantos gu a spy sadi gu ho no ma spy na wunti bi but under Nana Akufo already obi contract kese okoto buro no akoto bayire no akoto bode no akoto beans no akoto nwo ne yasum dia begu ba fast stock na bi mu akromfo no omu wia no omu wia tondi no omu wia tondi na kom dia school fo no enra Ghana Education Service Minister of Education honorable Eno Idrusu directive aba Omudi aba directives aba fast kra hwe enti na meka cha me se munya abotire no munya abotire ye ta munyina amachi munya abotire why munya abotire aha enti se no Ghana Education Service and release omudi buy ni approval to produce essential food items at the school level. You can't remember a common sense. I remember a common sense. I remember your common sense. I remember your common sense. Oh, and you buga. What kind of being kept in 320? I was for your parliament here, and yan said, be because of parliament. Yan picking it fast, na yan trust on Fenfro. Nana butter, a parliamentary. Oh, buffer. F, okay. Nana buffer, okay. Nana, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, boss.
Edian air course of yet noise, be the air course of parliament here.
Right, a keep up about Mama. With the metro at I didn't know it. Many a keep work at that. Nina, say, what is the day I also free at the Kuma side? A minority proportional and almost footers, because a general element to the fee and your mobile so much chance or much short of a dear people. Na enjoying the answer honorable outside hene afenyo marking our MP for minority leader
honorable dey
and the osahene have na afenyo marking
what was osahene yo to us mamie okay
and you know already issue edit to speaker and that time now Right Honorable Speaker Aban Bobie no sorry road mechi eja and Amakwesiama second deputy speaker and betnasi no betnasi kwa wanja da nchena Honorable Afenyo Markin any issue say Ohe Ablikumanov and Samuel Kosuna one former majority leader Kese Atofo Sevedi Honkomo ehesen committee me the Nchisiatu Akwemina so no Ablikumanov a presentation was say Osha process na akwa could be say I was say easy no or my quality be an man so Nanso so no NDC for Monokuno and one asoma or Momobuni the Canberra for tax or more Metroman for say one alcohol no more call you the day. No more cost near my no more command near my names and said they are one more ain't me and declare seat no and farmer the no say a your money partner MPP no a year mammy a crafty or no and a wedding couldn't a room. And you know a Jumana dear a bamboo do myself na Omuna Transfer who IGP and committing me as I say IGP so and I did say was say I did already call a bamboo home and be any problem. The next also know acquires a dish among the kuno and a whole pine. And then no Omo 2 animals said, yes, say Biano. I was so more now Blikuma, sit no, what would you declare na mano so mutinya ba ko kan no mun se mun bi se I create here no na ewi na mum NDC amano ko na kwakoye osi apan tintinti na no na okasa na akrada no ensi na the members no leadership na to mon sa jamunyi de mra ene de ni ya so mun no mo de wono etopa no ma mo to no omo party national anthem NPP national anthem the lady elephant no and the symbol we shall win to save Ghana no we are na eshi rado omuye na is national anthem no so no eto aso ne de tro akanka semu tikasemu no yere assassin no e de abode ato so omuye na brofo no so ginam go bless home na Ghana baby na omo pa wo musi so omo boss wo twene ntan no eno na we say resist oppressors rule no ho and adhere pass to resist oppressors rule no hono ena omo atwi papa na se ho na omo da omo twe the ade ana ano de kakra entino na second deputy speaker wakasa man microphone no say no masedo da for masa omo ne makakra enti obi so the microphone nipa bi no bi so microphone nipa ni mu a no wa hu nipa kro na wo aba so de akasa enti ama speaker de no ema okasa enti wasore so suspend akra nya de tumika microphone bi enwe ase wasore a work a me no kono de bi so a so ni nya ne say ablikuma so ehia representation ablikuma north ehia representation ablikuma north no government business no ablikuma north no government business.
Okay.
Ablikuma need a representation.
Okay. Okay. Me now asena na bofa ewo parliament ya reporter de ekoso no enti minority for no wo mo aka wo mo ho eno na last we kan say Kumasi o adwam ho central market na obi akwa bi chese afa no wabodam no wo gigdem no wo maba so no wo to no pagya table for bi gina hono musa wo se omunya na obedwo wo bodam da be na mokwa parliament minority side munya wa mantina de mu ye ni ombedwo eti
Ablekumanov, where is Ablekumanov?
Honorable members.
Where is Ablekuman?
What is this? Honorable members, the business statement as presented to us is hereby adopted. Honorable members,
Ablekuman needs a voice. No Ablekuman, no business. Where is Ablekumanov?
Should engage the grassroots and explain things to them. Yes, say near air kono GRA issue any NCA Ghana Revenue Authority any National Communication Authority issue no near air kono Edward dia wo kan me no we ya adwen e wo se party no empanimfo no and yes, and one be kwakwa moves and one be engage grassroots no who here because the and running ne esino Monday yen pese be to aso saa and ya dia ebeboa emwa kra enti na wo so wo hwe na wo mutimi resolve this issue once and for all na yehunia ekoye mpechu ka adwuma no edoso adwuma no doso me ba no ma ba be di nkomo many Cape Coast North NDC Member of Parliament Dr. Kwabena Minta Nyaku ba be di nkomo Cape Coast North Constituency hono na o ma yine Kwabena Santini ayi kwatena hono mu se o ekwa yi siko ono abonto na adwunim hono me bana me no watch was hono no ma hene Ufunu se ayibo fruit kene Japan na kai kwa se okay yan fast dama tabia herbal center or the tabia herbal mixture aba edwa so bia malaria fever onuma to a wuntimi ni di wadro ne ye tabia herbal capsule bia yam timni sisi yade ha wo no pe tabia herbal capsules afa be ma wo pese wo boost to me vitality na ahoden sonko eba wo ni pedua mu de o ye tabia takum ye wo sachet ene bottle wunya bottle no ene ebubra no me kakran se unya 18 years ekwa tabia herbal capsules ne tabia takum no enum bi eye 100% organic enuna tabia edeba okashi drug le doso promo ho to 0243 686861 0243 686861 and that's 0245 749206 afeye ton sase amansutwi bia eni hu medical catcher mo sase ne mageme de eja misika sam wo fom timije 2 plots yes eno no ewo Kumasi Atasamanso residential area Kumasi asase ne boa no eda fom mansutwi bia ni hu enti wani abresa wo pasase ato a wo peke number yi a na wo afre obusuani no akwa kama no watua wusika fasika nkosi obi aso why asase ne ben headline educational complex Mount Zion school ho Atasamanso Kumasi mo amu estate developers ne ankwankwa mo pass asase de asimu dade ye mo project no bo modin a na frɛ 0242 770304 0242 770304 and now say 0242 770304 0242 770304 ye wo fikasie ewo circle eben for this corner odo rice wa ye ton 6 bedrooms washrooms enso ewo mu ebi St Andrew Senior High School enso efro was so vacancies form 1 form 2 form 3 school papa ni 2025-2026 academic year no admission no ekoso gidigidi butu form 3 de no kwa ni hia no wodo ba kɔ hɔ no mu a hostel boarding facilities ho eba no wasi resources so they excellent wodemu ba kon tesi chiblo last stop ehɔ no and a St Andrew Senior High School of Rewamo 0249 832015 0249 832015 and now says 0546 04 8332 0546 04 8332 so Shannon so Citizen TV na Ansah sase kwa twame e de send say na ama oh bright air blink was Citizen TV enti YouTube and after so Citizen TV ye demu live ya ehonso no wo betimi ahwe ye e de afiri hono baby bia wo bia no fa message bra menya be ne de menya bre na makenkan na masanso am wakwanya na so wafre abam na wachire wadwen e de afa dwumadie no ehun Dr. Kwabena Minta Nyaku okay Nyaku eye MP NDC Member of Parliament Cape Coast North Constituency enti honorable Eco Parliament 2020 ena kyerese one Barbara Asha ayisi ena a call contest no na others ka ho but omo mukoye bibi ne ebo wo mu di beja me fo nde ya yen ha ye ho emobo wo mu di enti 2020 ena honorable di kan Eco Parliament na 2020 no Barbara ayisi wow onya na ono na wi ni 2016 yeah we ye incumbent member of parliament ya na ban wo so an wo sanso kwa deputy minister na Barbara deputy minister and so honorable de Barbara opeja no de bo fom say poo because we have voter Barbara is in 21,643 yeah no yeah 48.51% Ena dog nsunya 27,972, which is 51.49%.
That was 22,000. Barbara didn't mean 22,000.
22,000. Sana mangaza okay. 22,974.
That's right.
Yeah, no, 51.49%. And at 2024. Honorable, we are Juma. And an uncle forcing creator I am Piazano. Hey, I don't make us almost a Tiano Muya de Sana. Oh, go to the grounds, you. A Jumano or grounds.
The ground.
And you're crying. No, I could cruise Canada, come over, what's in radio sooner, or your propaganda, the mouth. Because echo, we see, Horace echo. Yeah, no one representing MPP. And you're 17,045, which is 38%. 38%. Kwabena Minta Nyakun NDC. Enya 27,521. Yeah, no year 61.35%. That is a utrinimu close to me fan say best 10,000. Over yes, over 10,000. Na mo ten crime. Say akwa wi say wi ni awi. Say akwa is one of you know, agro ya ma be kro na ba aburo. Ora mo wa ha ma kwa be wi.
Ni afo chapo me.
Ya bi ajo. Say ya je me san fa sha kwa no abo no. Na constituency say.
Ya me na do mi bi aboko. Waso wa haye.
Aja. Said the rescue gun area and sending that so. The Ghana for you trying to send a change, but changing any abandoned dear. You say, echo 6 months, echo 1 year, and you may be assets of fine. And you may be assets of fine. Now, Parliament is what to say. We have Parliament, said, yeah, Marka micro for your good corner issue.
Well, I'm there so far, so good. The last Parliament, and that's the 8th Parliament, we had a hang Parliament, it's Nanya Mano Okwa. How do we not fight Abim? Okay, you live, you know, them go for Papanum, walk on as you go in my soul, or Ghana winning him. But this particular one, into the making micro minority view Abim, the CC numbers no more of the NDC side. But on they will be bullying them. We will do what is needful. We will always do the consultancy there. And I'm on YouTube, Bob Ghana, near Kuyim. But Nancy, the minority, they are still thinking they are majority. Because they are the hula baloo and then the euphoria, or Afenyomaki put across. I don't know whether he wants to be relevant more in the media space, and probably that is his way of making people know he's also around. The things would have gone on as smoothly as we anticipate. So much to ask majority in the end, so we should stand firm. If we need to put our feet on the ground, we should do that. We shouldn't give him that room.
One check is there.
We are getting our ministers in place. The deputy ministers will come. The BBR settler, to them here can. We hope the Nyaman settler will also get along and make sure that Ghana will go forward. And we are very fine. I'm sure things will be better.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yenim komo every constituency mra. Emran crime. Oko Parliament 2020.
Yeah.
Time I woke Parliament no. Na o party elusu.
Yeah.
Na ereshemu ni gidie wo mu say o party be wini. Na wo de akọ Parliament. But uremu no. Edi asonko na wo ye kora na obi oye deputy minister, infras influon. Obi oye deputy minister, the party na wo power. Which me di na chika from etimi ewremu ebe ye MP e wo Cape Coast North.
Okay. Cape Coast North are a very dynamic constituency.
Okay.
We have the intellectual community. We have 3 tertiary institutions. And see, if you really want to go and then make sure they're able to be a winner, or they to engage this particular intellectual or group now or constituency. In terms of this year, Lucy, a bit of research or Cape Coast North constituency. And you realize that there are certain areas if NDC is able to perform well, every time we are NDC will win the seat in Cape Coast North. One of the areas was the university community. Now many of the professors, the doctors, the lecturers, the students were more in tune with the MPP party. And as NDC, they decided, okay, if we need somebody to represent Oya NDC, we should get somebody from the university. Oya very good with the people, our students, and also when we have a very good relationship.
Okay.
Then we have another community or Cape Coast from Abra, that is our capital. And also more densely populated. But they also align with somebody they know from within. And then there's another place also Pedu, also predominantly MPP. So if we need somebody or they will be able to cut across these 3 areas. And once you're able to get Ubia, then definitely the likelihood of NDC winning is high. And then after that survey, I realized that all the 3 attributes are for me.
Okay.
Exactly. Me a senior lecturer in the University of Cape Coast.
Okay.
And once me a senior lecturer of the University of Cape Coast, I'm here very close to the students and also very close to many of the senior lecturers and lecturers, and that could stand out for me. And now Brasso is where I am, and Pedro is where I also hail from. Okay. And see, if I'm in all these 3 areas now, all problems now. Once I have very good relationship with these individuals living in those respective communities now, once I step in to say I want to go for this position, regardless of whether I'm MPP or NDC, they will go for me because of the relationship I've already done, established with them. And I'm also, I started doing a lot of philanthropic activities even before thinking of becoming an MP.
Okay.
2009, 2010, that was when I relocated to Ghana. And see, I was already doing stuff there. So it wasn't Michelle Kakrevi.
Okay.
It was something I'm here. Besides the mere bridges, solar lights in many of the community centers and all that. And so between 2009 and 2016, I'm full front into politics. It's only when we lost in 2016.
Okay.
And I'm so
now when you were nim who said okay.
Exactly.
But now we're NDC.
Yes, NDC. And I wasn't really discussing politics as at then.
Okay.
And a lot of people based on me, not because I'm a NPP and I'm a NDC. A lot of them were surprised. I said, really? And I'm saying, yeah. I'm a more socialist.
Okay.
I think more of the masses than to think about myself. And see, my ideology fits with the NDC. And them, I would rather go in for the NDC. And interestingly, the majority of my family members, about 97% of my family members are MPP.
Hey.
See, my case is dicey, but at the end of the day, they also have to understand that I have my own opinion and I have to associate myself where I believe strongly. And see, the family, well, was okay, quite. So that's what I did. And see, we started the Moko grounds, meaning confusing, work and what problems are. When I can, I go and fix it.
Okay.
The man, and so do baby now. Now I want to become the parliamentary candidate. I went unopposed.
Okay.
So the first time that I went,
parliamentary primaries,
I went unopposed.
Okay.
Yeah. And see, that was the good thing I had. That means that the grassroots were looking for. When I opened over contest, we also Ragano because then let's allow him to go. So Wamama Kwe and Nyami I was able to topple Barbara Ashaisi, who happens to be my sister too.
Hey, first time I would you to no corner post, party
primaries, yeah,
and I will call elections on a pack. Whose sisters will say I can't talk for me.
On Sunyame.
Okay, and to Yamra, we need an Uba Parliament.
That's right.
And to Uba Parliament as a member of NDC, who represented political party. Only a bem, or opposition. Once you obey, one who say, and Kofwenya GDS could be expectation or and to buy now party near Bemono say, and now parliament it's here, our first time.
Well, it was a bit very interesting. Two, you see, character differentiation, and then 3, you see that Nyama used to know is not what is there. As a senior lecturer in the University of Cape Coast, we will lecture at 9:30. We start at 9:30.
Okay.
Maybe 2 hours, bampon. So everything was on time. But member parliament, they say we'll sit at 10. We end up sitting at 1. We end up sitting at 2. Then you get confused. So why am I here? What's going on? That was at 2. We end up sitting at 5. You took money up on the next day 2 a.m. I said, what? What is all this?
I didn't know.
So you needed to learn. It's okay then, because what a moment there is different is that anytime we have to sit, the leadership must decide on what we are going to talk about. And when there's a difference between the speaker would have to come in, or you're okay, yes, go. But that time now, where the exchanges and then the time is going. Instead of we sitting at 10, we end up sitting at 12 or 1. So when the Ansah Parliament one for time in age, man.
So I just to near man now one more year or
what? We're new. It's the first time I remember I was sitting with some new parliamentarian speaker. Can be no here. Then he started here with so I say, hey, here we don't clap. Here we don't clap. I mean, university we are able to say. Yeah, that's okay. Now, so there were new things that we're learning, and Yamiad also were orientation. So we got to know how we have to dress, and then how we have to look, the things you shouldn't say.
Okay.
Where's BOY account? What's on Parliamentary? It's not nice. Until you have to learn all these things.
Where's BOY?
Oh, like today, the person has lied. You may have a different opinion, but don't conclude unless you have strong evidence to say Bawku knows that question.
And only a floor, no more.
For the floor, exactly.
But out to the
honestly, you can be behind.
Because out to them can be behind. I'm person who mark that.
See, they will show you how to dress, your orientation, some of the things you do. One of the is in Komo, and then Yama Ode Tumaka. There are some Yama Biwa will stay in Parliament. We need unless you've been given the permission to do so. And now when committees will be working along, and then the agencies under those committees you'll be able to get to know more about them. And so also okay. Now when you come to the defense and interior, these are the prisons, are there militaries, all those things, and we had to align ourselves to
committees. No, now who will be so.
Yes.
Okay, now committee.
First one youth and sports.
Okay.
And poverty reduction.
Okay.
And 2024, was called Defense and Interior, and was called Committee of Petitions, which I'm the vice chair.
Oh, okay.
Of the committee, so.
Okay. And see, 2020 to 2024, no so because you say even MPC, Omokra party, Omabine was so one, almost struggle.
Yeah.
Koya could do say majority leader, then majority leader. Honorable HMS supposed to call the constituency. Am I able to choose? You and then Ashanti region MPC or one more cry press conference say come constituency. Ni Yehuru wamu because omunye bibi anko. One more say ya think wa hini bana ne papa ti ase. One more papa ewa bam esu. Enti munu a mukoto munu a mo papa ni abam no. Na eba no fund mu ni se mu betimi anya bibidi akomo constituency net say
tell them where I can one point no one aba no they were struggling and so we're equally struggling, but tell them McCain, it's always good to form very good relationships around you. Honorable Afenya Makim was at UCC Kakra. When he was there, I was a whole president. Another Umpre was there. I was the whole president. We have so many other people. Patrick Buama was there. I was the whole president. I was in Casford. We all in Zamina president. We knew ourselves. In Zimebe, I thought it was a very good opportunity to start rekindling our friendship and then get to know. But even when we also will hustle. But you need to establish the banner. You are here to represent your people. In as much as one will struggle, you should find other alternative ways of also doing what you have to do. My whole first year, I did not get any money from Get Fund. None. Yeah, dozen. We were many.
Okay.
That's right. Mizamba, that is 2021, 2022, I never got it.
Hey.
So 2021, 2022, I didn't get NHIF fund. I didn't get Get Fund. And then the Common Fund no and I had only 1 or 2. That's it. But then my people needed me to do something for them. So I had friends who are living abroad, and they've been to Ghana. Sometimes we normally sit and discuss what we can do for my constituency. And here, but I was okay. Raga, abazin motuma yamo. Okay, I think the motuma to JCs 20 among. Then I'm all community. Then these guys will come and give me the JCs. I come about me feed them to me renovate chips compound behind EBM to support you. So all these friends came by to come and support. And to me, to whatever investment I had, I also decided to use some to also support. It's me first year, they were marveled what I was able to do because I was in opposition.
Okay.
And I was not getting the funds that was rightly
first year, second year,
I did not get. And these friends came to cushion me, and then Oma, Ijumana Mayor grounds, or very visible. all the schools, basic schools in Cape Coast North, Wunyi Ngwa, Raga supply Wunyina Ngwa. All the schools in Cape Coast North, Wunyi football jerseys, Wunyi football, Raga supply every.
Okay.
All the communities in Cape Coast North, all the second cycle schools, all the tertiary cycle schools, Nina, Kwabena, Witmamubia, street lights everywhere is lit up.
Okay.
So I started doing all these jobs for the people to know that I'm there indeed to serve, regardless of whether I'm a party or my party. And I think that was one of the reasons why they decided to vote overwhelmingly for me. Because when there's a mabani, I should be able to do more. So that is the reason why the votes really went up. Even though Ipakwama contest was known to be financially muzzled, but at the end of the day, I've realized that Cape Coast North constituency, they look at things in a different perspective, not monetary. Exactly. Because Honorable Baba 2016, she was a teacher at the Wesley Girls.
Okay.
Honorable Kobe Champon was a deputy minister. And then had all the resources. I was thinking about Cape Coast, all right. So we thought that could win him the seat easily. But was a Kamubio teacher, our secondary school. That meant that wasn't what we were looking for. And more so, he was not from there as an indigent.
Okay.
And me being there as an indigent, that also helped. And the relationship and the very few things, and
4 years from 2020 to 2024, the aside one Kasa initiative, no, which me mobilizing Yamaka crowd the coin. I buy one Kasani dear, went to me as a member of parliament, no, went to me and lobby and ye and cause me your project way.
Every baby could be they turn you down.
Wow.
They turn you down. So we have to also think about what we can do. AstroTurf, I went for a lot of meetings because I was a member of the youth sports committee. And see, and say that if you are a member of the youth sports committee, you'll be considered if you're AstroTurf across Ghana. And then as a member, I started looking out for that opportunity. I went to all the agencies they will be able to support. I went to GMPC, I went to Ghana Gas. When I have letters, I have meetings with them. Unfortunately, they didn't help. So I had to physically and then personally start AstroTurf in Cape Coast North on my own. It's Mamiska Kakramini and I'm starting here. You go query that and work there.
Wow, you AstroTurf.
Yes, I'm doing AstroTurf.
I hope so. Who do you buy AstroTurf because you're called Asin North? Omu you be one AstroPoo.
And
now you are stroke. It's what are you poo? No, when you have flood. What got the old yard? Now I stroke poo. You know, it was a very I was a 40 Cape Coast North NDC member of Parliament, Dr. Kwabena. Oh, we didn't know
Kwabena Mintenya. But do now from Raga in Raga. That's right.
No wonder say 8 parliament mobile for parliament. Because Honorable was swag. No wonder. The last time I made sure 9 parliament. One of the MPs NDC side, you know.
Yeah.
Now, microphone, and you can create confrontation. But I could be sorry, or some way you cry, best also. Let me say, man, Rama boy, yeah. Maybe that was if you want to beat you, we can beat you. But I said, Honorable, you man, add you, or somewhere you know.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. You have to have the passion to serve.
Yes.
Honestly, and it's very financially demanding and time demanding. What to about every weekend I go to Cape Coast. Every weekend.
Every weekend.
Every weekend. And commuting from Accra to Cape Coast every weekend only on the phone. You have to sacrifice because there are always programs you have to attend and go for your graduation. All the institutions a year. Obi kuna mama, obi kuna papa, obi brother bra. Adoring.
Honorable me
kwali. Obi kodi no do. Yes.
Honorable me kwali bi na TV. Honorable kwali di obo fro.
No frɛ. What to business over sana from. It's not easy, but
one kwa just any.
Yeah, I could be busy and call the other one trouble. And see that one there. But I think there's one thing in Kofu Bibri one say, and it's about time I think the NCC should educate Ghanaians on that particular score.
Okay.
MPs would you be monthly? Apart from the annual or the quarter statutory funds now, Oba or MPs, no funds is coming anywhere. In time, monthly pay no was moment. If I don't get fund, I don't get the NHI fund or the common fund. Some projects may not be completed or be done at all. Now, what I in there, get fund wasn't more annually. So the government will give you 60,000 Ghana cedi for the entire year.
60,000.
Yes, 60,000 Ghana cedi for the entire year. The last one year in Sabe Kenya, no 100,000 Ghana cedi for that year.
Okay.
So that year is what you get till the following year. If you have 100,000, you are supposed to use the 100,000 for educational related projects. If you want to build a school, can 100,000 build a school? You cannot build a school. A one igwa is about 500 cities or 600 cities. If you want to buy 100, how much is it? 600,000 gone. You have over 39 schools in your community.
Constituency.
In your constituency. You have teachers who want you to support them with scholarship. You have students who want, how can this 100,000 suffice? But one them. We feel the ones about Beno or the crash on Simzi. One whole in a audit. Same thing with NHI. NHI 100,000 Ghana for the year. Our chips compound be 13 or constituency. When you know yampa, when you roofing, when you curtains, when you incubators, all these things, that money cannot suffice. That is why you have lobbying skills to go out there. That is also. That is the point. And one task them. And one task is there, common fund no by every quarter. A whole year, no one for common fund. How are you going to survive? Sometimes my answer is so you cannot do everything concurrently. If I may pick one community, I should be able to focus and finish whatever project or me or me, then I move to the next one. And see, so one task them so they get not to understand why there's a delay or why you're not even doing it at all. And you say NCC for to educate Ghanaians on what it is. I think it's going to be better for us. I mean, what you call 15,000 every month as an MP. 15,000, yes, that's what I take home.
Oh, that's
it. It's a 15,000 pound, 1,000 Ghana cedis. I'm me MP.
When I'm in your business, I'm going to make MP. Say I'm a pen baby.
Outside him walk.
Say when you're there,
see, 150,000 as an MP. If a driver want to be chemical, the government doesn't pay your driver.
Oh, sir.
Oh, yes. As an MP, if a cook want to be chemical, the only ones that the government takes care is ministers. And these new ministers are if a driver want to be chemical, if a security man want to be chemical, if a cook want to be chemical. And they say, "Tiada monko pina ko yawakai."
Ansah.
And there's a monthly pay. In our monthly pay, no be better expensive him. Then the constituency will be asking you. So how do you also fit into that particular 16th of the middle of the month? No be out for doing yeska. I was actually more pay.
Hey, and then there's
MPs they can't go back to their constituency. Do you know that some MPs hardly even be able to afford fuel? I'm telling you the truth.
Wow.
I'm telling you the truth. Look at the number of funerals you have to attend. I mean, Moko Cape Coast Nota. Mutumanko 5 Saturday. The other 5 number into Manko on the Sunday I have to go. So I decided to go to every particular funeral, and at least me will be less than 300 or 400 Ghana cedi each. That is 5. That is for the Saturday. The Sunday, same. How much am I spending? Where am I going to get all these monies from?
Okay.
So some of them will not even come at all because what they will not be able to foot the bill.
Okay.
But what's written so one task.
Okay.
So sometimes
why a new mushroom could be a constituency because any I can we see yenim se wa ba no wa boa no pa eno ni berem ni yenim se senke sika nko ase je 100 200 nko ade a enke bia ka sika fa nko be bi tu enti and near my best from and aside say before we be waka say now yeah that's a philanthropist say you know man e dey ma o manfo bi honomo 4 years ni no and near my be po be ba ku mienu and ehunu say wutimi gina wo na so enfa ho say o common fund dem ba enfa ho say NHIS dem ma enfa ho say get fund dem ma ye no kura no and the Kenya constituency ho fo a wo mo share wan munyam sa. Okay.
I was in sectors.
Okay.
And as a member of the Youth and Sports Committee, I decided to make sure that I will improve sports in Cape Coast North. In every community, we have 49 communities. Every community, we have one football jerseys, one football, and I'm one host, the one from Mobile.
Okay.
Some of the communities are winning gold posts. I provide gold posts for them. Communities are winning more. I was at the war park. I got mobiles for all those communities.
Okay.
Yeah, you know, all the tertiary institutions. Every hall we have more jersey, more football, so that they also participate in sporting activities. Me, I call second cycle school. My family produce basketball. I love basketball. But sneakers and our trainers, that is use it to train. One away taekwondo, Central Region Taekwondo team, I sponsored them. Marathon team, I sponsored them.
Okay.
And our friend then what we call it the dwarfs and vipers.
Okay.
Yeah, football clubs in my Cape Coast. Once wherever they are going, I also sponsor them.
Okay.
So I did that for sports, and then I topped it up with AstroTurf Meridian.
Oh yeah.
And so that is what they saw, and they realized that okay, I'm improving sports in that particular community. Do you remember education? Education. What I did was that every Afrobia Opedoko SHS Nanifi Oyezen. I wanted to support that individual. And those names are given to me by the head teachers of all the basic schools.
Okay.
And every head teacher will give me a number of names or Daman Coffee. So I wasn't buying mathematical sets to the kids. The reason is that I mean that for maybe all GHS 1 and GHS 2 anyas or mathematical sets. Into a day or two of exams, mathematical sets in the I've not really done anything because he already has it.
Yeah.
Exactly. Into I'd rather support you to go to SHS. So even though SHS claims it's free, but for man work with you know on your freedom. And see, I supported all of them when I work with 250 Ghana cedis each to go to school.
Wow.
And then all the basic schools in Cape Coast North are only desks, mono and then dual. I supplied it to all the schools. So all the schools had mono and then dual desks to sit on. So no child was sitting on either. If a mono there should be 2. Or if there should be 3. No, they were just.
Constituency what dear? Obia or baby.
Everybody.
Okay.
Exactly. That's what.
Akrabia oko school bia.
Keep Coast North bia. We go betinado. Then there were some schools that were very poor when it comes to infrastructure.
Okay.
And then one of them was English Arabic. We renovated the entire school for the constituency. UCC school fee support over 628 students.
Okay.
With school fees. And not only UCC, those who are in Legon, those who are at the teacher training college, those who are the nursing. So far as you are from my constituency, was the latest was about I also do well.
Now we have one dia.
Definitely. So I always remember on was the latest in our or in my office. So I have 3 guys in the office who are able to collate all that information. One I work on Legon, one I work on Commander, one I work on nursing and all that. Then we put them there. Based on the amount of money we have in our coffers, then we share it amongst them. The lesser number we get, the more fees we are able to pay for you. The more numbers we get, the lesser fees we are able to pay for you. But at the end of the day, we cushion you.
Okay.
Now also it's my corner, we've been able to also send 15 people abroad to go and study.
Hey.
You will go for America, you will go for UK, you will go for Netherlands, you will go for Jamaica.
Through your initiative?
Through my own initiatives.
Hey.
So they are all there studying currently as I speak.
15.
15. Until they are working and studying at the same time.
Wow.
And they have scholarships too for their studies.
Wow.
Fees in here as our own. So we were able to do that, and people appreciated my efforts. There were a lot of schools that no one roof in here. They were leaking. Yinesin, Futuko Kwado, Pedu, all those schools I just
renovation.
And see that also helped. Then from there we went to health, and you realized that many of the CHIPS compound were not in a very good shape. And as I said earlier, first year Mensanka, second year Mensanka, was the third year that I had the common fund, the NHI fund coming through. So I had enough money to be able to renovate that oil. So I did 7.
Okay.
Astro and Chips compound.
Okay.
Ghana ambulance in my constituency. No one office supplies. They didn't have fridges. They didn't have so they also came to me, and I also went there to support them as well. And Jonathan Kofu Shadow, and I watched the operational Watu Modo Abba.
Okay.
Again, there's a Cape Coast Teaching Hospital. They needed something we call the phototherapy machine. So Obana Sobani or John Desa was not to them incubator machine ma to treat a friend. My friend also no turn. We also did that for them. Then we came to entrepreneurship. Then they support Yemembuno with Ansah Juma. So I trained a lot of people in biodigester construction. And when I was seeing how to do the construction, we supply 1,500 sewing machines. We supply 1,500 hair dryers just to support one hour open was it's 3 years. We did what we call the community label t-shirts production.
Okay.
And see every community be a t-shirts. Yes, one isn't yes to him. So that if you wear it, we know you are from Kwapro, or you are from Makotoche, or you are from any of the communities that were there.
Okay.
Just to support them.
Okay.
We see taxi station Kwapro community. We see Bridge Madriako community. We renovate Amamuma Chips compound. All the communities in Cape Town, we move the street light.
Because honorable and count to me saying we need this with this. Sometimes we share. To set who compare 2020 to 2016 endorsement. And I said, why you be a so a month when he and almost share when Munyam was our coin so. After Yamra, he said, yeah, constituency for constituency who said, what buying it was sweet. And the expectation here high. But many kind was share appointment here, a cost year. Who say, a baby a bar, acquire say. And pennyphobia some. They say you are one aside the positions are my own penny for nano. But this time around, and your master sakakra, who is saying.
Well, I think that the appointing officer on no judiciary and on Morocco. And then one on your agents when you want capabilities and competence. His Excellency John Dramani is a very lucky man. He's a lucky man because only in the only president, only in the only manner. Why a president 3 times in a country? Professor Okabibin obey president. The next election obey president. Nasisa was not a president. So he knows the dynamics of the country. And on you and as we said, no contribution, no job. Nobody knows what contribution anybody has put in. But on what stage, should be able to identify one hour contribute well to the party coming back to power. And as he said, he's here to make sure that Obi make a name for himself. And Ofide say for now, he has the prerogative to change anybody at any time. And no, you're sure after he let me do reshuffling. You come and do the work. I like the youthful front of Wana Wapiko now. That means he's looking at a succession of people taking over the country at a certain point in time. I mean, my point of view is there's a whole time also here. Just be patient.
Okay.
Just be patient. You may even be marveled about it.
A bedroom, so.
Couldn't be ado, Ubodudo. And the young far, young Nimzi Fanta, one was on urban nature there. If I were there, in Kamayi, my and if indeed this person is doing this, let me also add what I think. Now, also succeed. Once the person succeed, we equally succeed.
Okay.
Because this year now, NDC's ability to win the next election is dependent on your performance now. And if you all don't come together and help NDC to win and then succeed, we also not succeed. And if you are looking for a post somewhere, work now so that your term will also come for you to have the post. So for me, I'm more than comfortable whatever the president is doing.
No, minority leader can be President Mahama Mapagana for Chow. Now the task ahead, eso. In the 60 now kind of more. And then so you hear chia 2017 we brought MPP take over now. Sabria Kwane debt to GDP say 56%.
That's right.
Inflation was around 54%. And then your friend say your debt
inflation,
your total debt was around 120,000. Over sector by sector and then the economy no grow over IMF predictions.
Exactly.
But Nana Akufo-Addo say boom 120 MPs.
Yeah.
And then compare that time, that period, to 2025, and can say be NDC here 150 ministers.
500.
And 500 because a huge,
yes,
a huge responsibility. And economy, every sector, every angle, baby, I say, and or can say 60. Yeah, when you should cry, I can't want them say, sister, no, other one, you say, regional minister 16 be free one. I'm an aka 44.
Right.
Deputy si wo mu ana na we de said ya de kwai de said abre e was o pebi de kan ho enti ono ba fe no markets asem kan no uso mu sei se adwuma ne so enti sister ya 16 regional ministers ya free mu afa ya ministers ya aka best few yi na je se ministry bi ko nya deputy ya de no e betimi mu betimi de ya adwuma said ya Ghana for hwehwe.
Well, I'm feed Uzikan corridor here. Minority leader or apologize to the good people of Ghana, because indeed say I'm a Morocco, me if you are Benin, Mamo CD to 3 cities 90% or 4 cities to 20%, right? For $1. Mamo inflation of something within the decade of 13 or 8%. Then Mamo or friend then fuel 1 liter is this amount of money. Now Awaba. You campaign on the fact that you bring in a lean government. Now governments, we increase the number of ministers to a certain number, which was more, or which is more than Maye Zijawa. Who should be apologizing to the other? And here you have a man, Honorable Show there. Despite all the challenges we are facing, challenges are our crew. You, the minority leader in your government, one our crew, that much challenges in your that war. And this man comes in and says that regardless of I can still work with this number of people and make sure that we achieve what we have to do. You should be clapping for him. In any case, if he says, okay, me pede, me 5 come on, he has that right. The Constitution gives him the right to appoint as many people so far as he thinks that but I believe that he has a reason for doing that. And the ministries be so that you don't have to get so many ministries coming up. Now, exactly to reduce the number of oil ministers or the offer. And see, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, 16 crowd, why has it do? Why has it done? Got 80. Okay, 80 and 100 numpa. It is still less than oil MPP.
Yes, and then I found your can because I say any 16 I found your can say a human is soon.
A human also because one obey saying. And no refugee, one unknown age man. They were less than my essentially Akufa was one baby. And so no Benya more ministers, more than mono essentially John Draman Mam OJ. And our baby no catch there. After studying the economy, I think I can make with 60.
Okay.
So allow him to make with 60.
Okay.
If there's a need for him to come and justify why or those become
okay.
But they should rather apologize to Ghanaians for spoiling the economy. To them making every sector be I say. Every sector be I say. And he say also the urban wa being here. It doesn't have to be the people. It's about efficiency. And on feed the phone would my efficient enough for us to be able to make things okay. And see, me feel that you should allow the president to be. Let him do what he thinks he can do. He's a strategist, he's a communicator, and should be able to do exactly what he has asserted that he will do.
Mosha, honorable pressure damoso. NDC are buying way. We share said near MSC corner expectation yadena area pressure damoso.
Of course. You have an economy where 7.3 people are living in abject poverty. It's a serious challenge. You have an economy where about 7 million Ghanaians are not working. We've school since 2017, 2018. They are all staying at home. And there's no job. Unemployment rate is around 13-15%. A whole economy, you have the youth not working. It's a challenge. And I think that Enyama was a Gufumun will help us to get to a place where Yawumbotoyen. One, you are looking at apprenticeship program. On your Bia Nodoko University. On your Bia Sunu University or Tiedo. There are some people who may go into fashion. There are some people who may go into other areas, or but they will use one son was the age man, right? So here's a president who is saying that, okay, even though we are in school, no, all those who are interested in doing A, B, C, D, my band is prepared to make sure that Unsabeka Azibia Ebeya. I'll make those library environment for you to learn Unsanu Juma. Was that war? There's this 24-hour economic policy. There, Yempede Ubiabe 5 to 8 and 8 to 5. Ebi na kofi no bisaba no
Formula 888.
Exactly.
Okay.
And these are ways of create job. And you see, as you are creating job, you are also increasing your revenue generation. Samemu kujuma 8 to 5. At the end of the month, man continue with your tax onto the
Yeah.
Good. I will call. Okay, you 8 hours. You put your tax at the end of the month. Doesn't pay 8 hours. I'm submit your tax. Minyanku bisu babe 8 hours. Ian traino, you pay tax. And we have generated revenue enough so that it will not give us the government to come and tax you again.
Okay.
Why should we come and tax you when we have added additional 2 people to what we are already receiving?
And the finance minister and Chemo de Bayer said, one may introduce new taxes and then the existed ones, one may increase, you know, because he left the crown. On some people for an can say, Muchamua, a bear or how, betting Muchamua, a bear or how, and money are not just say, there are other means are ways
to raise the
okay,
revenue.
to raise the revenue.
That's right.
Okay. Honorable person me bought honorable Quadro upon chroma video be.
Okay.
Na meje o submission, na meje wadrenche.
That's okay.
Okay. Muko Parliament no, they are finance minister after almost swearing in on the energy minister no can be say. Energy Minister John Jinapo. Ghana form person or more better say your doom kania. Ghana form per excuses be
right.
Ghana for per se or backup fuel pump so I could to fuel. Nay, two. You know, the Ghana need pebiate. Then now the enchilemu be a explanation be a ba. Ghana form person or better say your bills, electricity bills. Akosro. Yempesi ebehunu bie
right
enti okanya BBC finance minister so de so so betwa yi levy wo ba betwa betting tax so ba be ye de ben afen so say revenue mobilization so kra no wo ba benya ne bebre de Ghana fon person on betie ne say wo di new taxes e ba and I said the existed ones those existed no so kra no wo ba ye review na wo di bia ka ho say de no di kan wo he ba bia 2017 MPP aban eje Ghana free ye na baby om di Ghana edru such comments no say a free MPP side e ba eya wo so mu say
I think the way one kasere kasem po mama e de awara e de asem record when he is ejuma are you getting the point? Yes, abanamo abare doom so no one kasa wo claim den ye ya said my baby it is now coming back. You are not criticizing yourself, but I hope the exercise will be full. You have more timelines there, but damage mana or His Excellency John Dramani Mahama Wakan. I would have wished them go by phone. Now that my timeline no swan, Nasi ya it may be John Naka Bibi. Mamuska, yeah, by its cow gunning in 1.22 billion.
122.
Yes, 122 billion. How ebefido? You are hitting over 700 billion. You are not complaining about what you have done, but to be our mass now, you are the one attacking. We feel that it is too early for them to start doing these blame games. We are still appointing our ministers. All the ministers will go back to their respective sectors. In some way, they will let us know. Then we'll be able to craft strategies about all these challenges that we are. I believe in the competence of the people that have been appointed so far.
Okay. Hey, too early. Said you okay? Say baby, I'm going to Ghana free. Any baby, I'm going to Ghana do. We be Ghana one more can say from a liter, fuel liter, 4 cities. It says around best 15 cities. Now because Ghana from person better so too. And then baby adapt to GDP. A do money at the other. But ocean so. Omubetimi agina so daache e dey propaganda e dey tiamunti Ghana for bi and then President Mahama so kora ka say every sector when your opportunity na kokoda no a ma yehu the state of affairs
exactly
Only one more yard, Johnny say, briefly Ghana for.
Yes. So the music can NCC, the government should make sure that whatever information is there is disclosed. Maybe 100,000 about 2 years, maybe 100,000 about 2 years. 100,000, since I had no, you pay 50 years a day, you pay 20 years a day, and say, Osa, damn not say. You pay a coniaca pay, damn skiers ba, Obi Abin Yajma, in Yajma, what taxes, but you can in Abuma, or 1 trillion. 1 trillion, you pay a hospital, you pay you are. Just disclose the information.
Okay.
Once Ghanaians are happy to get the information, one point radio, Dumpungasa, they won't get a idea because they have the facts. So disclosure of information is vital as far as I'm concerned. Put your issues on the table. Everybody sees it, and they are able to make any informed decision. How can you print money and we are not aware you've printed money? These things should have been disclosed, and as it's a criminal activity. Until let us know. That's what I was saying. All these ministers will go back to their sector ministry. As I handing over notes was they will know. They will let us know. Tell them, Honorable Jinapo, for starting the audit exclusive. Yes, the code day, even offended than electricity. We're going to have issues. MPP we're going to have issues. They had to quickly do some magic to make sure the Bawku to your enlightenment will be on. So if we didn't know about this, if you had not been there, so every minister, go to your sector ministry, disclose whatever it is there. Let us all appreciate what is there, and the steps that you are taking to ensure that as I remember Ghana Ghana free and Casabe.
Okay, Yenti Honorable Kwadwo Ponko Mamra yeba to us.
Okay.
Eugene Bannon. I was for NT Cape Coast North Member of Parliament and Nkomo at the Afa it's a ninth Parliament.
John Jinapo, our brother, is well versed in the subject of energy and finance. He has offered a lot of explanations about take or pay and things that are going on in the past. Mr. Speaker, no matter the explanations you give, and I speak as a former member of cabinet, there are a few lessons that we can share with our colleagues. No matter the explanations that you give, what the people of Ghana are waiting for is that fuel prices don't go up, the electricity prices don't go up, the fuel is available at the pumps, that the lights don't go off. We wish our brother well, and we hope he delivers in that area. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Dr. Tuforson spoke about 4 things that I want to briefly comment on. One was on raising revenue. The Honorable Dr. Tuforson says that his target is to move tax to GDP ratio from 13% to about 18%. That's about 500 basis points. Mr. Speaker, 1% of GDP is about 10 billion Ghana cedis. So to move it from 13 to 18 is about 50 billion Ghana cedis. At a time when, as we have agreed across the political divide, some tax handles should be removed. E-levy, COVID, betting. E-levy and COVID alone, nothing less than 20 billion. So what he's promising us is that he's going to take away about 20 billion from the revenue handles, but still grow it by another 50. We are hoping that he will do that without introducing new taxes or renaming some of the taxes. And whatever he will do in that area, we will support him and help him. If it works well and Ghana moves to 18% of GDP, it works well for all of us. Mr. Speaker, he spoke about expenditure cuts and says that he's committed to it. On this side of the House, we had already advertised that we are looking forward to about a cut of 3% of GDP. So we'll be looking forward to the expenditure cuts that he will present in his first budget, and we'll help him to achieve it. However, Mr. Speaker, whatever cuts we do, we should ensure that quality of projects are not being sacrificed. We should expect that ongoing projects that are delivering value to Ghanaians are not sacrificed. Yesterday, the Honorable Agboja at his vetting mentioned that commitment on roads is about 100 billion. That means about 100 billion worth of road projects ongoing. These cuts, we are hoping, will not lead to a stop of the major critical road and other infrastructure projects across the country. Mr. Speaker, the third thing he spoke about, which I want to briefly comment on, is debt management. That under his administration, they will do better in debt management. At the same time, he's considering taking some more money from the IMF. That's not a grant, that's debt. What is that debt going to do? Worsen our debt situation or improve it? So, Mr. Speaker, we'll be looking forward to these things and helping our brother Ato to achieve those objectives. And finally, the respected minority leader drew attention to the fact that when the president issued the EI on the ministries, he said Ministry of Finance and Economic Planning. But Honorable John Jinapo, our brother, is well versed in the subject of energy and finance. He has offered a lot of explanations about take or pay and things that are going on in the past. Mr. Speaker, no matter the explanations you give, and I speak as a former member of cabinet, there are a few lessons that we can share with our colleagues. No matter the explanations that you give, what the people of Ghana are waiting for is that fuel prices don't go up, the electricity prices don't go up, the fuel is available at the pumps.
But so what's way?
Well, it's interesting, maybe could you also something, but I think it's in the right direction.
Okay.
It's in the right direction because I don't feel the Bawku, my walkway and Yamawkway on Sidema from where we are coming from. And as a word of caution,
okay,
we'll make sure there's a Okocha Inma. You should look out for the alternative revenue or friend and ways are Obutum, Wama Ska Awaba. And at Mama Ken, I even tried using the 24-hour economy a bit to show you some aspect of what they generate. That's right. Okay. So, what other alternative ways what will raise oil revenue? Even if they decide to go to the IMF, that means it's a negotiation that would detail whether or not the debt they are going for is better or is not.
Okay.
And see, let us one more uncle, what is there? Oba, you come and talk to us and we'll take it from there.
Okay. Yeah. Say what by Madika ka party in our power.
That's right.
And the Cape Coast North expecting near Macasia Cassia. The Oyama woman near so. They said dear papa baby.
Mamma
is rabbi, mammy, or then papa baby. One more expectation a high pa. And to going forward, you know, a dear in a sewer niswa, who pass away ye and in Sembe and Apes or catch our constituents.
Well, Ozikan Madawana say, Mada Oya Cape Coast North Constituency for us there. When you choose Mumu, the Anamona me on to the previous election year, no, Oto Wanakomado, my Wasana Mama Quinja de Membrana Mibijin on her name. Dema, when you were Ganan, or my paying wash I say, or chichen positions, I'm a wana opede, where you was a one of my Yokoyim. Now, there, on my paying back Cape Coast North, and so, but Cades and Yami Adam. Na se yewina oye maso ozimbesi BBP na musume tumabwa nti na don't find I want each the yensu is in baba
Monday Cape Coast no for bu because at me what about boy for crowd we na man ti ase say one member of parliament nya binti one mo shit ties
as when we
no crowd no parliament body monya the whole president na wu whole president no mo manya mo sa prefo
obi o closer but me feel odi yambotara I mean onyobi no be in position I mean if I don't get the position I will not be worried. I will not be worried Sunday. First of all, I need to represent my people there. And once I'm there, I know where to pull some few strings. But so definitely I will deliver. And see about to tell one from one tie each. Na bibi able to me ako yakaji kakrifi will be a yansanka me to me from Brewan. Ye committees so baba. And once you're able to get a committee, you call the baby papa. Yes, you will definitely do what we can do. It is true, expectations are high. But other ones what I said there, we have also come to inherit BBA. We need to make sure that you're cushion the economy in Kakra before we can do this disbursement of initiatives and all that. But I'm very confident in His Excellency John Dramani, ma'am. I'm very, very confident. Whenever I talk to him, I feel so refreshed with ideas and strategies.
Oh yes.
Oh yes. Yes. So sometimes we need to also appreciate that opportunities are in. And I wish him the best. I wish the Vice President, who is also coming from my constituency, and now so we've been talking. Yes, in Como, yes, that's right.
Cape Coast North.
Yes, Cape Coast North.
Yenya second Europe with the Vice President, if you question
Vice President,
and you excuse, and this government, and this any excuse.
Oh, we will do our best, certainly. Mean there, Prof. Nana, Najin, or Central Region and Cape Coast North. Mimle President Muhammad Sudama, because anytime Yoba keeps he's very happy. The way he also had a soft spot for Cape Coast North. In there, Adoma, whatever he's doing, you know, he consider the central region and also Cape Coast North.
How be idea how a constituency nyamia buaya said your casa banana will lobby ya nye nyamia buaya will party aba power no se unsaka unya when you who say when ya dear when you beg Japan constituency ni beg Japan.
Sanya me adum na me factories to do my constituency. Yeah. I'll be very happy.
Okay.
Na menya nkofo be edwuma ma won so akedo raga bay ma yensu yenyi ma amso menya mesano edwuma. Even though my
factory to no dia na wo hono mo a e bia farming and fishing and I say okay
your fishing community.
Okay.
Your fishing community no majority of them have no one now they are into if I made to get a very big Gary production to serve a very good purpose. You can even export some to Nigeria. School feeding. That's it. And see, that is one of the things. There's two communities here across all in the scene.
Okay.
They're also into Gary production. You have to get that factory for them. I'll be very happy. And fruits.
Okay.
Fruit factories. That will also help because majority of farmers now so they are also into fruit production and also. But I have a personal stuff apart from the astrotef and I'm talking to some few people. Now me, I don't say we are able to finalize that decision now. We also bring a soccer factory. There, you buy jerseys, you buy football boots, you buy balls, nazi in Cape Coast North. So one from Parliamentary said in Korea, I'll get some people working.
Cape Coast North youths, one pay mama because I near mama went to one mama. Hey, what house our bank have a paid you?
Yes, that's it.
Baby, I prepared you. And you may be with Kroma. Oh, it's football lessons so power.
Oh, yes. I mean, it's one of the
black time.
Oh, Sisi, I'm sure they will pick it up. It will get there.
How many said if you are coming near China?
Sisi, I ask now. But I think we will get there. Cape Coast in factory the only factory we have is a private one. I mean Sangari, but CCI is under the One District One Factory Initiative.
Okay. Now what that?
No.
Okay.
Now only Guye.
Okay.
And Vampire with the One District One Factory Initiative.
Okay.
But still, the funds not here. It wasn't what they got. And it's still struggling.
Okay.
And then I think in there I was with the Honorable Samuel Atamils. We were talking about factories in Central Region are able to be Abua. And we also mentioned Commander Sugar Factory and all that. And see, we'll be pushing for those ones for Yenso Yensaka.
Okay. I don't know if you are on my person.
Well, my Kade Ghana for me in Yabuta. Okay. So busy 8 years, I be say, mana Yentum for 2 months, 3 months, you're bringing immediately. And the patience now when you more busy 8 years saying one so when your patients man within the first 6 months. Now I'm sure that by the time we'll be appointment in the no be our sector ministry room or kodo. Since they are EMCs, so we are just still floating. We need to know exactly what is going on all the other municipalities in each respective.
But the old MC, you know, I say interviews never see a cost. Yeah. Who will be out or supporting?
Well, my places were like 12. The whole Cape Coast North and South. They were one Metropolitan Assembly.
Okay.
One of our contests, they are 22.
Okay.
And then out of 22, 10 are from my side.
Okay.
And then the other ones are from Cape Coast South.
Okay.
I mean, it's an interview.
Okay.
Then we all go and support.
Okay.
Yeah, because I really did, you know, the MCs that were there, we worked with them.
Okay.
They were with the other party, but we still work with them.
Okay.
And so that means that there's room for us to equally work, regardless of whoever occupies the seat.
Okay.
Yeah. But I wish all of them the best.
Okay. So, anyone on one. Okay. Yabadasi. For Cape Coast North NDC Member of Parliament, Honorable Dr. Kwabena Minta Nyaku Boga. But I was saying Rabunya a appointment because you're educationist. Or any background baby or free banana. Who call a deputy education a sector on because there are who scholarship for corporation dear and a UCC who sponsor one more anyway now education side ministry on a beboa.
I receive.
I was going to try home Brian back to us so now yeah dear
give us P capsules a memory manum bia ye benamua can tutu ya na me nkwa sese de petro esa kum mania give us P capsules give it to me baby give us core capsules so e man mema nyina akoko yade sisi yade amamanya yam timotete wo mo no yedro no manum bi amama de me ho give us core capsules Mrs. Moye ding give us core capsules I give it to you baby you give it to me hey give us no amen ni gia babusuamu papa na bema ka give us P capsules and ni give us core capsules bomu nom dia na eni gia ni ahoden no wa brudo give us P capsules and men na wadi fiodun wa twede kronkwa na efa give us core capsules apemfo abata wo mo manufo ne nkwada wo ne fiodun mienu nka ho e wo drugstore bia motofonko give us herbal center teshi mobile and na teshi aduami phone numbers 0543 222 470 and 05068511135
FD Aje Edwedi Nkratui Atu
Banjo why go Massa St. Andrews asembubu wayek machine biomo afie we die eye buta
7 A's 6 A's and 5 A's no abruso
enti sesei sa wo beto forms e wo St. Andrews SHS a the results ni bi na hwansa
afie we ye the 999 candidates and a quatrain emu 997 and a qualify ye ko university
wow we die e buru adwen ene ntiase so
eno nti se wako school bi akọ fele poto
e mane hawo kra
for any tremo St. Andrews SHS say St. Andrews e bi akwanya ama omo ko form 3
enti ma wonye ha na be fa forms na tre wasi May June exams ni bi afie ebe
enti masa akwanya we mpa ho fisa me ho yanka na ka echi
enti fresisi a na je SHS 3 admission forms
0244 696911
and 0207 891004 St. Andrews SHS
we are always
in the league.
Now me say, a free brand who the bia we are active, very strong and energetic.
We are 100%. Na nyina ne sadie me hwe me ni padua sofa na de boa me mama hoden mama timi ko bada ene tabia zanika heba mister
tabia zanika heba misha what do you want dance here me
ho dance de enya wonko me de dawure na ato so na media tra ni pampempem tabia zanika heba mister ma to ne de nyamnyama sa wonom a emenkwamu a ewo ni padua no mu a ye fe mo asojafo eye wide blasters na hoden enti ni padua ni nya hoden soronko kutia yare ahodo bebre enti wonta nyare enti na dam ye strong no eye general well-being of the body enti ye adwuma ewo ni padua na kwa no mu ba bia
me am to me ene ese busua bia
eye busua nchemfa so obi de ne ho to tabia zanika heba mesa so a eden so obeyare na nya na ewo ba bia tonto aduro bia hye ne nso se obi onya mfinhye dumienu apemfo ene abatan a omanofo entime no bi FDA ahwehwe sa adwade nkratro mu agye to me say ye
starter it's too far to dance oh
what try is the marketing team
everybody can do what he does
be bold be you be bold Charlie be bold oh chairman be you brothers and sisters be bold this year be you let's go be bold be bold be you be bold be you be bold be you
Rush Energy, be bold, be you.
Excessive drinking can be detrimental to health. Not recommended. Persons under 18 years, lactating mothers, pregnant women, and people sensitive to caffeine. This advert is FDA approved.
say the Mako who Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic. No, who credit me, say, and Nunti no mania award, a word bestie, Obian Transit Emma Dumpemia, the Cassa, and as a boy at the end cannon to them view.
Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic. A senior want to say, near Kuro Etuno, near Ankara Awanum, Obana Bemo Power, and Yarwankaye. Nancy Mamika say, and the Spana Cod Ekayeno. Greenfield Adarumenti, and was our Solejan and also APM. Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic. Our ultra modern laboratory and a diagnostic machine, sir. I should share the Pediadimu Ankasa. Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic. Our Nunga Dogon, Estate Junction, last stop. Frewa 0243 983 906 and 0261 651 898. Greenfield. God is our healer. Greenfield. Your last stop. I believe.
Everywhere you go, big go for the friends and the family. Big go, big refreshing moment. Big go for the kids and the adults. Big go, boys and girls with a drink up. Big go, everywhere the party day. Big go, we go mash up the place with it. Big go, greatest in every battle. Big go, big go, big go, big go, big go, big go. Big refreshing moments.
Big old drink. Big refreshing moment.
Another quality product from Trillium Industries. This advert is FDA approved.
When we send your police in your draw, Imbusaba Mesa Amama Huading.
Refuse to grow. Any offense will be
and what day immune system or Yankopon, and you're ready for Yadmusa Moya Hubano, and Nasa Wunum Imbusaba Mesa, a Peja immune system Nabribia. Ya Yarientimu. Sasa dear, a man for the one, the Imbusaba Mesa, do the one dance yes, and Yarwa who ran Nipa and Yina Etimi Banaso, and in Yarwa Cassian Kaya Wutini D and a home car. No, you was shooing, you know, a way who buy every home. And now I'm on one Yarwana Dada, no monum doctor in Rono, and no Imbusaba Mesanoa, and Mama who are deep in tea. Ya Omuntum Pose, Yaria Esomo, Imbusaba Mesa, and walk Kashi, and you are made move Bia Yato in row, and to form friend 0246 20 84 96. FDA, I should say, Jedi and Crat, you might to say, Yaria.
FM 100.5.
Okay, you speak Tree.
I can speak Tree.
You want to you speak Tree?
I can speak Tree.
And Tiffany one penny for same page of woman, so now no to Dako, any Nanama Jaco, Eddie 2 year. Now, Miss Midden Baby walk about the MOB Bakwaba Strong Queba Crow 100.5 FM. So, Citizen Show, Jumedi, no, we say no, see, I will be so doing Kunyabuno, yes, right. Sir, Yabesum or mine, Ghana, Daniel Kono, Adjoinia Bozil Kwesi. Ohima Amasika and so adjoining Salma Aminu Dankofa and so Bernard Diono Kai Okai Bernard Ni Okai Oha Vivian Opon and so adjoining but all Facebook are not wash amai but ma mini kai and kawi and sana ye guess better say na ye dinko mo ye nuano moa you know be shit ties in your dear say BNBC4, Munyan BC4. What I know, Mr. Mabrunua, a bit of Monteneswa. More yes, I am because you think, sir, if you say a be a member of parliament be in your appointment, an appointment named by Mr. Remo, Mumma Abutre and talk. John Dramani Mahama, we nipa bakope. And I don't envy him at this point. I don't envy him at all. Can you imagine say nipa bako na waka say ministers oba appointed edusia pe Ghana mna so kire say in appointing ministers no majority must come from the House of Parliament. NDC any independent candidate can one bomwa about 187 60 ministers and they say appoint one. So you should understand say enyo bia and obeti any opportunity about being minister. Young point to minister and non stress when you're intelligent. Anna say ye ma wo minister and now MP Juma so may minister and non stress any enru. Ayabotre Mr. Ramu. Yen to be fat John Dramani Mahama and my bemu and say win it was. And a craft him ye Rebecca sense natural. Time ye bar power e bi woni nam state institutions e protect Ghana niema yankasa because ye macronphobia enwia ye niema. We will not allow any thief to steal from us as a people. Eti abra e maburu no bi enam other state institutions. Abra e maburu no bi enam other state agencies e protect Ghana japade no yama howa because yenim say say juma no ne ya e betimi aboa age Ghana ni so de hono ese wa brade. However entimi ntoaso forever empanyufo say why bia twaso enye why bia toaso because say animu a the more we do that eyanim guasie and ye de bra ben. John Dramani Mahama no de anim no oye peaceful character why crack bi on pen ho asem kwa eti ede no ha ede no say be sorry ana who appointed me MP as minister no shit tie dey no me MP appointed no ele kwema kurugu ote do me Kwabena ya appointed no ko baby to say Tema West lawyer James Enu since 1996 NDC winning what Tema West da lawyer James Enu etima winning etima extra 22,000 votes lawyer James Enu ya appointed no eti Tema West for so entengu mantreso hey kai near shit ties. I mean, what is that? No, what is that? Yenya sane man anya fe ubin katra me katrabo munya sane man no yesemunu. Let's be patient. Yenya butrema John Dramani Mahama we nipa ba ko by default of the Constitution also appoint over 5,000 workers we nipa ba ko be. So obi anya minister obetima ko board. So obi anya board obetima executive director and a chief executive officer. In fact, so when you say to Banana, your deputies may be on more. Unfortunately, so I am member of Parliament. Want to mean see you because you be here no Parliament. But I am member of Parliament. I bet to board also. Eti Mr. Mwa, obi won mukra won purpose, obetima na contracts. And for those of you who are not aware, just one contract every cry associating MP Bibenya for the whole 4 years of the tenure in the House of Parliament. It is a wood me Mr. We NDC Mabunu especially. Munya botre and you see yes amuma IGP cry confused. Because a woman say and tokwa wo yi anasa ohawo amane oyene ana mentime ho ase ana pinche wo yi enim political kara. We are dying and run about you. Now, sometimes I am not any problem for them. Wafra, they say, end this for youth, and at home, who go on Tenso. Uber come when they end this for youth. Uber come where, then the papa for a person, say John Dramani Mohammedin. Uber come where, not chromophobia, or more poor Majumaya, some baby, Ghana, and a day or more, after for Sunday, Matom, who go on Tenso, are there, the best end this youth. But bia me who NDC ni Bawku me no bi wo ho. It is say NDC asumasi and now benti won kwan de yes NDC for and atom wagu montres. Na no ye kwan na e bai. Ya bre 8 painful years in opposition. Abai na nya kwanya ba betra so a. Ye mo bi nsemu no e di fa so be dos. Munya nsemu no me ka no kra kra muntia. Jai nsemu no. We have a government to run. We need to get SMA John Dramani Mahama. Nene pam fasum dre. Locally, John Dramani Mahama etimi appointed very wonderful ministers of state. John Dramani Mahama etimi appointed and Krofua womunimu de Bwajuma. Somebody like Haruna Idris. Obey education pasa. I'm telling you. He's not only a former national student, Munkonkobisa, apart from so yeah, former National Union of Ghana student president. Munkobisa, yeah. And now Ghana Timinya Sika SEC a school there Hoodwa. Go and ask the Get Fund policy. He was very instrumental in that process. Who on Facebook and Washamai? Very, very instrumental in that process. About good education from in the positive light. Somebody like Honorable Eric Opoku, fantastic man. Now me post 2 minutes in interview with CTV. Fantastic man. By all standard, when it comes to a Greek, in Krenibeka, you can't beat Eric Opoku. Fantastic man. John Dramani Mahama Tiba appointed such a character. So a Greek minister. They need the needed peace. Woman here some J, a family has swum in on the Benjamin. Eti mu bi amete mu gu mountains mo se mu koko de pirate. Honorable Okujo to black one. Foreign affairs say, hey, share me. Foreign affairs the Okujo to black one wa tu. And Okujo to black one echo foreign affairs. Foreign affairs ministry we bien some was Okujo take wa too because when him said that young man is not just an intelligentsia. That young man you be a wire crowd so be some Ghana. at a point in time I was lost. Because no could to a black one. Young journalists for your Juman Waji. Because the kind of expose Honorable could to a black one at the back room, the kind of expose. Free passport office. Cost $58 million. Yeah, dear Siamna, say yeah, the city drama. Yeah, Onyakopo. Atuni din cathedral. Kwasi Brenner Champion, yeah, Kado say. State hotels. State for the sell Palm Royal Beach Hotel, La Body Beach Hotel, and some other hotels. One town. Look, it took Okute to a black one to stand firm. Yeah, demonstrations. Wow. And that man is going to be our foreign affairs minister. So, you see, me to me, one more kidding because you know. But one thing I know is that one more His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, I'll point to him in a free Sam George to the last person. Look at someone like Abunaji Fagobashi. Fantastic woman. The creative industry, look, you're appointing Anna, creative for NDC. Creatives for NDC, led by Zori and his team. Now, I could Yamone, Christiana Winemo, Omwakanya, big question, all the guys. Omni Jiko dinner at the veteran. Appointment of John Dramani Mahama as far as ministers are concerned. I want to maybe. Eti yanu mama yedi abane bayro. Yani epese gu abane mas. Please. And I am charging all constituency chairmen, constituency secretaries. I'm charging all regional executives. Yani and Crawford kasa. John Dramani Mahama Kraka say, "O mama uni panwa okwama the minister." What to be ministerial appointment or other appointments in a day. And many of them are more boy. I want to join Dramani Mahama free. I respect the MP, our Bollywood boy, very well. And I know. Say he's such respected as Sabi. One show be kutupa. So Muntum Hungumun since so not John Dramani Mahama and Imran Hosso. I be a marginal. More yes, I do. And now John Dramani Mahama say, it was so appointed. The MP from Bollywood boy, fair enough, but what is that rampage? Say yes, Sanyama. Hey, Obi Kuramuno, Minister Kronyebi, Bollywood boy, you don't have a minister, but you have a whole president. The president himself hails from Bollywood boy. If you have a whole president, a minister, the bearing. Maybe Fachimsino, Fantiaqua South, Mimanyade. It's me quite a Dami Kwabena na constituency. Ale kuma krugu. Yamane den. It means me organize the boys. Dami Kwabena. Ni yangu John Dramani Mahama ni masi. We cannot keep on doing that. We should stop that as youth of this country. Yenye sense no. So bian kan chere mu Accra FM. Ye ne yebeka chere mu because mu na mu ye enia no. Momu ni ye enia no. And at this point you guys are going far. No be the video be chere me. Servers, even na so mo shetize no. Eva, Winiba, Efutu, and this is 4 boys in the Adaya, as well appointed a Kofi Annan, Honorable Kofi Annan as the minister. Look, Obia can say Honorable Kofi Annan in qualified. Any of that, Tamil Suniano, send on Usunin Crawford, but they'll go on rampage because Tamwa, over at Tamils, a president, none the vice, and a John Dramani Mahama. There's this lady maintaining Zenato Rollins maintain. So and you see nobody should pretend and tell fear and pretend it's also the can I president me say tell fear and pretend so the can I president with all due respect na ma him futie me to Sabi, ntra ofia nyene so dem nyansa se John Mahama and ka na president Lordina Mahama no ahodo wo tu ni kumfu pa anu ntina even was in opposition na Lordina Mahama at the Lordina Foundation Gususi hospitals ema here for that is the kind of a lady what tied John Dramani Mahama chi on to for boneda abotre. At this point be patient e bedru obi aso adwuma kra from ye Sefas and this is for ba ma frobi ya fra Otu na ku ya frɛ me. Bobie anse ya frɛ no. Amaja ku ya frɛ no. Kwam kwachi o produce ya frɛ no. Eugene Ba, wonu nti wo hwebu Facebook. Eugene ya frɛ. So what are you talking about? I can't from yesterday demonstration. Yeah, we had him in a crofobia too. Petrochemical bomb. That's what I can't from. Yeah, we yank ya wunka kwasi wo. It's yes one great demonstration. Me o to da kon crofobia me fie aba bomb me car glass ransaki mu esenema. It's me great demonstration. Minya serious accident which was orchestrated by omo enimom ho. Aba ye collide with a trailer. Nyame nkwa kan we me great demonstration. Abutre. Stop rushing. Abutre. John Mahama is just one man. Stop confusing him. By now, I didn't number draw so bebre. Eh, I didn't know more quartic room bebre. I did John Mahama nama sorry them bebre. I did John Mahama nam mosque bebre. Buddhists for the John Mahama nam. Hindus the John Mahama nam. Hare Krishna for the John Mahama nam. Almost every religion, Freemasons, no more. What be other John Mahama nam? Ne ho home yabako pe. It's one day. Mr. And penny for say. So my men tell what they say na besu. Empo mahu ma me kurabia what tell what they say. And so was sum na banoma ese na ma me ankasa. But where dia o ma me ankasa na tell what they na say o. Ah John Dramani Mahama on one ankasa na tell what they na say. Obenu mu nkwan no obenu ase. Etinya botra ba no. Sabi 8 painful years in we survived and that na do dan kwa kufa. Na Nebukadnezar 8 painful years we survived under him. What makes you think, say, 3 weeks now, yaba bemuno, and I say, Oshabra say, who Facebook has mine? 3 weeks now, about bemuno, and I say, Oshabra say, set if I don't try and kakra. This is the first time, behind the console, me be this uncle, now me call National Communications Authority, NCA. Ladies and gentlemen, I am saying this because Abra Yatu Radio Gold 90.5 FM Abra Yatu Munti FM any other pro NDC stations mo. It was led by certain elements in government. Munti Miye. And respectfully, if His Excellency John Dramani Mahama is listening, with all due respect to him, because he ain't for Boneda, it is our duty to make sure he succeeds as president of the Republic of this country. And Messiah can wait because Abra na NDC, okay? Esu ana ekasa elbo benese adenti na matu to these radio stations na. Christian Council can and two. Bishop Conference can and two. Any all those civil society organizations, Bubruja, don't want to come and two. Very few people rose, and I'm privileged to say that I was one of them. Time Latabio Koshi, Radio Good, we did a vigil. Vigil, we bring back our radio. Or bring back, vigil. I was the MC for the night. Because they were quasi proud because Sami Jamfim because and Penny who drove because and I was MC for the night. Will be or follows our program be a bekai. If for 8 years, Yamagana 4 aqua or haumu, aqua yenemo, aqua amaniemu, abebresemu. Nasa Sabi, and Penny for them, Sabia couldn't Sam Penny for be. In their wisdom, think, say, this is the best decision. I cannot fault them. However, me wasamuka. Penny Fossa, see the yo, na yo, you know, fire that. NDC, Munsianya Sasabi. NDC, you must learn. You must learn. Sabin Penny Fona or at Yentimin Radio soon Casamonim, but you guys must learn. And yes, sir, no more German. You guys were in this country. And this Fianco guy, more appointed somewhere, NCA head, he led that crusade, Mom Kotu to radio stations in this country. None this from Penny for Minikroma. None this from Penny for Nikroma. Nami Resedun Katia, Wanikroma. Nami Julius Dabla, Wanikroma. Nami Rafifi Kwete, Wanikroma. Ministers here appoint them were they not in this country. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, respectfully sir, weren't you in this country when your radio stations were closed down? You hear me say, Why they close this radio station? Video no, and no more. And I don't know if we should repeat the same video. Let's repeat the video. Get me the video. Get me the video. Using Babo video. No. The same person led the closure of those radio stations. Unless more superior argument. Say, hey, beer. When the parkuno. No, but the video no like. Video no like. Video no like. Only parkuno whom you pay video near. We'll be on Facebook. Live on a crown of Father Fam. Yeah, but video this year. Just somebody when you're my father for a bushia. Father for.
We have all the transmitter. We have all the transmitter.
Hello? Yes. Afternoon. We did. We are off. That's what we've been told.
The transmitter is on. The link. The transmitter. Please check. You don't feel.
I'll call you back. I'll call you.
The transmitter is on. You have become unnecessarily difficult. Rather, what's being more? Take it easy. Just check your radio. Take it easy. The capacity, NCA boss, take it easy. That's all I can tell you. Whoever you are, take it easy. That's it. What's not here is that today we are. Madam, today is what you've got. Tomorrow is not ours. Do what you want to do. If you want to go into the roof, go and finish. Okay, you I know you. But you will see the next. You, I know you the person. How we change? No be power them. Forget about that. We deal with it. Today is what you've got. Tomorrow we don't have it.
Hello? Yes.
Don't forget.
I sat here. The radio good is off. Of course,
police. With armed police.
Yeah.
I will take a picture.
Papa. Hey, Mr. Parry, are you at the end of your done? You're no more working. Yeah. But I'm over to
the grounds are not happy with this appointment. Oh, my bush won't come up, but my bush needs him. So, Mr. President, please, me say, you better say no cray. It's better, Mr. President. Over pay us somewhere by you dum. Oh, Mr. President, the Quay. Oh, Mr. President. Over come one crash be a fetchy crack a GB. Make us be a GB. Baba come one your proposal in the background crack. We're quite social with it. And 10 young projects. He doesn't care about the pain workers of Radio Gold went through. He doesn't care about the pains Muntie FM workers went through. He doesn't care. He doesn't care. Dabio, Nanka. Ebane saying that or lead the close to radio station down. The same person yet me appointing is he should go and regulate the space that collapse your radio stations. How think it's highly unthinkable for me. To me it is sad that I'm not John Dramani Mahama. And like I said, early days 80 and you be able to make a lesson. But Mr. President, so one time make how Bishop Akwesiapia do no a friend of Jesus and whoever can't be a crefem. You do so I think so the next day or two. Near Jesus and whoever kind say, and Crophobia be flower by anymore. Mr. President, you are a man of prophecy, so I know you believe in spiritual matters. Now, San Crophone 1 year, they will be your downfall. And if you joke with this, Wambamwa will become worse than Akufo-Addo. Don't allow such people chance to get close to your government, Mr. President. Because they don't have your interest at heart. They may have the interest of those who propose them at heart because of Nebeko Mbotom. I don't know who proposed such people, but it's likely say they have their interest at heart. But what about your reign, Mr. President? What about the future of this country? Ghana First Penwa, respectfully, we entreat you to drop him. He's not the only character Obetima handle NCA. Oya Ghanani, so he has a right to work. I don't have a problem if he's reassigned, Mr. President. He can handle any other portfolio, but not the National Communications Authority. I will use here a good pro NDC stations in this country. No! No! Mr. President, no! My men for non children, I make come last matter. Na yen come over. A fiesicadi, Adwene. I say journalists lost their jobs. This is pure betrayal, Mr. President. No. We should not start blaming the president. Before President Bibe make your appointment, appoint the president and make you. I'm telling you. We should not be quick to blame Mr. President. And ana yafa kanya we so ne ye papa kasa because John Mahama ye obi a wotiasem oye ohumbrasie ni nipa John Mahama ye obi a owatu ho ache ne wotoma ne man nobody should blame John Dramani Mahama early days yet we can register our protest we can unleash our vehemence or displeasure it's allowed but Mr. Ramo it's early days yet to blame whoever papa or probeti sabi or peninsi. And some year can so rather somewhere they will not work with it. But if they find wisdom in it, they work with it. Now can't I say, Mammy found on I mean call honorable opinion marking some more kindness. And then the honorable opinion marking said John Dramani Mahama and Pachow. Now I can't try Ghana for say. Ghana man, me pamochao, me ana me cast me for 6 state ministers. But I bro me so. Mumma me kwai, now me appoint other ministers. I want to use this medium as an unofficial mouthpiece of John Dramani Mahama. Sir, me a minority leader. You'll be disappointed. John Dramani Mahama and Friendly Bawku Mru system ministers and so. Now, do you know why? A MPP in their manifesto, Abraham Abatuabano, almost promising and say, so Rabamiaba or the 50 ministers the Belgium. Listen, John Dramani Mahama saw the 60, Bamia saw the 50. 80, naturally said, and come on, Bamia winning elections. Now, Bamia because a Ghana free, me pamochao, and he will balloon it to like 80, if not 100. Well, I dream home. Because Sir John Dramani Mahama only the 60 bro Bamia there so penyo marking some copper no increase here. Now Bamia need the 50 less than John Mahama 60 and Kadia no bemo. It's in care to abani Mahama. That's as I come there tanko ebeta dying I am a day. Now let me run you through certain things. And upon me can be visa ministers do war and try a drum party will be better my head. You can have a lot of ministers, but so what buying a bon, what buying the bon. Now, Nadu Dankwa Kufado at a point in time, and 123 ministers. Now, buying is going down in history as the worst government ever in the history of our country. Facebook one share mine. Who Facebook I share? Respectfully. Who Facebook I share? Copy link no. Photo platform so like it. Comment in yanku yenim. Nyan san nyina just woni. Ne better than yes anymore. Wunti also beti infa. Ya kan no kra chiro so wunti. Wait, no crana make a unti say. You tend your bottom got a musu, but your pan no crate here, no crane me didn't know to Daco, no credit. And me mama some statistics or examples of countries any some ministers were among. No, what is I say? A film resulting in Ghana, young minister to and fast with them pa and a diable Mokuma. You guys tout yourself. Say, Munamuya leading exporter of gold. And so 90% of Ghana for who go to that. Si campo no see who go to that. It won't fare. Some say, Munamuya wear the exporter of gold. And so gold, Yamofra Crewesses, who be that. Yabimpo practicals. We come from a land of gold, and yet we've not set eyes on gold before. It's such a sad spectacle. Unim say, who compare me to say New Zealand? New Zealand is a very advanced country. I say, oh my Ghana. Oh, ministers don't do a 20. Ministers don't do a one New Zealand. You can do your own Google research. A 20. Everybody saying, and another Dan Kwakufado, I use 123 ministers. Then New Zealand, Air 20. So New Zealand, as I'm the Ghana Bessia. Babitsa Iceland, on ministers, about 15. Oko Krobit said Denmark. Denmark are buying the ministerial appointments, 18. Tell me, John Dramani Mahama 60 no pony yes, but a whole Denmark not in terms of population, but Denmark in terms of per capita income, 18. You find the 18 increase substantive, or when deputy ministers, on 36. If 36 ministers can run Denmark, why can't 60 ministers run Ghana? Singapore, far advanced as in Ghana. But Singapore ministers, 20. And none of Parliament can be, and none of pay. Because Obiti fear by now or calculate. So to the Aquadian Arcane. Now say in terms of populations, Ghana over 30 million. Singapore is one. Because all these countries are maybe they hover between 6 to 15 million population. Yeah, over 30 million. Then what about Russia? If we are seeing now, so which Russia yebako? The size of Russia, 1/8 of the world. When more ministers? Well, major ministries here 22. Putin is president, and I think they have one prime minister. Well, major ministries, the whole land of Russia, 22. Ghana Musa is the same. Russia over 140 million population. We are 30 million. 60 no John Dramani Mahama appointed. What's one some fair income? For what? I don't know. Onim netia, onim nyansa, onim nento account so many 60. United States of America. One cabinet ministers as at Joe Biden administration 15. Even John Dramani Mahama, I'm told the cabinet ministers will be around 19. And umpire say what is no. If 54 countries put together, or 54 states, with a population of over 350 million, ministers no 50, and then a penny mark in June say it was John Dramani Mahama, a pagana shall no increase you. Honorable penny mark, and I'm sorry, we will disappoint you, and we will prove to you that His Excellency John Dramani Mahama will succeed with 60 ministers in this country. You'll be here and you see it. Because we have the likes of Muntaka. We have the likes of Haruna Idrusu. We have the likes of Okujoto Ablakwa. We have the likes of Governor Kocha. We have the likes of Ablanko Mashi. I appoint to him. Of Foswachari, and I know Honorable Foswachari will do so well in trade. Able regional ministers I appoint to him. Mami Emilia Ata was a vintage politician. At a point in time around 2004, Emilia Ata led the Reform Party until they came back to NDC somewhere around 2007, 2008. She's been appointed a minister. These are people on John Dramani Mahama Mambo. And I know only ministers Libya, Memo Bidia Fabra, Mirefibi. Now, Member Bosso. I know, sir, they are going to deliver. Yeah. Pablo, for the first time, your president were creating a whole ministry for the youth. John Dramani Mahama, a Ghana Mabunudi, so we're creating a Swaya Bako, I'm a Mabunkwa. Led by lawyer George Opariado. And I know, I was happy. Abra George Opariado, Koya, you sent a question. Yes, we are National Youth Organizer of NDC. And I said NDC from Kwana before. Was a certainly no. Oh, Facebook Ashemai was a certainly no. And I pray, sir, even though he takes care of NDC people, he lives to near what promise Ghana for. One more, and I know that these guys are going to deliver. With these people, who hears that John Dramani Mahama will increase. And until I make a more in your position, he say, however, I also think, said there are some people, Your Excellency, somebody like the North Dai MP, Honorable Joycelyn Tete, fantastic woman. I think that she's a third-time MP or so. Fantastic. Joycelyn Tete, fantastic woman. Joycelyn Tete, a fantastic woman. Joycelyn Tete, a fantastic woman. Such a personality, Your Excellency, because the kind of brains, Joycelyn Tete, and I'm sorry to put this on air. Sabi, no a fire phone, but she was campaigning vigorously, saying that John Dramani Mahama will become president. Ya bo honorable Joycelyn Tete Abaswa. No clear, not that you fonso anybody. And whether you like it or not, the voter region is the World Bank of NDC. That is no clear. Untimenya hoshe. Then the next region will be maybe Northern region and Savannah and Abibi. But Upe, voter region and the World Bank. So me, I have so much respect for the Votarian group. Because sir, Votarians, who one day end this year good. And I pray someone yes had that because I know they will not do that. At least Fly Lieutenant Jerry John Rawlings. Or that what they part no Votarians move. It's young cry before ye. My and 2 years before Sauram to send your MPP at Santamaya Sauram. Because near Santamandi MPP no union made before see a reform the year in 2016 and they can repeat. And they can repeat. I will not know what happens after Mahama. But whatever be the case, I pray. Say at least reanimate be free voter region. I pray. Where my personal opinion though. Because young before assume NDC wholeheartedly. And I think they need to be honored. So Honorable Joycelyn Tete ever such opportunity. And I know, sir, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Walk on any minute. Obe kind crophobia. They say, O'Reilly, Yanini interview says, Raga, what can cost no far? People look, John Dramani Mahama doing Raga. Raga, enim Yawako school, and no nim Yawako school. Raga, enim Sabi penny for him. No, sir, we're a smoker, and I'm not a smoker. Just say, Raga no be a diacono. Those are personalities we need to honor. We cannot be forcing the president. But Mr. President, watch him. You better match your address so. Because for now, Obi will be Mr. President. Apart from Ebia, Papa Julius Debra, because over Julius Debra, the ultimate say, what in the West, was about Sum, John Mahama. And Julius Debra didn't want to see one so about Sum Ghana. He is very selfless. Julius Debra said, those guys, they are selfless. Especially Julius Debra. Apart from Julius Debra, and some other few people, I cannot vouch for anybody. Stan Dogbe is equally one of the guys. Dr. Callistus, one of the guys. Bobie, one of the ladies. And I mean, John Dramani Mahama cousin, you know, Oyen spokesperson, what they say? Joyce Bauer, fantastic woman, Joyce Bauer. Those are guys, I pray. Say continuously Mr. President, I am not sure. Because I'm not sure Julius Debra will ever give you information about how we reign. Never. I'm not sure he will do that. We are disappointing you. We will govern with 60 ministers and Ghana SM 123 ministers now. Mo govern here. And so inflation rate, mo pay 15.3%, echo 54%. Policy rate was under 25. The interbanking policy could do about 32, if not 35%. All the funds are John Dramani Mahama. The former administration will create here, said sinking fund, energy sector levy, heritage fund, stabilization fund, Ghana infrastructure fund. All those statutory funds are John Dramani Mahama created here, Mube Sheno double. John Dramani Mahama who said, walk the IMF deal or the first tranche of the money. 2 other tranches. Nana Kufa Sanchez Kano sanction double. Because time wa Ghana Brano. Not Nana Kufa air travel 14,000 euros per hour on flight. 80 an average between 2.4 million cities to 4 million cities per travel. Obiti baby can say na John Dramani Mahama so na say Ghana jets wo and wafa jet. Bisa ho say unana sebi eko fuele jata plane na unana di fuel kogum bisa ho say o maame wo di sika bai si enfa ko fuele jata ene bra no jet ana jet no national security so share no na bibia e de na kwam ana John Dramani Mahama e fly and I am happy so far as kwachimo so edi details by I say John Dramani Mahama air fly jata because national security enye certified with the integrity of Ghana. Your jet this one. It's in line with security procedure and protocol. It's not John Dramani Mahama air fly jata jet. How I wish I have a brother like Ibrahim Mahama, very supportive. Obi ejise wan tris obi pra or say hey economy fa. This will be your operation. Ibrahim said, "Can I one this will be when he has the car." Ibrahim said, "Won't hear the number." He's such a character. The same Ibrahim na now can say Odo River, or the engineers and planners, caterpillar and I first excavator, right? What the state will do is just to fuel it. You see, Ibrahim Mahama got the contract. Ama Ibrahim Mahama yeni free amayo. Ama Ibrahim Mahama nye. The same people are one company tear that project, that crusade. When in opposition, betra bemuno, and award the contract no. And assisted the Pano Minister for Sanitation, Eji Huska, $43 million. Say you the $43 million. Kwatu River near Sabola, Betri Himsaka. Later, who says, Tramas at the Pano, a good impasse. They none for 4 courts. Not any general and a Funti. Yes, here, Munyai. It is always be a Juma Yenina, a young Passia Juma. But I'm happy said there is a change of government. What be your candidate for jail will face the loss of our country. Will be your candidate for jail will face the loss of our country. Nobody, read my lips, nobody will go scot-free in this country. Why Ghana Boni? Ghana ni ubiti under John Dramani Mahama administration. Nemwa mone na machire. Amo na for funny MPP for no enyeska etino. Mo dwen se mo betimi diska akwa bankesem no. John Dramani Mahama is not corrupt like your former leader. Eti samu nyesika ni bidia monko so ani obi bia no when this mu a wo be na so ko protect MPP cronphobia. We will face the person boot for boot. I'm telling you. What you appoint to as a minister, you be appoint to as an MC, and now we be CEO will be and now board. But this some who you will see what we will do to you on this radio. Because we will not allow John Dramani Mahama to fail. We will not allow any minister to make John Dramani Mahama fail. We will not allow any MC. We will not allow any board member or CEO or deputy CEO to make John Dramani Mahama read my lips. We will stand up for John Dramani Mahama. You know why? Ghana phone didn't buy. Beyond NDC, yenya Ghana for sorry for John Mahama. Yenya journalists sorry for John Mahama. Yenya software sorry for John Mahama. Yenya student sorry for John Dramani Mahama. Floating voters vouched support for John Dramani Mahama, and that is why together you sit with John Dramani Mahama will not fail. Na minka we asam refi. Ya Rai Kopoku Misrao. Ya dear mami. And I'm happy. We interview, I'm happy so can say because I had my camera say every secondary school is on your fool. I heard so say every secondary school be as a obey na fool. Na secondary school stay near Saseno. Stay by pass Asibu village among no makoye fool and I say Omni do beto national buffer stock in Iswa near NSA. And if possible, every municipal or district should also have a farm. The state itself should also have some state farms, so that at least in terms of security, food security, will be self-reliant. But and having told you, sir, and you're possible because Mami use China as the last example. Mami fancy. Mami use China as the last example. Mami fancy. Are you aware, sir, the total population of China? What do Google? Google, I had that crab amount 1.3 billion. But Google, I am 1.4 billion. The total population, Nipadudu, China, one country. Equal to Nipadudu, a whole continent called Africa. 80 China for almost China Ghana summit. They will never do China Nigeria summit. In fact, they will even never do China South Africa summit. China Africa summit. What they follow? Almost all the major summit China does, China Africa summit, because in their mind China is equal to the land of Africa. I refuse to agree though, but in terms of population it is true. The population Ghana dia mako 1,000. Sawa maino the ministers and our ministries air 21. The last research I'm hearing, not China major ministers only 26. You have some deputies. And do 50. Provinces na kano and more heads and only your friend agencies and your friend district and yes your MCs, your DCs, metropolitans, yes your mayors. There's no way to say apart from these ministries, no China, no, they have other provinces. It's true. Me do China, dear, my main coming from Habakupa. A year former ambassador to China. A year honorable Horace. Ni ayi ankra. Papa, a Juma boy kai. Sikapudwa odi ye. Bill boss a hudo. Emma campaigning in a kai. And I know Sir John Dramani Mahama in good time will reward you. Nama kind of say no my chia. A year South Africa Council of Elders, former chairman, His Excellency Benjamin K. Kwashi, fantastic man. Say, oh, Kwashi, I am ye, no one who na, Chi Benjamin Kwashi. So, oh, Kwashi, Timomene, no one who na, Chi Benjamin Kwashi. I'm telling you, what Dominipa. He believes in the vulnerable and the poor. A great philanthropist. Our kahopa and about power. And Yama were here, Yentimin fan to radio. So other people, he got them outside to come and support the party. Yentiminka. And I'm sure all these people, and now you are other people, but they are patient. Say John Dramani Mahama will catch their eye, or they will catch His Excellency eye. Baby, you have Benjamin Kwashi will be a chow. But let's see this. Are you aware, sir? 123 ministers and I could follow you. Jura John Dramani Mahama so be you 60. So what is 323 more? Bra, you be saying? Me ba chwa mo amutie bro mo nya mas into Facebook ba me. What is 60? 323. Say 120 kra na 63 more. Say no 60. Me boa. Na 23 na be count we nya be 83. Me boa. Answer mas na no ano. It wouldn't say Akufado, Nana Akufado, President Akufado used 123 ministers at a point. 123 ministers, no, Obia used V8. 80 say John Dramani Mahama so obey used 60. Now just say 83 V8 Yanko Bohonka. One V8 to me, I think should be around $150,000 or $100,000. I don't know. Would they convert it? No, you go and convert $150,000 into Ghana cedis. If you cry $200,000 because of the specifications here. 80 John Dramani Mahama saving Ghana mine 83 V8, but could be a cost an average of $150,000. TNE ministers now at and fast one and I make sure no. O taxes no mujia. A transform be a Jumama Yabi and so many quack V8 no. And no one's Americano, Nanado Danko Kufado, Etimi, Enya Kukudro, Akraviate Bakua, or Tukayana Konya. It is only a foolish country that will entertain this nonsense. I'm sorry. That is the truth. It's only a foolish country that will entertain this nonsense. So I do tell you, say a person man kosoja because me kosoja and kameye cool because mintimint na amamwo for. I have told you this time without number. I've told you this time without number. Tell me a soja ni na president be abetrase. Na president no ye nyaduani ni but wato a whole theater odina akonya tio akonya che. Enye se ba bi okonya akonya. Odina akonya asi kanum ana akonya ne ko na air condition. Air buka no na driver air driver akonya no ana sentries security for engineer cars na ho ana baby a car no be ko bia fu ne be use ni nyina ana wo Ghana ni no a oton ice water wo ba ehye wachi no wo taxes na otua no ene ye de fund akonya no na soldier for him enti ayese man ko soldier because anka me ku nyaku bia na me amamgo foot se ba akona ho no anka the snow we se ma hwem na gina ho anka metu agu because my people need to be saved, because I must rise for the interest of my people. That is good. So I'm a civilian. However, I'm a civilian soldier. I'm going to say 80 some ministries no Vietnam na wotwagu. Apart from that, when you say your minister, your man no aduane. You twitwa garden. Just say your man and Crawford sumu fie. Entini pobe 83 and a ministries and a ministers be 83 no and Crawford be sumu fie nyina aban netua say ne mane nyina John Mahamanti ya shiagu. Unim say we are ministers so a me ba cho say you tom ka say 20,000 na I forgotten but I think 20,000 say 20,000 cities in poor 3 times 20,000 ni nyina Ghana yentua bio we need to ntia apart from say Ghana ekobo besia na e dia kokoto V8 no e say on beji fuel no say free baby car be ko bia Ghana for no be fuel every day fuel cry be boka saying dan campus the whole 4 years 84 years ni fuel ni nyina for 83 V8 Ghana fuel and so yetam enye V8 pen ye remain minister yetimi man saloon car account sa saloon cars fuel come nini esaya Ghana be ye sa kari nyina John Mahama ateso na ba 60 etianu nti yetam Mamini no to nchen. Are you aware of the cost to maintain one ministry? For example, Ministry of Energy. Uko Ministry of Energy, for director do ego. Minister ho. And the deputy ministers be 2 or 3. Secretaries be your personal assistant to the personal assistant of the minister. Your IT assistant to the IT assistant of the IT head. Na do dan kwakufado 10 ana ne wo managing director or general manager of communications. Under his office, your communications director, that Fifi Bawku was manager of communications, and I think they had communications director. Ejuma Bakuno, look, overlap, just Ejuma Bakuno, nipa be thousand Nina, una na utia. John Dramani Mahama, sister ministers no diabano, Nina Chum. Say if Ministry of Energy, any part somewhere or no, say Ebia a day. Anka Ghana ebo kabaye and I mean you a month. In a month, Anka Ghana ebo kabaye ebi I find say $1 million. May you say example. I say $1 million. And I mean you cities, 1 million cities. 1 million cities times 12 months, basically. 12 million cities. And I want to believe it's more, sometimes in excess of dollars. It is a $10 million, for instance, on average. And a deboka in one ministry, $10 million times 83. As a $10 million times 83. John Mahama, TRT ministries being things no Ashiegu. Now a penny marking to me be Parliament can say John Dramani Mahama mepacho no increase here. Increase no a penny marking may minister and saying. When they promised 50 ministries in their own manifesto. Okay, Obisa make calculation no enye 83 63. Obisa is 63. Yeah, Obisa is 63. You are right. Say 63. Fantastic. 80 calculation some any nyina no fa times 63. Sometimes the math is faster than the mind. Calculation the mind is 63. 4 times 63. Patience of worry. As for Akufo-Addo, he doesn't know anything about governance. Hey, wait a minute, I know what they say media. Baba Rufa, I say with my security house. Baba Odianaira, San Fabra. Patience of worry. I say Ababim. I say with my security house, boys and girls cook money more. Okay, Daniel Sansua. What are you saying? What you are saying is very true. China population is over 1 billion, but have less than 17 ministers. Make put them say 20. Nyabo Mohammed, Eddie Firebar, Rashid Okwe. Also, there are people who supported NDC behind the scene, so the grassroots should understand some of the selections. Mebacho grassroots for Muti. Obi Wanamo, ya said there who know because we're a businessman. But Bia. Nisika acquire no, and it me John Mahama tough well. So there are people like that, and some no see you no, say investigations, because Bia one who no campaign platform, but they be Nisika koi. But I also agree with those people say, so on Nisika koi do so 9 koi, because Bia Niska, but on way foot soldier or your campaign, and that is why I think say grassroots network branches, and so we should take care of them, and it is the job of the constituency executives to make sure say if only we must take care of them. And then we must even gravitate towards a nation. Sebi, you bring your job center and found so MPP and also NDC. We are Ghana near. That is the kind of a nation we must build. Because the unemployment and our unemployed deficit, as at Akufo-Addo time, Mahama time now about 8.4%. Nana Akufo-Addo better in 8 years. It moved from 8.4. We can have 14.7%. I'm sure by now we're increasing. 80. As a country, say yakasi ye krofo edi. I'm not talking about directors ne. Akromfo no a car 2 weeks omo promote to directorship. Omo nebe yomedi because osafo man for na kire. Omo ba no so mu yomu nyina di enso ebe yomu nyina di. But I'm talking about young Ghanaians omo wie university. Na ye see e bia ye be yina di because or NDC and or MPP. I think we are not being fair with the system. But send ya no sa na akoye. Because send ye so to no. Sana we abebo. Send young people for the NDC for no. Sana be on the bay. Send ya omobo techia ba no. Sa. Yes, I buy the bo techia the boba. Sana the boba. Me ba to yam your phone lines. Yam your phone lines. Me patcho me bebo video bi. Tell man another dan kwa kufado. 18 no. Odru ahemfo pe no command wo. Me bebo video bi His Excellency John Dramani Mahama akọ voter region. Ahemfo kra sorry o. John Dramani Mahama pom chow. Ose montenase. Eugene play video ni mame. Play video ni mame. Me ba chomom na Facebook because we me born once. Latest video and cancel kra. Me born once. One my Facebook out here. Latest video. Say unim say John Dramani Mahama oko thank you to. Me cry there John, me nya cry. Uko voter cry. Anken kopi. Ghana for ya juma to me. Ghana for ya juma to me. Hu nya cry say obako say fuel. Says can fakre fuel na yen send a doom soma. Ghana for ya juma to me. Don't worry yourself John. Me pa chop mumra na ye bebo video no because ye bo video ni we are. That is it. Live on Accra 100.5 FM me Edina na otu dako. Ye be phone lines na monsoma bam na machre ye wia na ne abo video no nti ye be phone line 0302 20 80 90 and a video not ready. Okay, video not ready there enko. Udi. Hello.
Hello, Nana.
Mira.
I to say.
You are doing that way.
You're welcome. I was saying David Agbalanyo.
Open you can see a casa yache.
Oh, and I can say pa.
More fire. More fire.
As someone no nyina na okano. Ni nyina na oka bet. Nipa na oko to really good na mutimu. And the sabapa no pamundi.
Okay.
Ema komudi. Sabapa no kware yesrem ama. Wo yi sabapa no fio. Ya ma omo point omo nyina de yi na support omo. Sabapa no kwa de yesrem wo yi no fio. Oni nyame ejuma.
Thank you. Ono so a chair adwene. Ya for foforo. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, open you can say. Now okay, Efrey. Yeah. Ofre yan ka meka sa jano ni ana. Mechia honorable Ele Kulema Krugu. Gun it you.
And we are missing no come up with the Kimu I am a Yamin Shado. Wakani, Wakasa, Papa, many ideas, Mebuno, Amuyabutre, near Sep Papa, Opiano, Opia Sabeka, Papa, your money Mahama, Sabi, or Yep, Kumina, or Yaki, Yamika say, Sabi, I opening only because. Nina say, because of getting higher penny years, if you're Opiana, but may be not Sabi, but what of the past house, a form, an armored dog, why a clean, I am boy, Papa.
More fire. Nyagopo Inshira 0302208090. Hello.
Hello.
Midin did know to the community didn't say.
Mr. Mididi Obia down to say the sale or United States of Ashama me raise.
And then I say my boss no because my boss decide. Okay.
Mini about City.
It you.
Yeah, the pharmacy for Nina. Minabama.
Yeah.
Omangana Casa. Omangana Casa. Best say, I dare you show of mine. Such a Ashama. The share coin ni win Munina. She said, I done my whole nipple tools. Minabama, and yet easy. So you best stress. Yeah, more on Muposu. President Ramani Mama, on shed the all my on Mupos no, on shed the on my Juma, a ball on my Ghana, the on Juma Monmo, near to me no fan the year, bluffing view. That's good to now on Muye Jumano, on Mukon, Muhonmoa, on Mutri, you quite more on Muko, on Mu. She call I share Juma, or the information, yeah, more on my enemy, share. Or mine share President or call I be share in Chrome Honmo, for any new winner. I was sending on movers or I say Montanasi, yea, and yeah, Yatu, near Bay or mine more, yea, near Joe, near Bay, TC or mine or mine are calling him, the chairlessness, Nina, and Chamini or Bawku or Council or Team of bye bye.
Thank you, Accra family. Wouldn't the send out for free?
It didn't allow better than
one. Okay. Mira.
Good evening.
Mira, Kejagum Gani to you.
NCM. Anam or my union. Yempen or China. What advice in the year youth no yet, grassroots yet.
No fire.
In their life, we pray for dance.
No fire.
NCM man or the Yempen or net, Yempen or so much didn't to my own trust is what that you're promising, you're appointing leaders. You have to trust. So a leader may go to pro NDC state. Oh, energy man, energy much now. I know too. I already should have not my above.
But I said, near Canning Nana brought for you say, oh, we're from San Juan, dear. So time no name say Mary Baba. Answer ne, Emraba. Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Yes, sir. Udini baby are free.
Your friend is Victor Agboche, aka Odabude.
Odabude.
Yes, sir.
Odabude.
Yes, sir.
Kejagum.
Yo, the Mami Pasta Panyaya at the Moon Ramadan, Yeti Bakupe. Hello.
Yet you.
Aha. After Maki, in Kugo no D and a funny trim, a funny trim, the funny trim that is Treno. On that, President Maya, not only the Juma or ye. And Ninti, and I yes, to Swabamano, into a Trena, Yamis Treno. On that, President Maya, Napani Juma, on Cotton and without it.
Okay. Yakubu and Stapa said also would the Wadrin Tiraba, young for no so and Chenajane. Hello? Hello,
good evening, boss.
But you?
Nana Ponce.
You are doing your word into such a conclusion way. Bonfire.
Money,
you may.
Minutia, you know, but you wish that I know me 50 bucks.
Oh, sir.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You took another bucks.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, the fish.
Make up. Why are they? Wow, Ghana, that was it.
Yeah, president said that guy now, or NCA was only free because we go from Kodu station now. Yes, I point to say better now, up and down. Only if you are for I have a coffee shop of Chinapy. Don't say any brain. But as any supposed to be over Krumau. This time, any brain is some bottom of person with you, Krumana, hold on as a cry. As I to almost our Kruma.
Okay, thank you so much. You know, Sonaba. You can one I'm show home. Baby, I will be a mature pa. Na mention BOT in Subway Jumapa. He adopted some branches near there. Yemfa, we are last caller. Hello.
Hello.
Me pacho dini baby free.
Me practice a command.
More fire. Mammy to you.
Abuadi na ka say yes remo pa yes President Mahama. Sama not na question or ye time for pa into yes baby yan ho because me about na afa fum me train people fu angasa na me ma hom yan to abano kra no be
let's go for Benji Estates. After that, news will be next. Medio to that, I'm out. Stay tuned.
Yo, Busia, Mama wa Joe, Mama wa Che, Mama wa Ha, Ama wa Kwaba, Edi Aba Akra 100.5 or so. Na what you be a yeshia na ye no unia oba wadam for coffee yameche Ghana for coffee majime konwe de na chese nkomopa na mede breo there after citizen show yi de na chese wa we ni twa nkakra January no ye koyi ni mu an no Benji Estate and Investment Limited ye nkomo aye hyase a ye no udi ya ye mu bebre ye tu ho anamo no eno a na ye guso aye hye mpenifo se abaso ba na ma eja epaye ene nti nkakai so gugu gidie ensu eno nti Benji Estate and Investment for say yeda so a kaikayo nyana ye ka say ye beba ya so ye mododo a mo afrese mo pese mo baji asase ni bi na so ma hoboa ensu mu nti ena ye gusu a ye kaikai mo afi ende na wonso edikan a wonso wutie kasa fidie ya Benji Estate and Investment ye nsase ho dwa ena yedi nsase a Langard sem eniso asase a manso sem eniso nsase a aban ensa ehya nsase a ye hye yedwumedi ase mfinhia maako edu 10 years ni a me pacho nyame adaworo ma ene ahweyi ni ehu mobra nyame ehu yenti yeda so akure ye mudie mu na afi ye ho embassem na ya nkasa ye customers a hyen etipia se ye mre dwem na afi ye nso ye meyi ye ho enkere ene nti Benji Estate and Investment se ensase ne etutu ne sre ene abasa na wo to asase ti se dia fools egu form na afi wakwa akosi na afi wa hye na high sa na Benji Estate and Investment ye dwumedie etie ene nti me pacho yeda wase se new year woda so eka ye ho na afi wo frɛ hen afi wo gi nkyeremu yana ya agi ye de nso so yegu so a yetuatua ne nkakra na afi wo nso so a wo fi afi na wo ba nso so o say ye atadwuforu a what de identify wontoma ebebo bench estate and investment for ye de ano na afi wo nso so ete de na chese nsase no na ayefo ede ama wo a mepacho ye di ho edwuma ede ama mepacho bench estate and investment ya homa ye di dwuma no ye nsesan ye dada no a na yegu so a ye di edwuma ewo ya so ye numbers no 0248 780887 0248 780887 and 0553 116602 0553 116602 unia oba wadanfo Ghana for kofi ba ko pe na mejo so na afi ye kan saade na chese Benji Estate and Investment ye dwumedi a ye sha ase no na ye so a ye toa so me pacho ye won sase e wo miamia bebre na edi kan e chopoli de to so mienu ye shai osudoku de to so miensa e afienya na afi Central University na me pacho ye nsase a ye kanfo e de ama Ghana fo nyina e kire wo se mesro ye won sase a ne bo edida form na e wo miamia ma bobo so se be ya won so benya bebi Eduti ato yase ade eno wodia efie wurafo ha adwen efie wurafo eduabo efie wurafo ema ye ho nton ye nya haba mpo ne ate awe obekom no na dodo no a e asori mpanifo ene asofo ene ntime pacho ade ne wodia dia me pacho media dia eye mia media wonso wodia eye wodia ene ntine ye kase ensase ededa mia te se chopoli na chopoli asase no me pacho kanane e de ma 25000 Ghana cedis shano so se eye 25000 Ghana cedis Benji Estate and Investment is in so to nanso efom ayedin and it is asase a 70 by 100 no me pacho ye de ma 20000 ye de ma 20000 na 20000 no so ye say for 5000 Ghana cedis beto ase pacho tie ni ye ye say for 5000 Ghana cedis beto ase na de aka no tutu ne sre ne abasa twetwa no kakra te say buemu ade na me pacho wonso be ye asase wura ana efie ewura and it Benji Estate and Investment say sa chopoli asase aye friend new airport city ye twa no 70 by 100 na afi wasan ye twetwa nkakranka hye no so say yensa asene nyinara me pacho aye well demarcated nkania ene nsuo ene akwan ewo ho edada ene nti chopoli asase aye new airport city Benji say for 5000 Ghana cedis beto ase na sa wo mpe chopoli asase dia me pacho ne ye ko shai osudoku ehwa na ye friend Shy Hills na sa Shy Hills asase simpacho 30,000 Ghana cedis shano so mam say 30,000 Ghana cedis yes ye chow 5,000 Ghana cedis into also for 2,500 and 25,000 men kanisa 25,000 Ghana cedis but to asase 70 by 100 na sha asase shy osudoku but also the 5,000 Ghana cedis na initial deposit na chese eno na wode to ase na eno so wetuatua ne nkakra betime de aboso minsia mpacho wa hoden endu sample Benji Estate sin so to famu ye de ene enkasa kasa chekere wonsem mo kire ye beto ase na ya ma wadaje ene ebre na wonso di tuatua ne nkakra me pacho sanse no nsu biem se ye free documentation at the amount Shannon so assassin ye free documentation at the amount and I so at the pemi no na won sa kan assassin in krata na obi o se me kwakoye search obi o se me kwakoye se Benji si insurechi me pacho wo oni enama mensuro and it Benji Estate say one a ton sase no edoso na so ya adwene wo ho eno nti ene ya ba mframa mu se ene embedi dwa me pacho ya homa no 0248 0248780887 so what it true mo una ma bi feature wo pantem adaje ne ebrentia 0248780887 and 0553 116602 0553 116602 Benji Estate and Investment. Yegusu ayetete no sade ayetete abete no na ni chemu ano no. Obi wo ho ma no mpe chopoli, ompe shai osudoku. Na so onu de neniji afienya. Ene nti afienya so ye wasase wo ho ma ebe to estate. Eye tema oye refinery na sa asasi me pacho eho 70,000 Ghana cedis 70,000 Ghana cedis Benji Estate and Investment say insu to form da so den and it ya 10,000 Ghana cedis hye so 10,000 Ghana cedis ehiase anka mo bepene ye bepe ma won ho ofa ma won ho ya konno te say nchina ma ya ache no fofo ma so no na afi wo matutu wo montoma na afi wo ma ba man ye da wasio ye da wase no ya ka chen say ye mpene ye ni ajesu yo inti Benji Estate say for 50,000 beji asase ewo me pa ocho afienya 60,000 no Fabaji assassin pacho 70,000 and the day ma 60,000 into Benji Estate say on subetua 5,000 Ghana cedis na ye ma assassin ewo afienya me pacho all the 5,000 there to ase na afi we to 55,000 na kanon kakra medika ka chro me say kasa ene ye nkasa na assassin no wodia me pacho ye koye ensase no so memrinde biara hye no so mame memrinde biara every Saturday ye koye assassin no so enti ahoma me de atudwa no betimi afre na waka chen say Saturday we baba mpacho oba ya so ye ho a ene ye de wo kwa asase no so mpacho asase no so ye de wo so untua hyente de biara ya na ye de wo asando aba me si Benji Estate ye pekra ye besan ama wunsu anum asan ama snack bi mo ama coke ana Sprite bi na wo de aboso se we won ami chire de Benji Estate pe ene ye betimi aye we e de ama enti mpacho ofra ene ye betimi aye sa enhihye no e de ama enti afia asase bento estate 70,000 now so the amount 60,000 na ye say for 5,000 beto ase mpacho sa asase we mpacho wodia ne se wafre na ye do akwa asase ne ba bedu fie anase ye officer na amamre wo ho no wankasa wetimi aye Benji Estate and Investment say me pacho ya homa bofo no 0553 11 6602 0553 116602 asase a me pacho ye duru so asase a me pacho ewo Central University B5 enclave na chese ye duru pacho Central University B5 enclave sa asase we 60,000 Shannon so 60,000 you're trying to 70 by 100 60,000 you're trying to 70 by 100 na ye dey ma 50,000 into one so ya chow 10,000 Ghana cedis as New Year bonus every Benji Estate and Investment yase anka mobile penny and ya de na ya so Benji Estate and Investment into yase Central University asasi the yehia nyina sa all the 5,000 baba to ase deposit just 5,000 Ghana cedis o be bosumi nsia na fetuatua ne nkakra afi hye no so nkane ani nsuo ani akwan ewo ho Benji Estate ye document emau ebra wato yensa ase ayenje wo kapre ene sempo anadama bacho yensa ase ne yekoso memene de bia medican aka akire na afi bibia ye wo ho biem nso ye barter trade wo ka papa mpacho fa beje asase bacho wo ka fa beje asa
oba because names too and ababetodwa names too is ababetodwa Bawku and I said Secretary to the President Dr. Callistus assign ye Bawku akana enye Dr. Callistus na assign ye but ono so an appointment mudi nkrofo akoma edi agro nkrofo wo family nkrofo wo busuafo so nkrofo wo ma e wo yire no mu wo kununum enti munya sa rough na mudie no mi hu ya mesi na dia na ekoso agiare edia na esi adai yensi e boss yi omo wo kwa appointing na hu abasemi ada agiare nsu bi esi ana na kese agiare kra de ende ti sa NC akwesi no ho akire ne pa o edini de bebo na kwa befa so abekwa akoye adwuma ne asem no ai list ne de udi be pie mu na emom no ekwan ya befa so a wo be kwa National Communication Authority akwa take over akoye adwuma se NC boss no eho no mo ne asem no eliase asa ugo no no na wutwa na obeye bia da wanim Ghana Revenue Authority enye bibia na esi ho enye NDC fo na akoso me ho so mu obi nya adwuma wo ho enye adwuma ye fo no me say appointment bia ba no mo mpe na ye wo mu nyina ne say Professor Sharif Muhammad Caleb ana ye se che say fresh release bi bai eno kwa na che say nye Secretary to the President ene sign ye se ne obe President Mahama pa so wono ne acting Ghana Revenue Authority oni na chese ya boni din say acting Ghana Revenue Authority ye boni din wo hono mo afedi ya hono mo na foforo so aba say ora Anthony Sapon wono ne acting ya akwa replace Juliana ewo Ghana Revenue Authority but Dr. Anthony Sapon wono ne statement na by and it was signed by the Secretary to the President Dr. Callistus so ho enti na kira say on say on de wi amkeka nkofo ti bom wo Ghana ha enti na de achi ye no adwuma ye for twen prof ana so mo twen Anthony Sapon ana enso nkrofo na hye ya mudi sansem hunu no nkrofo mi say mi hu wo Bobie ada mi say Bobie position ni appointment fia Bobie ada akwan ayenie afele nusu me frɛ asre kwa debate wa ya ade wa bɔ adwuma osefata an ne ye ka ene ono abɛka sɛ enye no kre enti mu amo hye kire no amo yes appointment sa fake appointment no you people are warned o be careful wherever you are hiding ya mo sorry a sa mo so mo ya mo appointment begumu no mo hwɛ yie pa na mo hwɛ yie ya ni bidi abedi no mo mfa komate bia metoto nkrofo so Shishia no security agencies no mfa mo nancy form eya doso wo Ghana ha sei eja shishia no eya doso enra saboba EP okay nti na de si ya ewo okay de si ya o GR no ani ho de si ya o Ghana Revenue Authority anie ena chese enkrofo akoba dompem ho no no na omu ebisa se Professor Sharif Muhammad Caleb ena eba anase eye ora Anthony Sapon ena eba na so ho show mu ankasa unnecessary tension bi ena mo hye baabi na mu kreti ede ma Ghana fo enti regiare ni mu ho no ne enkrofo abodompem edwumayefo ni nyina pie boss de he na eba boss hwan na eba eye Anthony Sapon anase ye Professor Sheriff ena eba na ena Jerry office go show she we academy we academy esi say my yesa wo ho no ma na release we say pine na ba no mo chiche ministerial positions ni the man crofo na ba ese eye fake enya papa Who are one man na release we yaba no mo check CEO positions no na a free release if free fellas kwatcho for so aba e fake enye no kore e dia na moje adia na mo ye no mo a mo hye baabi no a mo so mo yam appointment no 7 December 2024 ya kwa election ya kwa akoto aba no mo a mo ye sa fake appointment no ballot papers no na ballot no na mo din wo so na mo mfo nyine wo so unnecessary tension just a stress and pressure and amu create wa Ghana ha say emfa so bi ani so we na de chi ye police fo na mu soldier fo na mu enti senya say one man penifo ni mienu na Professor Sharif no ebeti ase hu say ono ne de na e ba ye no it was not signed by the secretary to the president na ono so ne dom aye ho party and na de chi ye na ka to aso wo kwa adwuma obekwa na Mr. Anthony Sapon so say mesumi kutame de na eno no anim guase ne sa ne ma na mo ye ne ka den e ka say e ka say sana ama metia se na de ache ne abomidi na ma ekọ maslog na enye fellas kwacho for sunshine ne shaase na enye Dr. Kalusto sunshine ne shaase me so de se pia e fake or your authentic or original enye pie no kwa de me take you over me de se bomode pie dia say ye fake say ye authentic say ye enye original me take you over by force mu by force pa me fa nya akwadro kra siwa but in penifo no mo to mo ho ase ekwaye wa mo nto mo ho ase a enka be ha adwen kwa me pacho majority caucus leadership no ma me na me mboboso na komanim because me ba eja hyehye no eso ade ekoso wo Ghana ha say no Ghana Police, Ghana Armed Forces, Ghana National Fire Service for all the security agencies no minim ne mo yade afa ho because as eya agensamu eya ye too much enra Saboba EP Senior High School. Saboba EP Senior High School. Eja to dormitory honomo ama obiba girls dormitory. Obiba abayua wawu washi wawu. Edia na ekoso wo Ghana ha say after election biano especially as and when na NDC wapa wa biano e wo say that to Ghana. Wo say that to Ghana. Ye dia ekoso no ye ntiase. Every 4 years, a back election biana NDC and a berry ni biano. First 3 months, we bet in a jatoha, we bet in a jatoha, we bet in a jatoha, we bet in a jatoha. It is becoming too much. And Nuran Kwano, me yes, Sonia Tissa Medina, ho baby jadem. And you mre, Achimota petroleum honomo, ne jadamu bru, yan some ketwa, a jadamu bru. And one year, Sansuanya videos and also a Kwaba, Sasa Boba, EP Senior High School, a jadamu, one man will be bashi. Ama will be by your assay. Every week, fire incident, yanti 1, 2, and one say yeti free, and yeti the free ha, yeti the free northern region, yeti the free upper east, yeti the free western region, yeti the free Buno, Ade, Adiana Kwasu Ganas. So for how long enti Ade, Etigana security no, just a muda honomosa, a mu ye loose with such as say, yen timid nase, and detect it, and Yama would be who said, a ye asin, and yet say, Ben we say, be and Kofobin a tire chest will be on Bedi Boniana. Yen hunu enye car accident you eja na to to baby eja e na ehye nkrofo adwapade e san so kura kum nkrofo ma enti system ni ye loose sa e ye weak sa enti na dru baby na so mo betan no mo de dampare am se am person meka bi because first pa na Ghana Police Service e ye active pa no ade a chia on if I say daily basis we bet Ashanti Regional Police Command now we mu brief here nema wo do bia incident no ne nema bia sisi ho no mo de ho report eba we bet Western Region Police Command Regional Police Command and nema si no mo de report eba Northern Region na nema si no mo de even Kwa District kura no division kura no mo my updates incidents ahodo a ekoso but under dampare yentehwe one just on to she. Enti Ghana ni ti wanu ma de wani tiri man say eh ene dampare boy adwumo bibia nkoso robbery incident akofom attacks akofom wenu mu akofom na be ye inspector general of police na wo de wo set rules wo interest rules and our set here ade e be favor because when we say predecessors ne enya challenges face difficulties we bra Ashanti Regional Police Command e dey report eba Northern Regional Police Command e dey report eba Western Regional Police Command e dey report eba Central Regional Police Command e dey report eba on daily basis na we mu brief Ghana for said the security situation city and all the regions no so munya challenge because more those reports in the urban no now IGP ni ye bowachi and we be collapse system no we be good that system no ya eye adwuma sa system no we be gu no it is a we gu no dia na ye report bibia say bia we yes Western we yes Central we yes Northern we yes Hasei na ya ka dan pare bo adwuma dan pare bo meanwhile ye kum nipa robbery e kwaso eniema e kwaso but yente because you reported the man national na national was sanction say munko carry James Opombuanu bebrei James Opombuanu predecessor Asante Piatu bebrei esan say the 16 regions no commanders ni division for no mo ye active e fidi Ghana for information a was yensa ka no ba wo de wo hu say wo pese wo di IGP ni che it that system no operating a year adwuma no wo be collapse no it is a wo collapse ne dia on daily basis yente Western region dia kwaso yente dia kwaso Northern region sana was our running police administration no I don't care do aba be IGP e no me na me mfa me ho but I was say police administration ye active said the nim Ghana police service police administration ye active no sana ye pese ye hu no because the last time me no be di kuma na me say enti Ghana police ni ona me say na ye Ghana na adwo ana na o me say Ghana na adwo monkwa na monkwa hwe ne me ekokoso e wo other regions but dan pare ma yen report it who interest first you ji mami EP school no Saboba fire incident me the video na ma na MP kura wo ho no no I don't know say first time ni dia Bomodian ye bibi fafa ho because enra after fire incident no video ami hu ye edi free say school mu ho no no eye ma reho eye me ahomete after fire incident no me hwe sa Saboba EP senior high school no me hwe school ne environment ya eye ma ahomete eye ma reho na question na me bisa mo say wo be wie junior high ne ya post no edne ko senior high school EP Saboba EP senior high school environment kura na nkura no kura kwatena okura kosuade school na environment kura airtime she school ni nie eno school we Saboba na chese Northern region ho no mo baabi eneja toye mo de mo hwe video yi na da so yi mo hwe school ni environment she senior high school mo hwe Citizen show here TV because video show ya na show ha se ya na here TV Citizen TV ya dem ho okay Citizen TV ya dem Citizen TV 18 no hwe school ni nie na hwe school ni compound school ni environment hwe school ni compound honom as a school no baby a school ni wono any member of parliament any MP any DC and as MC mi sister na ehwe o se wa hwe o ho no mo a na BEC resource aba computer placement yes ya place wo ba e de ne ko Saboba EP your friend is a senior high school hwe school ne environment na akora ne be ko sa school we ye wasi examination no questions na ya set here no mathematics integrated science English any elective subject na ya set sa questions na ya set here no dia wote Prempeh college opoku ware presec achimota school every gas nom St Augustine no mo atwe no sa examination paper question na bi ena wo bia wo sa school me onu so atwe bi question na ya set wasi no a e wasi wo bia atwe no watwa no hwe school a senior high school ya e wo sa krom ho no Saboba ho no no EP senior high school e ya government you ji ma video ni na so enti me hwedin na mbisa say enti MPs na mo no Northern region no common fund MPs common fund ya na mo de ayeden ebinum o enye mu nyina MMDC is am one Northern region mo common fund eya mo de ayeden because over southern sector na sa wo hwe de wa as a development infrastructure na wo ko Northern region wo bisa say the same common fund na ye twa ya de ma MPs ni nyina no ebi eno ebi na some of the MPs no one mo so nsaka na district assembly common fund na ye che no a ye spread across no eno ebi na some of the MPs no mo nsaka na because there are some MPs a ukom constituency a wan kasa kwa no du ho no mo a na wani achi me first time I me call Tamale NDC campaign lunch chese me nam kwa so a me kono me fa fam ene koye you be a job plane ticket am me ya kono ya me say you spend the best 15 hours 20 hours di kokodrie wo hwe northern sector na omo lack development be ani ho omo so wana musi for parliament they have reps they are MPs in parliament common fund na MPs na eje na omude CSC omu constituency no omu so gibi MMDC district assembly fund amuso mo je amuso mo gibi MPs in kaya wa mo lobby for development infrastructure ekom constituency no mo de amuso ko parliament amko koye den because look at this senior high school oba mi kro mo Fidasa Square constituency a ya wa fiscal o fiscal Fidasa secondary school e ho kama ho fefefe ye oti aya mass na ye both ayi man and mema say aye na a girl school we reti aya mass kokohwe infrastructure dormitory kokohwe bibia ho no mo ye sie school ho na nasu bibi kro bia Asante amofre no Dr. SKB Asante wanu asi kro bia Asante technical vocational school kokohwe ne adan ya wasuadi egu ho enwura mu kumo no kokoye esa school but you go there and see Saboba EP senior high school member of parliament e dey na do common fund eye Ghana Education Service get fund for tuano munyi bi fan ko siesie school mu ho MP ba ko wo lusu ya eye me ya eye yandi Farouk Alu Mahama bano ono de na eye me ya madam fu bi wo yandi o se de we guy na ye adwuma no me I don't care so we MP we are independent we are this now we are we lusu ya me ya but Maslock maame ne di na bro e ma ni lusu ye wo se na ma transform nko a wo de aba no e ko be se de wo ho wo se street light ya Farouk atwa no wo kromo no nya asem ketua bo ho a Farouk atutu e wo ne constituency nya asem ketua wo se kohwe clinics ya wasi e wo yandi wo se kohwe kwan ye wo gusuo e wo yandi so waso dia wo bomode madam for yandi o me yandi o minim wo ono na ma me this feedback ono na ma me sansem we say so ono so a member of parliament enye MPs common fund no ano so de ye na de no lobby and ono atu ono ankasa initiative wo ye development so mo MPs na maje northern region contents no most of them e de na mo ye o constituency e de na mo so mo ye o constituency Farouk so obesa akọ because any panic kan o se Farouk adwuma wa ye wo yandi no eye ne yase wa lusu na yandi fon so lusu ne ma ba Maslock ma me ebo na bro na Maslock mo wa president kura wo ho president na mu kura di ne MPs abro se be ko godi enkokọ na Maslock ma me de obo obi abro ase ne enye hwe eniema bi se na wase sorry wase kasa de fa ho obi ko achimota obi ko presec obi ko St Andrews obi ko Prempeh College obi ko Opokuware obi ko Jas obi ko Kumasi Anglican obi ko Accra aka no mo ni ade edu 3 years se akoye exams question paper no aya set no ebia na ekọ se suku ye mu tantantan ya ye de nkrofo ma akogui MPs amu Ghana ha no mo a mo constituency eye underdeveloped no munya bibi fa ho me first time me kwaye Dr. Kese ato force in constituency I was shocked say MPP fo wo kromo no mutimi kasa atode okọ 1000 times ono na e beto de ama no chese kuro no makura bia be fa bia no ye twa so be bia be fa bia na to forcing kuro mo be bia ye kwan ye nam so di ko ne constituency kuro be bia ye twa so entu bisa se MPs ni bi ono mo a omukọ parliament ya omukọ koda na ase ya omukọ koye dey omukọ parliament ya e de be pa ne ya no omukọ koye okay enti list ne de abanie National Democratic Congress announces leadership for majority in parliament. Majority leader Honorable Mahama Ayarga, MP for Bawku Central. Majority leader Honorable Mahama Ayarga also wachewa parliament pa. Deputy majority leader Honorable George Kweku Ricket Hagan, okay, MP for Cape Coast South. I will say Buka Parliament ho. First deputy majority chief whip. Majority chief whip Honorable Roxanne Nelson Kwame Eche Dafia Mapo. Hey, okay. Honorable Roxanne Nelson Kwame Eche Dafia Mapo, South Day Member of Parliament. Second deputy okay. So majority chief whip Eye Roxanne Nelson Dafia Mapo. First deputy majority whip Eye Honorable Comfort Doye Kujo. Okay. And also Eye MP Ada. First deputy majority whip Eye Honorable Comfort Doye Kujo. Ya onu ye MP Ada. Second deputy majority whip Honorable Richard Echampon Bia East. Eti me sanso obosubiem. Majority leader Mahama Ayarga. Deputy majority leader George Kweku Ricket Hagan. Majority chief whip Roxanne Nelson Dafia Mapo. First deputy majority whip Madam Comfort Doyi Kujo. And second deputy majority whip Richard Echampon. And to say and Oma Shasha where ya krata a free fifi fiavi kote kwete. Okay. Fifi fiavi kwete. General Secretary Nensa Eshasia wode akwa party no a leadership. Say a free party leadership at the aqua parliament. Speaker ho so on fa enye juma nti say majority leader Mahama Ayariga ni deputy Roxanne Nelson Dafia Mapo ye hwe ese omubetimi aye juma na no obi ka say de we afenyo no obetwi afa wo mo so ena me ka che nipa cross say your friend say honorable say chairman sabonsu etina parliament want to say no obo boxing ho when I tell you say honorable say chairman sabonsu no obo boxing e wo parliament honorable Haruna Idrusu enso ekwaye minority leader when I tell you say no obo boxing e wo parliament e wo ho e common sense leadership enye gudu and I na did and someone on the parliament omukan does it even make sense? It doesn't make sense. So obi usa Mahama Ayariga enye buga da be na parliament e ho no leadership no majority caucus leadership minority caucus leadership no eye buga eye boxing bo e wo parliament enye sa na parliament tie I'm respect wo argument ye debate ni ye kwayanim na yesin but under the leadership of Afenyo Markins no no say ni baby a wo mo hye no so anya ni buga hardly say Ghana for ebehu ni so mfa so wo parliament so wan kwana that tangent no anya ni buga anti atiamu an challenge anya obi anti ne nka say onu nsu wom because they say no MPs omu wom enyema omu frima edosini enti so obi tina no akasa Mahama Ayariga tina parliament nye no okoyi abey honorable Mahama Ayariga me bank ran ena me tele nka so we MP e parliament we MP member of parliament Mahama Ayariga okọ parliament na emenha enti no parliament no bibia proceedings ni bibia no otiase bibia onim bibia etienye buga se yenkwa tietiemu yenkwa ne yenkwa pre ne yenkwa yese ya sif se chesa wasa wotietiemu mankrofo hunu se wonso wo parliament e wasa nkrofo ate wonka se wonso wo parliament enuna hwe submissions ana ekoso wo hono mu anodom pre nsem anodom pre gina hono ma woka say President Akufo-Addo there is no where wo be fa ni nua private jet so di tu kwan da doesn't even make sense. I was say free we no mu kuraba anodom pre say Argentina President Muhammad di wonua edi wonua private jet etu kwan. Now there is no way me man in Sasso, yeah, President Akufo-Addo, na Akufo-Addo yeah president no in any case, na Akufo-Addo yeah tina Ghana ni wish ni be na private jet. Eh bi omu belu 2 year no ma to bi esie dia. Tina Ghana ha say yeah na Akufo-Addo yeah na Akufo-Addo yeah so papa ni keroforiata papa be ka bo mu e bo wo man Ghana kro no e fun wo man dwapade a mo beto aso yi. Eh himfa na yeti say na Akufo-Addo family mu obi wo private jet. Enti se wo kan le sasa na Akufo-Addo enfru ni nua private jet ya ni nua be ne wo bi ni nua no enye presidential jet na no odi tukwa akoye ni business e ko ra no won ankasa business ni ti wu agi agina mu o ene ba ni domestic traveling na Akufo-Addo ankwa rent ene private jet bi afa ntukwan ena ade ne ade no sa argument we ye no no mo ye wo parliament e waste Ghana for time eh ene mo constituency mo beba power so be mo be cho MP before mo MP kakra yo mo parliament say no mo be kone pade a ene mo beba power so e be che pa because argument and submissions so mo go on mo na wa mo ye it doesn't make sense. Wosa what ye chire na wotie wa mu a wo hunu se chire se nyansa bia nim wotie wa mu hunu se nyansa bia anim kwa mo beba na ma me sa video na ansa ma me sa video na kwa na NCA boss na wo ma yi nu a onu na lead police for de o manfo call radio gold hono mo no a and say the power to the people.
We have all the transmitter. We have all the transmitter.
Hello? Yes. After you. We did. We are off. That's why we've been told.
The transmitter is on. The link. The transmitter. Please check. You don't feel.
I'll call you back. I'll call you.
The transmitter is on. You have become unnecessarily difficult. Rather, what's being more? Take it easy. Just check your phone side after also take it easy. That's in the capacity NCA boss, take it easy. That's all I can tell you. Whoever you are, take it easy. That's it. What's the hands that today we are. Madam, today is what you got. Tomorrow is not ours. Do what you want to do. If you want to go into the room, go and okay, you I know you. But you will see the next you. I know you the person. No be power myself. Forget about that. We'll deal with it. Today is what you've got. Tomorrow we don't have it.
Hello? Yes.
Don't forget.
I sat here. The radio good is off. Of course, it's
with armed police.
Yeah.
I will take a picture.
Papa. Hey, Mr. Parry, are you at the end of your done? You're no more working. Yeah. But I'm not going to Wait.
Wase ene ya wodia ba wonim di ochine besie obi gina ho omukoya no a odi police na koya eslo wusu ena instructor no munkwana shut Radio Gold 2 radio stations na wo ho Radio Gold muntie no na wo ho ena mukoko close these 2 radio stations down but honorable Julius Debra medu ho ya pa chief station ka ho Radio XYZ na chief station ka ho ena wo mu gu no target omu main target no na ya NDC stations honto na etwa video no mesa kwa bo video ni bi ena mko me kasa na ba okay you je se me nya abocho besa abo bi enti the lead team no oni eni din nie Edmond Direnchi Fianco new Director General National Communications Authority NCA
we have all the transmitter.
Hello? Yes. After you. We did. We are off. That's why we've been told.
The transmitter is on. The link. The transmitter. Please check. You don't feel.
I'll call you back.
The transmitter is off. You have become unnecessarily difficult. Rather, what's being more? Take it easy. Just check your phone side after also. Take it easy. That's the capacity. NCA boss, take it easy. That's all I can tell you. Whoever you are, take it easy. That's it. What's the end that today we are? Madam, today is what you've got. Tomorrow is not ours. Do what you want to do. If you want to go into the room, go and finish. Okay, you I know you. But you will see the next day. I know you person. No be power forget about that. We'll deal with it. Today is what you've got. Tomorrow we don't have it.
Hello? Yes.
Don't forget.
I sat here that Radio Gold is off. Of course,
enti just ya lobby amount NCA MPP ba power no na wudu position no wudu power wudu powers wo call one mo nkrofo gu one mo ye adwuma transmitter ye dumu no ye dumu radio station like Radio Gold ye dumu Radio Gold because ye be MPP ba power say omo be collapse NDC there nyame na age NDC because the rationale behind MPP taking over Ghana no 2017 is say omo be collapse NDC party no omo di frequency kura ma omo ba James age ni buaten bra no ho Radio Gold a oguso ye ni kakra Radio Gold call off ama afa the Radio Gold no omo ye ni social media Facebook a station like Radio Gold they felt threatened. Say Radio Gold will honor me by how the last time no be can say 2020 say na Radio Gold one can yan say ankwase awie mu e course wo Ghana say omu wie mu no but they made sure say bibia ebe cross omu bia obe ha omu bia no be take you off omu be clear and am clear Radio Gold una we lead ye and na yase wo KPMG enti chese KPMG no e NDC for mpanin for dio say him for dio ya lobby am say ko NCA after so we kwa shut down Radio Gold no mama me ni interview no ye no Joy FM no wase wo ma dum no wo ma tum wo ma dum no wo ma tum Meaning say we chief of staff won support to da because akwa we di no. NCA no ho meaning say won support to da. Makati ani bi odi ahwe me. So no. Na ya wudi o by 2025 wanim guase na aba. Appointment no wanya but NDC grassroots to say fianko adwuma no wonya ne ne ene wa ye ne chena na ye nyina so ye be make sure say appointment letter na won saka no e be kan pass enya adwuma obi be kan say na e bia e ye bosses ne soma wo bosses soma wo no bosses soma wo no wo mo soma wo na wuli di ye and then so the social media and then the bibia anyira o on say yakwa akoyidi aba also makoyidi apie aba apie aba wo ya ho hwea enye yie woni choice omo so omo mpewo ai ultimi president Mahama no awakan o so ultimi take Ghana for granted o Ghana for na ma utumi Ghana for na ma power ye true nkrofo bi adwuma den ya wo mo ye
not guarantee for example that Radio Gold will get its 90.5.
There is a chance that they could.
So it's not guaranteed. That's what you're saying.
Yes.
Why? Does that mean that when they got shut down, that frequency had been given to somebody else?
Not at the moment.
Not at the moment.
Yes, please.
Okay. Yes, you were saying something else. I think I cut you.
So all of them are not going to be coming up at the same time.
Not guarantee, for example, that Radio Gold will get its 90.5.
There is a chance that they could.
So it's not guaranteed. That's what you're saying.
Yes.
Why? Does that mean that when they got shut down, that frequency had been given to somebody else?
Not at the moment.
Not at the moment.
Yes, please.
Okay. Yes, you were saying something else. I think I cut you.
All of them are not going to be coming up at the same time.
Not guarantee, for example, that Radio Gold will get its 90.5.
There is a chance that they could.
So it's not guaranteed. That's what you're saying.
Yes.
Why? Does that mean that when they got shut down, that frequency had been given to somebody else?
Not at the moment.
Not at the moment.
Yes, please.
Okay. Yes, you were saying something else. I think I cut you.
You watom nso de na watom mate kra se Radio Gold fo na kwara brayi Ransford bo achim se omunya adwuma pampa so kra mi so o manya omubu afu obufu a obudi fu e bia betimi akasa e bia eye instruction ene ogigina mu no kwai me kokotu mu but wapie mu ni de no wapie mu fidie na yiwu de na yiwu ai enyiwu de na yiwu entinu wo ya ho hwea enye yiye wo so wo mpew wo mpew ena we nso wo maka wo ho no so wo maka wo ho entu ya ho hwea enye yiye na de na wo hwe me makati de na mo ye be yiye it doesn't matter o say e ba green paper so say Dr. Calustos na san ye say Felix Kwachofo so na san ye wo so wo ma wonya adwuma ne de untimi nya adwuma no ji se wo sa akọ KPMG wo no makokoto wa adwuma so ye friend say aha so wa musi hon mu no President Mahama Kasai efa sansem we se hu President Mahama Kasafa sa ensem we
2 radio stations were closed down, pro-opposition radio stations. I mean, armed policemen were sent there and shut down the radio stations, ostensibly because they had not renewed their licenses. And it happened at a time when the opposition was doing a major press conference, and these stations were carrying the press conference live. And so at that moment, the radio stations were attacked and closed down. And when the authorities who closed it down were asked, they said, oh, it had nothing to do with the press conference. 2 radio stations were closed down, pro-opposition radio stations. I mean, armed policemen were sent there and shut down the radio stations, ostensibly because they had not renewed their licenses. And it happened at a time when the opposition was doing a major press conference, and these stations were carrying the press conference live. And so at that moment, the radio stations were attacked and closed down. And when the authorities who closed it down were asked, they said, oh, it had nothing to do with the press conference. It was just a coincidence that they were shut down at the time the press conference was taking place. But I believe that the role of a regulator is to build, not to destroy. And so if they haven't renewed their licenses, it's your duty to remind them you haven't renewed your licenses. And eventually you must even give them notice and give them a deadline. Say, if you don't renew it by this date, we'll shut you down. If you've done all that and the correspondence is available and you show it to anybody, people will understand. But then the point is there are more than 300 radio stations in Ghana. Why those two? And those are the leading opposition stations. And so you definitely, I mean, you don't need to be a clairvoyant to know that, I mean, definitely there were political reasons behind the closure of those stations. And so it's unfortunate. The president has prided himself in being a human rights campaigner, and I don't think that things like this should be happening under his watch. 2 radio stations were closed down. Pro-opposition radio stations. I mean, armed policemen were sent there and shut down the radio stations, ostensibly because they had not renewed their licenses. And it happened at a time when the opposition was doing a major press conference. And
because stations be brew Ghana ha, adentin a radio gold, a muntie, a XYZ. Na ankwanko ye pro and MPP station, but stations are. You say aligned to NDC. President Mahama Ekasa said armed policemen stormed that radio station. Sir, armed policemen na almost storming Radio Gold premises no. Omu gang leader fianko. Then what children no. Ensu ayano mo ye nwumuna. NDC for semen kanjo say ensu ayano mo no. Ye nwumuna onum nsu a yenwimunam ebia wo ye NDC ni well ende ono ankasa asem so ye NDC ni so onye NDC ni de ono asem ebia ewadwuma shrunku bi a wo ye ya wo de ema awo mo enu enti an appointment kill tenten one wa lead armed police officers ekwa shati Radio Gold down no one kwa ma me RPM na nsa na mpachona me nya na me nto aso nya sa ye kwa na ye basa no ya na wo be wo se mewie no na me nya hwe na me mbobo so tew na eyi aba na me ne na to aso Charles Makati adjoin me na me ne na to aso but me obibi kakraka eno President Mahama e kan sa asem we sei asem anu President Mahama kan ye no enemi si so Minister sir, ya appointing munyina no. All the various ministries no. Mama Ghana for the state, the affairs of those ministries. Ministers are ya appointing mo. Finance minister, energy minister, agric minister, education minister, health minister, fisheries minister, all the ministers, local government ministers, all the ministers. Essentially include regional ministers. Mama Ghana for enhunu mo sector no mo ministry ni e kwaso wo hono mo pokwasi amasa man interchange no omaye eno de musika no beto mo de aye ena afenso kwan de aka na aya business o mo ye Mama Ghana for enhunu swami interchange obosom na esi swami interchange no ne omaye edi adumuma Ghana for enhunu niaka the cost involved sika ye be hia de ayeswami interchange eko road and transporter honorable Kwame Agboja governs magana fo hunu contractors e wa Ghana ha e ka ye de wo mo major key roads no e ka e de da ho wo sector wo ministry no brief Ghana fo because ye nim se ma ye foforo se wan ka se man kasa after 4 years no 2028 no na mo start say mo project dada 2016 kaye na Akufo-Addo 8 years ni rosa aka egomo ya na mo wi a omo de be campaign am say mo be mo nya akwan ba kokra e ka e da wo sector magana fo hu de hot ye ne magana fo hu road fund sika dem bibia wo mu bia magana fo hu energy minister John Jinapo ma yenhunu energy sector hono mo no said ye honu musitie because o man na koma no nkani eduma wa so be ye rough for we shortage sigana ha wa so be ye rough se nkrofo fra se ye kiwa kwa kope gas ya wa so be ye rough we starting meme excuses ena ye dum sie ena ya shut down this plant ena ye maintenance ena gas ni ho ena light fuel ni ho ena hwan ma waso be ye rough ba what take over ya we free adwuma se no brief Ghana fo ma Ghana fo hunu se wo ministry no say ena mutie ma Ghana fo hunu eka eda ho Ghana gas brief ye eka se na da ho WAPCO West Africa Gas Pipeline e kase na da ho independent power producers e kase na mbebe to ye ato Ghana gas dem Kumasi de amukukuru ye amudi ko ye ni nyina mu brief ye bibia ma ye hunu se esla se ni gina bia te sen privatization no e de be butaye na mu gina so amusi ECG mo be ye no ankra mo ma ankra mo be privatization mu brief ye e ma ye hunu because someone yes adwuma we say ya after 4 years no and do 4 years kura no MPP for be mama ni mu aguase wo mo be use wo mo ankasa ne ma wo ma ye ene ma bone a wo ma ye sectors na wo ma se no asan so dia ye campaign e de atia mo ena esan se wo ye minister wo ba ye no ministry hono mo de atia no wan kire Ghana for say energy ministry hono no e ka say no ma ba beto e na say ni sentin wo fra say wo ka wo ni defense bi abo finance minister Dr. Kesa Atuforsen wo de wo ye minority leader sam me kwa wo ye ranking member finance committee parliament brano brief Ghana for ma ye hunu Ghana ye economy no say de sitie yie ma ye hunu say de ho sitie e kano edru say ye creditors and when me say me for the aba say this year in 2025 ye here over 180 something billion to service our credit our debt I am for na de ba yo this year in public sector sika edi betua wo moka enti say wa ma me brief Ghana for Dr. Kesa Atufo said they na wo minority wo opposition na wo ye no a omu bebu de agbunkam de afa wo so ye here when nyina mun brief ye agri sector mun brief ye here nuane northern regions ase de da ho kakrakai kokon sector no akofom engusa but akofom pa honorable kopoku ye hwe kwan brief ye moma ye nhunu because of enra ensem bia kwadwo opon kroma e kan wo parliament said John Jinapo any excuse bi odi be yi ni ho ano e wo bra Ghana light bedu John Jinapo any excuse bi odi be yi ni ho ano e wo bra fuel shortage esi wo Ghana ha ono be kwadwo opon kroma ka kire parliament John Jinapo say adia MPP for hwe kwan ne say yentu nkane abuom yentu fuel buom can you imagine obi anu betu fuel 1 liter 4 cedis or no timidi kwa ya and then 15 cedis no and now no catch or no share minister ni ma catch ne say ya fa ne 4 cedis e de akọ 15 na ekọ 16 cedis ba wu ni excuse a e be free 15 cedis no akọ 16 cedis o en kania no a 2016 ye fie woto 100 Ghana timidi twa 1 month no and now woto 1000 Ghana but kwadwo opon kroma e catch Ghana for say ejina parliament e catch John po say en kania na no obi to 100 a e take one na busuafo whole month so moto 1000 Ghana no sa 1000 na ye tua prepaid ye tua no kwadwo opon kroma say NDC aban any excuse so be kase from 1000 no e kwa 1001 and 1050 but the kosi nyina da e ya semba ako ministers mun brief Ghana for obia yesu ye wo mere ye be kasa ma Ghana for aye me da enko busu ya sponsors for ase me kwaba ye be di nkomo kwadwo opon kroma so no ansem odi to do parliament no be sa aboso ne aka ho sem ye to nsase ewo Kumasi resident Atasamanso residential area hono masase no edayie na ne boaso eda form enunti Ghana fo nyina da estate developers and sorry no organizations ahodo ya mo pensase amanso twibia ne hu ba bia wotimi nka bia no ne wo be ya no se woni mra wo de edikan me de number ne tudwa no wafa na woni papa na di nkomo wa ma obusu ni bi akohwe asase no so ho no wadi ho adanse se de mi di ho adanse wo wabrochira wo peke number no a na woni wadi nkomo no afre wo nua mi fasika nkosi obi aso Atasamanso residential area Kumasi wa mo ebe new headline educational complex ye be Mount Zion Hospital Atasamanso Kumasi eti kwana kwaje wasase wo document bibia ne kama na ye de amount ensuo ni nkane a wonsase ne so e de krom fifin ya sanso e wo fie kase a ye ton e wo circle enkra ha sei e fie no ben Freddy's corner odo rice nchemu ho no mo pe dwapade kase a first floor no e wo 6 bedrooms washrooms e wo BMU bomodian Fred 0242 770304 0242 770304 and now says 0242 770304 eh Mr. Sapon what's in my document no me imagine office that bay wo share me Friday oh matobi mama me for wa kwa check my sase ama me ai enti wo so bomodin akwaje wo de 0242770304 asase da ye tabia heba center ni papa bedwa so tabia heba mesha obi a wanum ato a wontimi ni di malaria fever wonam duamu adwa wadre tabia heba mesha obi nso ayam tim koko eni ye friends siade ha we fini di do sisi musa ye ha unya tabia heba capsules wonum adro we ye ade cha we yam da ho rough ye tabia ta kum boost to me vitality 100% organic the taste rate say a wo ehwam kama enu ani bia no odin ti ni obi a na wo so wono mo na hyene so se okashi drug land so pom Ghana ba bi eton no bia no tabia enu pa benya bi frɛ 0243 686861 0243 686861 na wo mo emu awusunum bi St Andrew Senior High School ena egusu a wo mo free na wo mo frɛ wa no mo ka kire wo se or vacancies form 1 form 2 form 3 for Bawku school papa one kasano serene environment wo St Andrew Senior High School Mame papa wo beda wo be hunu se wo Bawku ewura ba bi papa wo da wo nwen wachi bia esan se school mo no mo afe akono akora no nso ko school na wo be wie no excellent wasi resource and our the ebe ye home economics visual arts and a business ye wo boarding hostel facilities wo no ma wo mano wo mo ko mu didi ye form 3 nyina no admission e wo honom ye wo tashichi blow last stop and a St Andrew Senior High School e wo day student for nyina kan ho bi 0249 832015 0249 832015 and that's 0546 048332 0546 048332 Top Choco chocolate spread chocolate there the fat bread him your Top Choco 3-in-1 chocolate drink and no papa no cocoa wom mukum sugar do here no so share wo say kakra bi a team pampa wo damu Ghana has say no one e fie bia mu abusuali nyina eche na wo mo ennom 0243 033 033 0243 033 033 awiai ahoɔden ni ho ahoɔden ni ho no dia per rush energy drink nennom per rush energy drink nennom adroba for eya me kemate ni bi esina no de den driver ni no so aye na kono o se je ba akoma me na pe meat pie ma me na me fam mo so se wo sorry na ahoɔden ni ahokani ho no mo a per rush energy drink mo a mo pagya mo ye adwuma den no mo ne ade ye tiatia mu no eno ana kyesi egu so aye nom FDA approved. Okay, Charles Makati adjoin me. Enti me no enfrase ene awie. Makati mahan.
Rama. Joso.
Bibi aboko de.
Oh, bibi anya boko.
Oh.
Bibi anya boko.
Ada won so ye gu paper, ensi ye gu paper na.
Oh, ensi paper de. Oh, ensi ni hwe ya ofono.
Okay.
But say I mean shower tea for production yeah. But say we share near my corner oh na when I went into Menji. I say because the mama during the campaign catcher Ghana for you so cotton of you was you a lesson. Mewa. So we see our lesson there. Nanka you force ye the yo.
Na nyo ya.
Na nyo ya.
Now fire.
Son of Wakano. You know, say na me. Say the mama ya appointment. Na GRE. Eko Gihok Akufado appointee NC Akufado appointee. How?
Gihok Akufado appointee.
Boteru, go and check. Was executive secretary of that small scale, small arms. Or no?
No,
you're board member.
Okay. But you're all inclusive.
The letter no more. PSC no more now. Kokuba had the appointment. Tivani Munya ya Subi. And Kauma feel full you are. Yes, sir. No, I shall want you for. Nanama. What in Goma did I say?
Me oh Matthias ya pa.
Ne tramen sunu mukasi. NC National Communication Authority. Na ma men throw the reason.
Okay.
Sa brand na mo bobo ne di no. No nyo obi a o. Omo hwehwe obi ama na koye sa adwuma no already good no. Eno yi ne ho so on na betimi akoye. Do you get it?
Okay.
Okoye wieye ene promote no. Aye no deputy director engineering.
Ewo NC.
Ewo NC. And the director who ye. And obey director engineering.
Okay.
Do you get it? So Fianco was nobody. For NC. He was just an ordinary staff. When he became critical, see he should be a manako good stations or no. He elected himself to go and do that job. Mumisa Fianco said, "Time many a promote no, a director, deputy director engineering." Fianco became deputy director engineering after shutting down Radio Gold any asifo. Do you get it? Now, so we one you be a we say, I don't really I school no obi an go school hobi obi electronics school no nobody else enter school again and here nya obi amane nko yes adwuma no. Is that what the people are pointing, the appointing authorities telling Ghana for say of all the Ghanaians 57% or matter about my ADC no omu nyu obi awo
ebi awadwuma wa ya ma wo
adwuma be.
Well, say me because say yes, I said you would.
He's been with NCA. 2016, NCA District 2 Electoral Commission. Not our hobby. A mother no dima NDC. 2020, I'm not chair no ye no hobby. Other than mum misamu say why or no not chair resign near audition.
2020 they see you no hobby.
No hobby. He was at NCA.
So you are not chair, you are not director of engineer.
Yes.
Yeah, not chair resign ya call.
Oh no, I'm not chair resign ya no demand no.
Oh no, not chidin echijano.
Pepe.
As acting.
Very good.
And the NDC appointed.
Oh no, motion mukina.
Hey. And him say NDC try 4 years you munko bi.
Do you get it? now obe catch me so what? Mama Mayan can't imagine a company being a shenachi. And now me besides our question on my Facebook.
Company being a shenachi.
Yeah.
Me call Facebook company beya.
Uko
me call fast.
Company see where move station in me you must in change. Me Facebook there me media. And now a company no. Right? Radio station they work Ghana hanging now depend on
Kenneth.
Yeah, depend on this company.
Kenneth.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Radio station we Ghana ha depend on this company. Ye ko kan na we NDC ni obi anka se obi nyendi onye NDC ni o. But we NDC ni so na yi TV Gold. On the G TV Gold Fin network, so immediately NDC lost election 2020. Or NDC ni papa on the G Radio Gold, every multi TV was a multi choice and so.
Wow.
Because I know there. On the G Muntie fee so.
Okay.
Because power sisa. Do you get it? You see, when you are dealing with businessmen, no who dealing with businessmen. No, there was parties one constituency. One man cost the speakers sounds of Bibiamano.
Kenneth.
And you know, do you be my NDC? What is news? No, or yeah, or no, yeah, or what is the problem? And that's a Zoom lion, or did he have But you shouldn't be interested in who will mount an institutional or regulative. What do I say? The institution regulates your activities. A DNT. And now, who person who choose who should regulate you? Why are you so interested? Ama, me see, say, sa fianku omuja not na hwa. Who say omudi DAP project be by digital audio broadcasting. Omu ye no eye fianko department they in charge. Ye misa munyabi. When fianko was selecting
radio
and television stations for SAT test project. Station ben
Debi asase da number 1 no ni
no me bisa NDC station ben
yen kan ho bi
mo ye nya atwomfo mo ya mama mo grassroots fon sisi form
also awomo okay
okay
the way I come no
mo ya mama grassroots fon sisi form I'm not changing this fianko with deliberately ati mame wabuti institution monitoring ayo the monitor meanwhile NCA you don't determine content, you don't regulate content regulation it is under the purview of NMC. What I say you ban no content NMC and regulating content and yet NCA but we no mo sa fianko we oni anoche boni omudi ye bi no omuti ai mepedi na mouse sia no omudi monitor radio stations e wo Ghana unkwa mo fa so the good stations bi NCA letter to NCA yeah, that is what they did. You see BMC Broadcasting Monitoring Center omuti no na ono na hwe so we and the sheso. Inti muabe na we de amamu the din tia of all the people no this is way na modin bego. Already minimum kasai na nama. O safu ba a deputy director cyber or a director cyber or NCA.
Oda so na
ya o safu ba ewo senate or that's yes, IMD or Senate. Are they? No, what is it? The damn kwa a day.
Sir, NDC don't back power or take it time.
When you see radio station be our site war, Eastern region or
mountains no.
I'm on 4 year co-location because who has the infrastructure? Some infrastructure no one there. It belongs to one company. We have infrastructure, TVRC, CRC. Are they? We want to be. Revocation letter. We want to see the letter because as we speak, I know say the gentleman or Minister of Communication.
Fiankono.
Yeah.
Yeah, where are they?
Only minister here meeting, so I'll prepare for vetting. Now, see what they say, and say the same me fee. Panya talk crab meaning. Now, me saying you panic to
Says here, what ministry of
let them go.
Hey, meeting.
Yeah, Joe.
Hey.
We know things one my young kasa.
Because I know no cry na sa appointment ni ba out no. Said the Ghana for Johnny and can hear me crank no pay.
But this time
I was a letter about out cry. I was a letter about out. I was a letter about out.
You me diagro. Inyabri.
And Rihanna President Mahama Walker said who appointees and taking Ghanaians for granted. So and then they happen. One appointee will be one kasa uncle for say pen.
The video boy and one they can just I didn't see one to the National Council of Elders of NDC and a press conference.
No one change.
Me say no more na press conference. I will not me will show. Ntina Muftada mu wie no sport ofa no mu wie a na nka o wie na pampa so aba. Na betina wo. Ya yi o mu afie ewiem.
We so ne lead armed police officers.
Yeah. On the di o mu call. The video is there.
Yes, ya bo videos ne ya bo.
Video is there. Ntina mu nya obia aba. Na nsi o there na. What is there? There. And I would keep your job umpe. As a retired engineer, you know. Oliver Twist. He want more.
Sani aya no kra no keeping no hokra obesa buta.
And I make kananka monkey would have cried the fahunted. No monkey people be now or now. Nobody will come for you. But the greedy Ghanaian, he wants to be the overall, but he want to die. He want to
because big men for be tanechi am pushing the amano. Big men for be na. Say a big all be true. Big men for na. Kenneth nani free.
One didn't fee. You can't no money, yes, I am in today. We're there everywhere. We're there everywhere.
And I said, and I'm a catch, I'm going to be for a crumb sabotage in the park room.
Oh, no, be on no more person munye biano or munye. Oh, me say, they can't take Fianco and go making CEO of Kenneth. Anna. And I want to me Fanco. We munye in Fianamo Vanco as you.
But anything connected to when we dear Fianco come one, they are the idea. Yeah, train, sir, or the Bequacusie. Send appointment letter now, Bano, baby.
A man for a cassie or bar revoke, young who ye.
And they send ye your own.
We have not seen anything revocation. You who ye, it's as simple as that. The grassroots is waiting. And that we are waiting. We need a massive.
And I do hawk on so, sir.
I may say give hawk, dear, no way you be a bote I order day. Bote a plano. What are plays? GR Diana Star, GR Crano ICAC, Institute of Chartered Accountants Ghana.
GR Diana Anthony Sapon.
Yeah.
Okay.
Institute of Chartered Accountants of Ghana. Council. A 11 member people. 4 appointees. He was part of the appointees. And he not represented president interest.
Okay.
Yes. Or what are you offending? Can say KPMG. It does not take away the fact that he was representing the president's interest or ICAT Council. So what is the point? Are they? Me see give up deal with. No, I small scale, small arms or no, small arms or governing board or appointee, no board so. All these things, what call website and so internet and so abu baby yo me can ama enra NHIS see why you meeting or no instead of bedwane akono ono why you meeting or director directors will be our man appointment within the last 3 months or no faba na me confirm me NHIS akuga no mo nam ho akuga betima akoshe ho CEO Eliken Kotoko no Are
na appointment ni ye diana. Because
na paper you mu slow motion.
Because I want near the 3 abegum. Na nkrofo kra ye bi ma wo.
To see the bebre.
E wa no mu di 2 abegum. E wa no mu di 1 aba betum. Na nkrofo so twa bigum. Ya appointment ma wo mo. Because the enim say on say mo na we giant nkrofo na mo to office no. Na wo mo ye ne ma wo mo pay. By the time we be take you over now we be na do person we ye no wa ye.
No wa ye.
From after 7 December, omulusu recruitment awoma ye with various institutions nyasem ketwa. Wa na NDC foi no mu post to be any recruitment or national health insurance no see you not what ye dey. And we need power no from 7th December to January as very in no. These are key appointments.
I can show you videos of cars, more than 50 to 60 cars. Unimkan age range 2014.
From Kwame Mami.
2014 or NHIS, National Health Insurance cars. 2014 we are brand new cars. The cars are condemned.
For video ni Kwame Mami.
I don't know where's that. The two men who 7 slow motion.
Slow motion.
Ora you may know few munya new appointment enko shem. Abla kwa foreign affairs I hustle. Until gaba replace. Or Kofi Bachi COP or cooperations replace, let another person go. So I need change one will be a economy fast. I may never be a baby I knew you.
I dear way na unim. Say tapene your friend is a brand champion ye no mu bia ye na NDC for drive bebre mu. That personal relationship enkrofo bi ni nkrofo wontinu area chief finance minister na one opposition na obi personal business there wo hono but okofa key contract kese na odi ama wo opponent no run no no jisika no Erikogun account. So does it mean say within your own circles, no, within your own, you know, who will be out this contract, never man is can back a party.
Before because I will tender in the evidence through your producers.
Okay.
Because me make us out with evidence. I don't do me mystery moon cast.
Me
will producer as me tender evidence exhibit on not my basso. Vet no mu Eastern region no. Tamankevo ye nipa me pena sempa. But minimum entia but this time on disqualify Branty.
Oh, MMDCs.
Yes. Kwasilawa petitions to akọ. Or before be DC ya di ankasa no. NS number no.
The Kamame health insurance NHIS video no cast.
Video there soon.
Nti wo
kasa no kan no am data.
O send ya ebeye yi but bomode asend.
Na mesene ama.
Bomode asend mami. Onim se NCA kura yi a wo ye kura no krofo kura bokevo din.
To say.
Se kevo kura betimi ahande da ayi.
Na se wo no wo ho.
Okay.
He was there during NDC.
Okay, now Dr. Mane Boama, a communication minister.
No, NCA.
And ten people back power, naturally say.
I'm a clear no fee on. Or bet me, or mum found my competent hands.
Now,
I could find my way because you will be the campaign in the was a campaign done by only I came for. Omo your modi obi and DB. Omanya minister Omanya minister Omanya minister Obi. It is two things. Either you choose this one or you leave the minister.
Because they're not clever, and a change of government by a cover free what they are. You say cover NDC.
Yeah.
Ain't one court. Ena fianko ka ho na nche se fianko ni ye adwuma 2016 e de ma MPP
mama wa de na che wo
e ti na wo ka ho
me ka che wo si okotu rede gold mu wie ye no ene ye promo 2 no ekwa no deputy director engineering ena no boss ehuye no boss huye no eno omu promo 2 no another step ekoye no director engineering. It cannot be the case. Se fianko pe ene betima ye MD ewo NCA NC ne NC china enane ye betra ha bo ma baso so oya appointment ne kwan so a ba wen kwa de anama wen kwa de emfa
okay
na me ka apamenya krobo
ba o ma honto emma weni mu ansane ya ansane yakọ
aso de oro no
onu na twa video no
yeah because they be ko pampa suta awia no
na twa sa video ya bo nyina
no so bamboro zo NCA for abetu station no
okay na mo be ko program
antina no wo ho na sina Mustafa wia no mu ye international council elders no wia I'm Mustafa no yes sports into a break or we are nanka or no running up and we are taking over near bam. Okay. It's for us a fresh on our minds.
Okay. Sami Akwaba.
Yeah, Nana. We. Okay.
Kwa do ya wa ha nka na ka wi ko sa atom wonam kwa so ba hene mi hia no ha o ha nka we yika yuje mesro ba ntietia na so wa Sami Akwaba biem
Nana me jo sina pomie
nyame adom abo video bi wa ha na voice na ma wo no try
yeah
about NCA appointment no.
It's true. Nana ma menchia na menchia yeti fo ni ahwefo nyina ejide so bibia pomye ye ma me ba ko no so fi UK be ye adwuma election afina ne bra so a okọ o se men kan cho se o chia o enu kire ya o hwe Facebook comment pa enu kire
enu kire abagana ha abe send messages sa
wa be ye adwuma
debi after adwuma de bia me read the message no Ghana ha lenti enu kire ena ade nkrama same menye wa mpacho
enti
enkrana me
and then I'll call back
because they be me read eno kire the message is basa
enti eno kire ni di ankasa e ma Eugenia Saki enti ne okọ na obeye adwuma
enti na me mpa UK fo na fofa no
ade
yentu aso
UK fo anyon ko fa no your advantage and your disadvantage UK
papa wa ba na de bia wo send me message
so ope afutu a go to them but everyone so na say ebuka mu don't go there because it won't come anyway nana mama sanche obiem na mencha producers me ba na metie mu medical damase ne enkomo amasha ase en pempeso a dia bedru na nana awie I'm try me ba nyina mpa me bo nyina ne say for the first time I make show and I me beko na me bompa say God should guard my tongue
onto one na
yes like rade or onto to my anamunsi banana I don't want to go extreme
okay
but certify so amon fanche menye bibia because this is a very emotional issue. Let me begin the story like this. Somewhere September 2017 Sabrem na me host for a Pampaso.
Okay.
The hottest afternoon political show then. More I mean show na say I can say me a then why I'm say your programs manager by say she sign out and I'm say why also this we attend you doom station to no me kram yam shim na madwe say bia eja in a bia into one I make catch the tea for so ye die and ho abasisi a nti me feast to me busa am say o NCA fo aba say in doom station into no or my tenure of the station. I thought it was a joke, but the reality ne true number shati Munti FM. Munti FM workers best 30. Na no nyina kofie. E ka me ni me producer Sabiga pe. And management yi pampa to show no from Muntie and the bar radio good. And take a mini producer as a bigger pay. And I didn't know more. Then 9th May 2019. Said na Makati Kano. Ure radio good. Yawo production room said they be a producer CTA. I know say glasses say intino. Miami production.
So why glass and
glass and Miami production we enti me one more me revise share point in yama. And one I must say your programs manager Richard Japan Saba a buy also me kwana announcement is a radio good is going off.
Wow.
Sabrina Muftao yes post.
Wow.
Ti me tane me hona busan so e dia say the hu an say aposi form yenu kutatuo.
Wow.
Plus NCA staff. Yan tentem kokokoko. And I me rest studio ho. And I me kwa announce say radio good we are going off.
And that was it.
That was it. That was it. Enti me free studio ho no. And I may find my phone. May I come catch a police for catch I can't record. Now I say no, you cannot come to my office. And me can't tell me say me you see me camera wa. And now me put my iPad and I use the iPad to record them. And to tell ya station call off now people started calling. And Tibra na me recording now I was receiving calls. And it was this guy Fianko tell me the minimum no. The guy was rude to a technical chief, Tanko. He was rude to even a programs manager. Ordering them, he even wanted to enter our service room.
Wow.
And Tanko catch and say, we are turning BBR off. And to we have video most baby, no kind of Tanko na so way. Because they wanted no person more call several to make sure say Ampa radio good is off. And when they were about to move, no, any security man and in charge, your friend that day, your friend no, or parity semi boni di wom. And to Opari Kwabena and catches no more could be because you're doing radio good dia. Where Juma Bo, Unya Juma will have you. You are not supposed to operate for them. Because I was expecting them some one could be a gate no one pay. And Opari. It could be a gate no koi. Sa opare me boni di no. Nana mama free sa da no radio good ye tumu. Opare ye jobless. Obia na wa ye adwuma radio good for several years be ye jobless. Opare be yare sika kro de beto adura no nkra wanya. Last wo.
Oh.
Nana if I tell you Muntie FM workers Radio Gold workers ebinimo abrabo mu ko mu a ye kra na esi ani edin no nanama
na man bi kam ho oh man panimu bi refinity
anyimadu openya anyimadu
o de enkomeka
some of the Radio Gold ni Muntie FM workers after shutdown no ebi fie wura mu to omom de omna makogu asoro dem na no omoda
Jesus Christ
me 2021 Nyamen kwa ke yimnema gu abonte me that uncompleted building for 1 month because from that 2019 no ombe no there was no salary kwadwo ebu ani ne ye online ne ye no meti WhatsApp platform atuma mansa mami aba ohima mesika chama David Botei nipa be 20 every month na omoma 2000 no ya de 300
wow
beba ya de 300 eto MTN data ya de 400 eto self-line data ya de 400 etria electricity 800 new security men 4 every weekend be an mo be 50 Ghana cedis. That's how much that 2000 every month, you know. And I still have the records. Omdi nipa kwa hunyehiam tina we are hoping say onyame adomu a by 2020 dear John Dramani Mahama NDC be ne station beba back at least e benya bibi kakra be support here. Okay. Enti kakra ne a wa na nke betimi e de atua e danka no. Me adopted 3 branches. Esa de misika nyina wura mu. And some of the MPs in Ukra akoya wini yokra you couldn't even call to say thank you. Enti ato abani we no na me ni pa. Na me rent so eso. Eye match. Na na ma me simi koda on computer building with me no ma for 1 month. Me kra me de no. Nipa fasanya ma we nyina mu. Na o se free no abesi ne. Mintin se James Ajeni mbo aten kasa. On na ye general manager ma Radio Good. Mintin se o de suhini kra de so no emfa so pal. O mu nyina mintin so mu bia kasa. Enti sometimes o kwa kasa na akwa ese o kra wa no passem. Nanama I left Radio Good because Radio Good manager was trying to please Akufo-Addo. Say, mema kobo mpaye. Say Akufo-Addo waste taxpayers' money at the rented plane. And the plane in Kotopum. Enko deep sea. Said the beya. Wo kra ye nya ni funu sa meto adaka meboka. Wasima wish Akufo-Addo bad. Na onim say national security for eba betime. Enti or take me off or suspending me show no. Said the beya on betime kra na be say station no. To an amount to punish me. And I'm say, hey, these same people my year no aduane every year no. After say Radio Good back. No. Am I online? Oh, okay. After so my year no aduane every year no. Me metna ha me bompa ya me wish Akufo-Addo. Adam abodam. And I'm say no. Somebody want to please Akufo-Addo and I resigned. Na ene NDC aba power na ye po bia manako NCA wanya obi ase safia nkono a olidi NCA eba bedum Radio Good we akete around 2:30 Ashati Munti FM ko XYZ ko the same thing ono na NDC for say bra ya bre for the past 8 years kwadwo ebu anie Toyota Cola we near the Namtachimai near the Namha. We don't even have sponsors to give us money. It's radio soon stress and for just to go and buy airtime. Now you suffer for 8 good years. Na NDC about power. Na send the pakrono or no year no aduane e free ya no no. Wono na mokofa NCA e de amano. Sebi omu fi say Jimmy. Omu fi say ase we don't have power to appoint. But we have power to make people sleepless. We will not only make sure say our appointment will be disappoint you. We will hunt you down. Young fat you, ye anu ye bet do atment do abusia for atama mambasha mwa.
Na sa appointment na sa.
Some joy.
I withdraw appointment na dey baby na.
Who withdraw? Share, let me tell you something. So my withdraw appointment, so my withdraw. It's an insult. They own Ghana for an NDC media, any NDC grassroots. An apology. The mere fact to cross or accepting Nipa no cry in the first place, thinking so this appointment be man a insult. The mere fact said that guy in that sukuta position crowd or NC ho, not to talk about so Koji Director General or that sukuta the position 2 weeks after NDC government, a insult. Sam George, as a minister designate, we are chatting Munti FM, Radio Good, you call demonstration. Sam George can't call for no mudi demonstration anim. You call NC ho, you call Kromam young Raho, or Mama Yejina, baby, a share filling station, a airport share.
Animua,
and almost on my baby petition, or Mamma Young call NC or home. And honorable Sam George, one of the voices are close down of media houses a year NDC, Waka said here. Mibisamo, a free rabbi Sam George, minister designated, then Waka found. Why is it quiet? Meba, why is Sam George quiet?
Office.
Minister of Communication prepared to go to
Sam George, why is he quiet? He can't tell me. Yes, he can't tell me.
Perez Chapel.
Now, Meba.
Perez Chapel for a car appointment. Almost your appointment.
Now the Mama Nunsi. Sam George cannot tell us say on call Verti and Swenny Intino. We need control. Listen. Yahoo ministers designator. Omunyan converting crown or Marco ministry say appoint to omo. Yes, it's allowed. Utimiko inspection. Some of them, even Ashanti regional minister designate. Will take you over. Now they see Obuasino or on behalf of the government, on behalf of the party. Sam George is always loud on social media. Me and Facebook friend. Why is he quiet? Is he part of the cartel? The NCA, Minister of Communication, KNET cartel, Sam George, is he part of it? Is Slowusu not part of this cartel? Is MPP not part of this cartel? Is Sam George trying to play double games with MPP and NDC? Like now, what promise MPP is so there, measure no. Is Sam George trying to make sure say MPP for better take over NCA? No, say Minister of Communication because only the interest is over here MPP for now. It won't happen today and tomorrow. Like I said, Nana, we don't have power to appoint, but your power you be do attempt. Now say na Sam George be called there. And the Sam Minister only 6 months. But Sam say yes, Sam George ne make. If Sam George tell ordinary or danina chima NDC grassroots. But say yes, Sam George ne yes. See the main can mean kasa Sam George ne appointment. Mean kasa Sam George and appointment. Okay. But Sam George and the minister designate. And Sam George has a say. Even now young community or will say as to government agencies are hold why they call. Meaning some directors in this institutions are share ministries biasia. Yeah, appointment and ministers here we don't say in class. No, you must consult me and they listen to them. So Sam George Kroonyambe convert men. He has to say what has he said about their cost of freedom of business. Okay. Don't you think say the silence is so loud? So when your minister now kwa kudia obi enu ni asem appointment here by ye me nya sure say NDC grassroots be asode sudden away so long as anipa ne NDC ni no obi any problem but so ko appointi MPP ni a wadi atem ufi say enkwasiafo yantra sema esrowusu entna opposition and control the affairs of NCA. It won't happen. Say be a no ti abamu ana oti opposition and now still a wunya bibidia and now the old bosu ya ketu afa come ni dinyo bi asem. But that cartel it won't work today, it will work tomorrow. Yan Trasima Kenneth said that as market kind no. Radio NDC lose power 2016 less than 2 weeks and a Kenneth ye a TV gold free on more platform so. You move from anything they didn't want to do anything have anything to do with Radio Gold or NDC. And a power bar Kenneth Kaba with National Communication Authority and then Ministry of Communication want to tell us what. The same NCA when MPP took over Yeraba Fubani no Radio Gold General Manager Ansah na NDC winning power 2008 Professor Mills at the NCA man ano si debi ana President Brabe Tumefo no kwa presidential advisor ano this position ni man nua sani nua na kan yaka so che fiase tevi ase wan o nyina che fiase o mo ba ne sei yesi o makwa akoto afidie sai nyeso mo diska no NCA for yesi misappropriation se say ye diska man se fakoto nsuo we na diska na kwakoto fo ani nyina ye de adwuma a sai afidie ne afidie a ebra Ghana hu say terrorism e cause we sub region no omo person omo monitor the communication space ehun se nipa bonifo bi bo epa omkoto say the friend Pegasus no omkoto say afidie no afidie ni so amene ka say national security no mo yusu omo yusu afidie no nanso ye de sa papa no bafo bo ni nua no wodam sesi amene ka say bafo bo ni nua ne NDC oni bra penye ne wadan benkum so ye raba babo tweda panyanko papa kra say oye NDC Office of the President and then in Mia Chemua just we are cranning antima may because no defiase. Now and then this are winning back power. And you want to reward Bafu Bonnie the late. Wait, this is how you want to reward, this is how you want to honor him. This is how you want to honor him. When MPP jelly NDC for committing no crime. You are rewarding them for even taking a kind of food out of your mouth. For what reason? And to start appointment, no, so my revoking no. Nana, enye enough.
But officially, no, wama revoking that.
Almost slow, almost family. What will say, what Bema no? Go ahead and appoint Fianco. You have the power to appoint, but I will say, what Bema. Go ahead and issue letters so I appoint Fianco as a Director General NCA. Go ahead and appoint.
Okay.
Nearest I got a bit my continue in that. Even the withdrawal ain't enough. That withdrawal is not enough. One, sub position Okutada as an engineering director of Ano. They should revoke his appointment. We don't want to see him near NCA. He is not better than NDC Fua. You free a dumam to say Yayira Kwakumuno. He is not better than them. We don't want to see him anywhere near NC or government. They should fire him. Second, they should apologize to NDC grassroots. Because NDC media stations near Kadina and grassroots in the club, they should apologize to them. No one come here, say we voted for them. Not because so take over, not because Obintimi take over. We believe in them because you know say NDC has the men and women. How can you tell me say Oko VRE? Oko fa Kwabena say a friend Edward Eko Obeng Kenzo. Eko Fado appointee na be boss.
And when we say
before congratulations and they are contemplating as on person ko ECG as on fan ko grid cause on man opportunity. Onu aku onu no choose your pay. VRA or ECG for where and then kakoso most study no honen ke nyebe kwako swini yes nana enke honen ke be kwako swini. We don't have any problem. Appoint who they are appointed this in our bong. So long as we NDC no NDC we don't have any problem.
Okay.
So a failure you say yes NDC for a failure. We will not allow you to appoint or nominate MPP appointees because you have link with them. Nana the enjoyments and sometimes politicians free say or ye be na say ni party ni wo mu a the opposite will nye die no want to nya until they prefer to do business with their political opponent say they be an interest betimi aba if it's about your interest you go over enjoy interest no wo do me
ebi no is a tapaye
nobody should try
only bread champion ebi no ye
nana nobody should try wo se me boa hey this onante for dem mununkum.
Oh, papa na me kan
papa
anyimedu
omanso wewu
aha obi na asende ama wewu omse wewu omansomfo
atepo ni anwo kira station radio gold ni station egu ni nyina 2 years na 3 years ni do mo license mo back ni station no bia ni wasi ni dada mu da and you want to tell us what?
Okay, kwadwo bremu, kwadwo.
Nana me da so fa kwanyes no ncheti for na.
Because me e didn't be crime appointment.
Ma uze me nuanu me ba me zo mo ni abre. Me tie makati ma beti same.
Unim enra guy ba ku die ya mokan. Ono ne ye hefa. They also ye didn't be call VRO say hehin. GRA no. No, not GRA. GRA dey say do na kɔ ne Anthony Sapon no.
Na me ba na wo ye Anthony Sapon no. Ese wo say nipa mienu ne by mistake. Eni say by their mistake. Yet na ma wobi I'm a party for any break. So I'm Anthony Sapon because no a board member NPP time. What man say?
Okay.
And no think of Fokogu Hono. Yes, I'm ko hosa sabia musabia nya nipa na mienu. Eye nipa na ya pointing no ho na ma party for any break. Sabe yanyeji sika ya gigi so nipa NDC. We have the man, woman krom ni bi. Ya gigi don ma me nwie me set no betem ase. ya gigi sika ya gigi hwe so ne amfa nkɔ no ɛno so nipa ne NDC Awurade Yesu Kristo and the NPP for no for her room we for her room we and them NDC men no more send this one men said no more can no more position no more can send people for any men almost 1 no and then people for no more and kola wo no more kola me no more point omo na hemi na nim dia me ya show bi to say Kwaku Buahin UTV kotonya ya bono ya bu Kwaku Buahin ya bu na di na tam interview me ka so ni adaka be interview bi chese Kwaku Buahin edu ba mo yente say inform nipa she go yes she go ai won ko ye ai samwa bi galam say issue bi Kwaku Buahin no topics yan ko chide nyen say etimi bu sasa anya bia obi send and these guys no omu ye mo position etimi nye ya na say ye na de Kwaku Buahin de ba bi man na ye betra han be bona baso ye de bibia ma otoku no ye betra be bona baso ye de bibia ma yi a lady Chief Bine ye be bona baso eti ma go ni mutimi nya position man ye Chief Bine o de man de ma grassroots obia be di peche wo ma Kwaku Buahin bibia obia be di same wonto otu anu ama ne bia obia be di peche enti pese mbusa anya bi o mampani wokot oh mi busa question say anya bia o mampani wokot na fie 8 years no ya da bia ya se asua de ya toto ya niam ye na mi busa wo was start appointment ministers no ye betra boy ensem wo hye obi onim da meto oto ne ye no obi an see on dos majai no obi apa bi obi anfa ana obi afa ne de ana utimi se nkofo personal interest ye kwa election na meka se utiete na utie nsem wase nkofo ambition unu se nya appointment start here na nkofo ambition president next presidential candidate eti Kwabena na mefa so betidi makati akwahye GRA na me no anwunagu ama matimi de ama de Kwabena metidi obi akọ VRA na etime anwunu na mafame de na weka ene da bai
ene ya wala
ene Thursday me show mampani bo
2010
se bedru okira ba 2 o'clock na se NCA guy na onyi ni mfi ho no mo a obehu me mema wa NCA me show mampani bo me de wono otime appoint so etimi se no appointment the 8.3 but to destroy they can destroy. I'm telling you say when you san crofo we enfi on ma e kira bebo 2 o'clock ko no yes ya de me ma be ko ansi ya ansi ebiem
but so we are inclusive government
inclusive who yet wo mampani wo fie kura na obetena edru ba bi na onya ba bi mpom konkotra emna wo fira bai ma kufu ado no akọ ayi otumfo ho no manhia amos otumfo ayi akufu na akobusa ayi say otumfo say ono nkasa wo firi so ahifa na apese otan ana so wo mpe ba bia na ate no mountain ho a akufa do sheda ko draw sa de we yo owi e pepe no friend nkrofo ne se mu ni bibi do mama so pese otan ba bi ote no wasa munya ne ho adwuma mame
ene di drone
I'm telling you
di drone etwa
ufi e aye do mama ko hide down ba bia first na mo wo no akra fam na mo wo we rem wo ko hide down ho akufu ado ne na busu afọ ka kire nipa no ko hide down so onim na so de dan ne ma mampani a woteto na wo ne business wo be collapse ni nyina obi a wotu aka wo hon man papa ne friend na nyumre se brana ba usika na usika na magi a de se be bre me o asoja force na need to ba man na se ntwom ne wo di wo mampani atam za we need to obi adi minister kra na hia no ne na se ne nanti papa pai ne nanti ayi betu afam sanko bi betu awramu no need to no otima di o mampani atam so tie interview ona wu ni nyina kire nyankopon da roma ya ne kakran na ya bre o ya bre ni enkoni amra nka ya nka ade enko bia ya nyina nka mra ya medi ade ni nyina chi na ya se ya frefre nkrofo na wakoko fa sa akwa ya ne ko giwokwi ko fi juma dwiri mu ni nsamfu a wadi wagi wok ni nyina chi ase de obi ko obetima ko hwehwe niema watoto niema wakofa NPP ni asa eko kata na chi ni akoya ya na se ba
e ora no mungu no e
no ora be e ora biem o muta krozu ora no han biem yo munya appointment say obi an biem wotman no wasa afa kwa we na ko honum na ni akoya na se ba e tendisi fo be bre na mo honum to mo fa so ne say emrante ni maba wo no am de rally enkwase asani mfuturo wo baba bia no nyakata ye wi ayapon my goodness around so nipa ko ye nam kra kakra nipa nya bi petro wudru ba bu ni petro so fro bi onfa obi be sha obo so man be 1 times 2 nana eye golden is 2 ya da so tin krofo we hu aden na wo fra ndc fo ni bi fra wa bebre su en krofo bi hwa wo da hwe obi te sa papa ya otem ha yei
Alagi scenario. Should one if we zongo for ya bre. Mentesi abusa your friend say. And that's what it. One would different. Yeah, call round see zongo for this crowd would different. Etumomo ya no nam zongo communities is one head. Ya musa will be a
James said you knew what in Cramintini.